What's up, everyone? I am joined by 23 of Aurora, where I was hoping to go back into your history a little bit, because I consider you to be quite a young player, but even the youngest players have their origins. So I was wondering if you could take me back to how you even first started playing Dota 2 at the very beginning.
At first, I was playing with my brothers when I was 12 years old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he introduced me to play Dota. I was playing Hero of No Earth on, and then he showed me Dota, and then I played with him. And after that, I played with my school friends. And
Were
then,
you better than them?
Yeah, I'm like 3.5K. They were like 1K.
Oh, no.
So I stopped playing with them, and then I compete in some school tournament, and I won.
Wait, you had tournaments at school?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
How many teams would you have?
There were like 4 teams.
What? You could get 20 people to play Dota?
Yeah.
What? The Thai scene is popping off. Oh, wow. Okay, so how do they even put that together? Like, does the school put it together, or like a couple of the kids were like, dude, what if we like put some money on the line and play together?
There's a couple of kids.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's called like a community.
Okay.
Yeah, they put it up, and then I win, and then after that, I try for like a real tournament in Thailand, but I lose it like the first round.
So you had professional player aspirations pretty early on then. There wasn't a long period where you were just like, oh, I'm just pubbing for fun. You're playing out here for money at the school right now. You're hustling, kids.
I got like $10, I think.
Yo, that counts. Put that on his esports earnings. Revise his esports earnings page right now.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the name of your school?
Oh, it's kind of long.
Oh, okay.
It's called NTUN, but Inton.
Okay.
Yeah.
Check it out. Those were the origins, and then eventually well, not even eventually, almost immediately, you start progressing in the ranks. So what was the tier 1 Thai scene like? How many players could you make a competitive roster with?
There were a lot back then. Like there were like 5 or 6 teams that's been paid, and I didn't really win the Thai scene that much. I struggle because I guess I'm not working with Thai people well. I think they're more chill.
Well, also at this point, you're like, what, 14, 15 years old? How old are you?
I was like 15, 16.
Okay.
Yeah. I was studying also as well. So I was like studying in the morning, and then when I come back, I script at like 10 p.m. I think.
Wow, that's an intense schedule. What were your parents saying at this time?
They weren't they weren't supporting that in, but after I get like top 10, they start.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then how do you start branching out from just the Thai local scene to Southeast Asia as a whole?
I think it was in 2016. Forev was coming to play in GSC Thailand, and he's playing pub. And then I was like, I think I was ranked 200. And then I told him, if I'm able to get top 5 the next time we meet, let's make a team together.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then on TI9 qualifier, I think Forev and March got moved out from J-Storm back then. And then I have an opportunity with him because next time he saw me, I was rank 1 in pub.
So you stuck to your promise.
Yeah.
And he held up his end as well?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and then we had Gunner, Febby, Forev and March, and we got 2nd place. And after that, I got
Team Genesbros.
Yeah, it was Team Genesbros.
Fond memories. And that was a little bit of a setback, though, because you were basically 1 game away from making it to TI. At the time, how did you handle it? Were you like, it's my first try, we got close, or were you like, it's over?
I was pretty stressful because I'm sure we're a better team than Mineski back then.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But Ninja Boogie took you down anyway.
And Moon. Yeah. So it was pretty disappointing. But it was a good run because before that, I never even get like top 16 in any major qualifier or anything. I always lose at like top 60 or some shit.
Yeah.
But that was like my first good tournament run, I guess. Yeah.
So that begins, I suppose, your tier 1 journey. What was the first roster where you were taking it very seriously? Like you had scrims, you had a schedule, you had a contract, you had salary. Which team was that?
It was in Thai team, MS Sabres.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I got like 300, I think, a month.
I mean, for a kid, that's game changing.
But it was kind of struggling because I didn't ask for my parents' money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No allowance.
Yeah,
just
no
salary.
Well, then it's fine because I learned a lot there. Like,
okay.
I just play a lot of pub with them. I got rank 1 with them.
So then 2020 rolls around. It's online Dota for everything. How did you handle that period as a player?
The COVID?
Yeah, I guess when no LANs are happening anymore, and honestly, like the entire landscape of Dota is a little bit questionable right then.
Back then, I was in T1, and at first it's not really like I'm not so used with it because you gotta stay home for like too long, and I don't know. I was staying home for like almost a year, and then I feel like it's kind of boring.
Because I've known you as time progressed. You're quite extroverted. You like to get out there.
Yeah.
And so compared to most gamers who are just like living in their room 24/7, that must have been a pretty tough period for like an extroverted person.
Back then I was still introvert, but
oh, you've grown into this person.
Yeah. I just like meeting people when I'm older. But back then I was introvert, and it was pretty boring because I like to travel and see a lot of new things in the world.
So then, at least on this time on T1, you guys have a lot of successes. I remember your Animajor run very fondly. That was probably, I guess, now getting experience winning consistently on a tier 1 team. So what was that like?
It was really good. I still cherish the moment because I really like Wyman. He's my best friend, and we had a really good time together. We've been friends for like even before we were pros.
Really?
When we were like 15 and he was like 17.
But he's Indonesian, right?
Yeah, but so we meet in pub and then we talk a lot.
Really?
Because he's like funny.
Yeah, he's hilarious. I love him. But I didn't know that you guys had known each other even before T1.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've known him since I'm like 8K and he was like 7K or something.
And you guys have been keeping in touch ever since?
Yeah, he's my best friend in Dota. And we've won a lot. And I mean, not a lot, but we won only like ESL 1, but we've been to our first TI together, our first tier 1 win together. And it was really good time.
But then eventually you did have to go your separate ways. You went to North America. What a traitor.
He went all the world.
Yeah, he went across the world to get away from you.
Yeah.
But you stayed in Southeast Asia. Was there any point that you were considering changing regions at any point?
I mean, last year he also invited me to NA with him. But I feel like in C there's some potential. Like,
okay.
And of course, I don't want to be that far from home. Like, it's kind of like long flight. And as long as we have like decent roster, I'm still gonna be in C. Yeah, and I think we still have decent players like Q, Oli, and Kodo. Jabs.
Yeah, if you didn't mention all your teammates, I was gonna be like, oh, I see Jabs clearly isn't still good enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've been on competitive rosters pretty much ever since T1. Like Talon was top tier, Aurora's proving to be top tier. So the rigors of being on a tier 1 team, have you gotten used to the routine, or are you finding that like it does take quite a bit of stamina to maintain being the top of the top?
At first it's really tiring, but now I think I'm getting used to it. You just need to be professional about.
Were you always this professional?
Oh, when I was like 18, I think no. When I was 19, also no. But maybe I'm like when I was like 20, when I start joining Talon, like the first roster,
Yeah.
I think I start being more professional.
Okay, what does being professional entail then? Does it mean being on time to scrims or stuff like that? Like, how did you have to change your lifestyle to match the expectations?
It's just like 1 pub before scrim and like 4 pubs after scrim. But in the tournament, it's kind of hard because you have a lot of schedule to do.
Sure.
Yeah. But usually, if we're like at home, I try to play at least like 4 games a day if I'm not taking a break.
So are these routines that your teammates, like is Jabs telling you to do this, or is your coaches telling you to do this, or you just took the responsibility yourself?
I mean, they told us to do, but I also did it before.
Mhm.
Like, I try to always keep in shape, like not too much fun in life. Need to balance it well.
Yeah, I'm glad that you are confirming that you've become extroverted, because I did an interview with you on the Singapore major, and that was like one of your first real events, and you were very shy back then. And I also imagine that you probably weren't as good at your English either. But time has progressed, and you've really grown into yourself.
I guess so. Yeah.
Would 2019, 23 look at you and be like, it all worked out?
I think so. I think back then I just didn't try a lot of things. Like I didn't try go out. I just play the games in the room. But after I travel and see a lot of things, I think it's more fun out there than it is in the room.
Well, it's exciting to see the man that you've turned into, 23. I love seeing the growth that you've shown, and I can't wait to see how Aurora does here at Riyadh Masters.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gaming Gladiators, a team that spent most of 2023 as the undisputed top team in the world, started sliding down from their peak around last year's Riyadh Masters. Achieving a respectable 4th place was not enough for them, when most people expected them to take the whole tournament. Sticking with their stable roster of Dyrachyo, Quinn, Ace, Tofu, and Celery, Gaming Gladiators had to climb back to full power. The start of this EPT season, Dream League Season 21, went even worse with an 8th place. They quickly bounced back and almost took 1st place at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, but lost to Azure Ray in a reverse sweep in the grand finals. Since then, their results gradually got worse and worse. Dream League Season 22 and ESL 1 Birmingham were cut short for the Gladiators, and they brought in very few EPT points. Despite this, it looked like they would still make it to Riyadh Masters once again. With their 2nd place Kuala Lumpur finish, they were still doing okay. But then something happened. Dream League Season 23, with a massive patch dropping during the event, Gaming Gladiators looked rejuvenated, and with the strength they once had, they managed to take 2nd place, losing only to Team Falcons. With this, they guaranteed a spot at Riyadh Masters. Hopefully, they will be able to play with the same magic they did last year, but only time will tell.
Hey everybody, welcome to another thrilling episode of Guess the Clip, the most accurately named show ever. I am here with Gaming Gladiators. What should we call this show instead, Dyrachyo? Guess the Clip. Should change the name. What should it be?
Clown Fiesta.
Clown Fiesta. Welcome to
that's
another
usually what happens in the fights, I think. We have to
Fiesta.
guess the fights, right? And that's usually what happens.
Today I am here with Gaming Gladiators, Dyrachyo and Quinn. Thank you so much for joining us on your busy schedules. I know you guys are packed today.
So packed.
Absolutely packed.
To the brim.
1,000 scrims, right?
And
yes.
poops as well.
Who are you playing against?
I don't even
Great.
know.
All right, let's go ahead and get into the skit here. So we're going to give you 3 gameplay clips. You can only hear the audio. Your job is to identify what is happening in the clip, but more importantly, who are you playing against and what event was it? Some hints for you.
It's we playing against.
Yes, it's all your
okay,
games,
okay.
and it's all on the road to Riyadh. So it's
Okay.
all the
This
road
year, so it's all
to
losers.
Riyadh.
All losers.
That's right. So we will see. Are you ready for clip number 1?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, listening ears. Here we go.
this is against Talon. What tournament was that? Or it's against Aurora. It's the late game. It's the Lina Bristleback. Because there's Lina Bristleback. It's the one that went long, like the 55 minutes or something against
Did you play
Aurora.
them this year? I
Yeah,
don't
we
remember.
did. It's
'Cause
that
we have
game.
a lot of losses. I don't remember.
No,
which
we
one.
won this. We won this game. It was recent. It was either Dream League or did we play Aurora in Dream League?
Yes, I think maybe not. But I know that we are winning some games
Were
during
they
the
in
Dream
our
League.
group? We didn't play them in playoffs. We might have played them in groups. I think we did.
So we also should guess heroes, right?
Yeah, sure. Who did you hear?
Pango, Timber,
Lina, Bristleback,
Lynx.
Clinks. Yeah, you were Clinks. There was this.
Probably Dream League then.
It was Dream League against Aurora. I don't remember if it was game 1 or 2. I think it was game 1.
So I don't think it matters. Huh?
And that, you almost guessed the exact game. Yes, that's right. Dream League Season 23, Gaming Gladiators versus Aurora, and you were completely right. It was that exact game, the long one. You guys were in the mid. You were playing the crazy Clinks. Yeah, good memory.
First Links, yeah.
Yeah, good times. What the hell's wrong with you today? All you're talking about is your losses. That was a good game, man.
We did win. I mean, it wasn't a good game. It was like way too long. We threw, but we did win. And that's not frequent this year, so we
That's
take those.
Pog. That's very Poggers. So listen, I'm not a competitive team. You don't have to pretend like you guys are bad around me. Okay? I know the truth.
Yeah,
you can't fool me.
You can put the veneer down.
Put us down here. Okay, this
are
is a
the
safe
best.
place for you. We are the best. All right, next up, second clip.
Muerta. Lidia.
Oh, this is against it's against Tundra, also in Dream League. That was the only game they had 4 Muerta. We had Axe. We had Axe Iolesh. It was game 1 against Tundra in Dream League.
This guy is both
the
if he's
playoffs.
correct.
I want to put that one back in the cooker here, boys. Try again. Really? Incorrect.
We had Iolesh.
Can
There was
we listen
also
it
Axe
again?
and Muerta.
You want to hear that one more
Yeah.
time? All right, you were fast enough in clip 1 where I can do that.
Puck.
Oh, there was no puck in that game. You're right. There was no puck. It was
Bad.
Wayne Ranger.
Yes.
There was also no pen in the game. All right, I was way off. What the heck game is this?
Photo.
What game did we have Lesh against Puck? Muerta was in the game? It's Iolesh, right? There was an Iolesh?
I think it's probably yes.
Iolesh against Puck?
Yes.
When was this? Or I don't know. This
Oh,
one.
no. Okay, I'll give you a hint. Do you want the event or do you want the team you were against?
The team, I think.
I don't care.
I think the team.
Okay.
The team.
You don't have to do that right on the content piece. You don't care at all? All right. The team was OG. OG. So what event was it?
Could be Birmingham.
Did we play them at Birmingham? We did. They didn't have Puck though. The game we had, Iolesh, they had. Did they have Puck? I think they did actually.
They didn't qualify to much tournaments, so it's hard to say.
I mean, it's Road to Riyadh. So it's probably games we won. We did win that game. Did they have Puck? They.
I don't remember what they have, but I heard Puck, so they might.
They did have Puck. It's game 2 again. No, it's game 1 against OG in Birmingham.
And ESO won Birmingham?
Yeah.
That is correct. Well done. There you
Easy.
go. Well done. There was no IO in that game. There's no IO. Yeah, that
I
was.
wasn't sure, but usually we pick ILS.
Yes. That one was.
They did have
a,
Panda. We
yeah.
had. I guess we had Axe.
Weaver,
Yeah,
Axe,
we did.
Tofu on
We
the
have
Bat
Leshak
Rider.
Axe against Brewmaster.
Yes, it's Axe versus Baru.
Full counter pick.
There you go.
Full copy.
All right, well done. Okay, you guys are steadily improving. I'm sure this one you will get it 100% as well. All right, here's your third clip.
Okay.
Best of luck to you. You
Let's
did
go.
amazing on number 1. Number 2 was a little iffy. Let's finish hard. Here we go.
Dire structures are fortified.
Pango. I'm just thinking who is playing Primal. I think we are Pango and we are playing against maybe Heroic because they love Primal, they love Puck. And I'm playing Slark against, I think this is Heroic team. Maybe I'm not.
I don't remember a series we played against because we only played them at Birmingham,
Yeah.
and neither of those games we had. I mean, game 2, I was Pango against Primal, but I don't.
Because we also smacked them here, and I
there was
remember
some-
I'm owning on Slark, one game. I think it's them, but I could be wrong. You want to help us?
Do I want to help you? You're wrong.
Really?
Try again on the enemy team. Incorrecto.
But I'm Slark, right?
You are Slark. Well done. That is correct. You were 7 and 5.
Slark Pango.
Oh, okay. It's okay. It's okay score. So that means it's okay. We
I'll
are
give you
only.
another hint. You know.
What's Slark Pango? I actually don't know. They had Primal.
Can you play it?
Oh
one
wait,
more
wait,
time?
hang on, wait, was this? Wait, is it only team game, like ESL tournaments?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Only the road to Riyadh.
Okay,
That's right.
so it's not against Spirit at Dubai.
I'll give you a hint. This one was not so recent. This one was a bit ago.
Okay, so it's probably...
Maybe Kale.
It's probably Kale then. What
that
game?
was too obvious, I guess.
What game were you Slark and I was Pango at KL?
I don't remember.
Oh no, it's one of the games against Aster. It's one of the ones we won. I think it's game 2 in the.
Aster?
Oh sorry.
Azure?
Azure, yeah. I think it's game 2 in the finals.
That is pretty pog. Yeah, that is correct.
Wait,
You guys were
did we win
Azure.
this game?
Yeah, we won. It was before we threw all the next 3 games.
No, this one you
we-
lost.
Yeah, that's why I remember I lost a Slark.
Yeah, so
No,
We are owning
won
and
a game
then
with
we
Slark
throw.
too. It was- We were like diving the base and stuff.
So this was game 4 of your best of 5 grand final. You guys actually
was that the
lost this
Timbersaw
one.
game?
I think
This
we
was
are
the
owning this
Timbersaw
game, but then we throw.
okay,
I
I
remember
forgot
I
about Timbersaw.
jumped mid and I died and like
Yeah.
Just everything
They-
falls
they-
off.
It was the Knicks game. It was the Knicks game.
yeah.
Yes. Correct though. So very good. You guys almost got it. How would you rate yourselves? I think I'd give you a B.
6 maybe
6
out
Okay.
of 10.
Out of 10.
Yeah, without help, it's probably we're gonna
That's
lose.
like a F.
Yeah, we only got the first one with
What
no
do you
help.
mean it's F? No, it's like I don't know the scores. Like A, B, C, D, F, right?
Yeah.
So it's C.
A C? Okay, a little harsh on yourself. I'd give you a B minus. I think you guys did great. Very good. You didn't recognize a lot of heroes. You were very good. Duracio, you didn't really recognize anything, but that's okay.
He remember all our games. I don't really care. I just played and
Why
I
don't you
forgot
remember
it.
the games? You know, you're not
I mean,
haunted
if
by
I
your...
see some clip where I'm dying, I probably can guess that it's me.
Okay.
But on sound, I don't know.
Okay. Well, you know, get those earbuds in. You should do that thing that the GigaChads have. That's like, you know, learn Chinese and then Dota sounds on 2 sides and
Do
sleep
people
with
do
it.
that?
Yeah.
Does that work?
No. Thank you guys so much for watching the content. It was great to have you. Thank you to Gaming Gladiators, and we'll see some more of them coming up at the Riyadh Masters.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Goodbye.
Bye.
Ah.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI-empowered Magic Portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery. 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Day 9 is upon us here at the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. It's Dota time, Waga, as we get into the final day of regulation play in the group stage. And a lot to look forward to here as we're going to start out with Group A.
Yeah, Group A is looking pretty interesting right now because the top 4 teams are actually tied right now at 7 and 5, all of them, as all the teams here just one series left to play. Very exciting stuff coming up. Gaming Gladiators, of course, want to take a win here so that they will go ahead. We can have a look at the tournament format first, though.
Let's see where we've come from and where we are right now. Of course, you know, these teams coming through the play-ins, the EPT qualified teams through those ESL1s, Dream Leagues to get straight into that primary group stage. And still looking pretty hot as, like you say, it's getting very tight now. Last day of the groups, we had a lot of 1-1 draws in Group A. And of course, you know, Group B already has a fair number of teams already qualified. 3 have gone through, 1 is already out, which we'll come to in a little bit. But yeah, very tight in Group A as, of course, they're trying to head towards those playoffs where we'll have the top 4 go to the upper bracket and then the rest kind of going to lower bracket or being eliminated. And they're all playing for a pretty big prize pot.
Yeah, some crazy amount of money on the line. Of course, it's a $5 million tournament with, of course, the first prize of $1.5 million here. These teams are competing for. And yeah, I think a lot of people were saying Group A was the group of death. And now perhaps with how closely matched the teams seem to be with a 4-way tie at the top and then still some close followers as well behind, you could probably agree that the power level was very evenly matched within that group. Whereas Group B, more dominated, right? Tundra have absolutely just clobbered that group, didn't drop a single series so far, and Entity also only dropping a single series.
Yeah, definitely, you know, kind of cream of the crop emerging there in Group B. Definitely a spicy one, this Group A, though. I just keep looking at it and thinking, yeah, all these teams at 7-5, and then they're all kind of playing top versus bottom as well. As we'll take a look at the attending teams here, of course, at the Riyadh Masters. But yeah, like so much of today is going to be your own results and the results of your opponents. You know, you're going to be waiting to see who wins one game there, who wins a 2-0 here to try and get themselves out of the bottom 2 or potentially into the top 4, as it is just on a knife's edge, honestly.
It really is, and there we can see the teams, of course, and we can have a look at the standings as we're talking a little bit about it already. We're hyping up because it is the final day. It's time to decide who's gonna end up where, and look at Group A, 7-5 across the board in the top there. So yeah, you're all in the top, but things can change because you also have chasers coming in behind that. You have the 6-6 Aurora and even 5-7 Heroic here. If you lose a match, you might end up tying against Heroic if they win a match. There's a lot that can happen here.
Yeah, I looked at this morning and I was like, this is so much spaghetti. I'm not even gonna bother. You know, if one team wins one here, then the other team can qualify. Blacklist can maybe get out of the bottom two, etc., etc. But I think the big one for us, because we're starting out with Gaming Gladiators against Aurora Gaming, the big one there for us is if let me just read what I wrote to you earlier on, just to make sure I'm right. If Aurora are 2-0, they're safe out of the elimination zone because they get to the 7 points, right? And then if they win one game, the worst case they'll have is tiebreakers, because we do have one team down at the bottom, Blacklist, at 4 and 8. So like the best they can get is 6. If we have this kind of run happen, they're out. But yeah, it's going to be a real interesting one. So we can take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday. Some incredible clips there, you know, watching Duracho just kind of walk high ground, the trust he has in himself and his teammates to follow through with a massive team fight, and Nisha showing some really slick skills in that last Pango clip.
Yeah, just unkillable, using some nice bounce off the wall there, spam clicking and turning quickly, getting a nice hit, and then surviving on like 1 HP there. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. We can see potentially the reactions from him as we take a look at some of those player shots. Always great seeing reactions of the players there. Some beautiful stuff, and nice to see a crowd during group stage as well. You know, I want to say it's a rarity. I was going to ask how often it happens, and it feels just never. You know?
Yeah, it's good to see. I think the group stage is somehow getting a bit underhyped lately in Dota, and I always love the group stage. You have some of the best games of tournaments usually happen in the group stage. Of course, the playoffs have the hype, but there are so many games in the groups.
Yeah, and this is where kind of the stories build, right? You know, we often talk about that, you know, beginning of the stories, even starting qualifiers, you know, having these grudge matches, having these metas being built. Yes, we have playoff meta, inter-series, like grand final meta, inter-series matters, but you know, we've got to have a beginning to the story as it all starts out here at the group stage, as this is our today's schedule. Aurora Gaming up against Gaming Gladiators, our first one of the day, and then Extreme against Beast Coast. So just a couple of best of twos here for regulation play, but looking at where Group A is right now, we probably will have tiebreakers later on tonight.
It looks almost inevitable with how the standings are right now. It's going to be very interesting to see how it shapes out here. The last few matches can really decide a lot, but so many tiebreaker potentials. I love Aurora in that kind of middle ground where they could have tiebreaker for upper bracket. They could also have tiebreaker for elimination.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredibly tight in Group 8. We can take a look at the match of the day as well. As yeah, just a couple of series here. We've had, you know, plenty of games throughout all the other days, usually 4 series per day, but this is the important one right up at the top. Like you said, very close for Aurora to, you know, make playoffs or be dumped out of the tournament, depending on their results and the results of all the teams around them. While Gaming Gladiators, it kind of felt like they were faltering day one, similar to Falcons, but they have had an easy breezy time the rest of the group stage, it feels like.
They really have. They found their groove, and they haven't stopped since. They've been doing really, really well and playing better and better as well as the tournament progresses. So I expect them to be very strong here and a serious threat to Aurora. Aurora, they haven't been playing poorly, but, you know, 1-4 and 1 is not really what they were aiming for. If you have a prediction here for who's going to come out on top, you can go to STC Play and make a prediction, compete with your friends and the leaderboard.
Yeah, just predict the 1-1, right? Looking at Group A, it's just 1-1, that's going to be it. That's the way of things. The script is written. But no, I think Aurora are definitely going to be very hungry coming into this. You know, a 2-0 here would mean the world to them to stay in the tournament, as, you know, the Riyadh Masters having such a massive prize pool. Every player has really got that burning desire to make it through to the playoffs, it feels like. You are playing against the best of the best here, though, which is always a very scary prospect.
The interesting part as well is that all the teams that are tied at the top in Group A, none of them are playing each other in their final game here. All of them are playing one of the teams in the bottom. So it's not like the head-to-head can decide stuff as well here for them in the final game. It's all going to be up to how do you do against the other team. So we could very well have a complete tie here between them. If all of them win 2-0, then I guess we have the top 4 right there.
It's definitely possible. And there are Aurora themselves, of course, adding in Loronoff a little while back and have been looking pretty damn solid with him at the last couple of ESL events, the Dream League in Birmingham. And yeah, just a solid all-round team who are so good at taking these kind of mid to late game team fights, which is often kind of a defining factor for big teams that make it through to playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. Aurora, overall an exciting team to watch. I'm a big fan of Lorinov. I think he's a fun player to follow, and of course 23, you know, is a very controversial player at times. Hopefully we don't have another moment of him standing up and celebrating too early, but I think he learned that lesson before.
Well, that was at Riyadh as well, wasn't it?
So yeah, it was, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's been asked about it a couple of times, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm not standing up. I'm not taking off my headphones. I'm waiting until that throne falls. You get the camera pans across the game, and then I'll celebrate."
Yeah, can't celebrate before you're completely done. And yeah, we'll see how they're going to shape up here. Aurora in a very important position. I think from their perspective, much more important match than it is for Gaming Gladiators. Of course, they want to win. They want to set themselves apart at the top. But Aurora, if they lose here, if they get 2-0'd, then they're at 8 losses and tied at the bottom there together with Blacklist, who still have a game to play. So that would be a horrendous result and I think cement them into elimination.
Yeah, then on the other side, Gaming Gladiators up at the top, 7-5. You know, a victory, a 2-0 here would absolutely secure themselves that playoff spot. As, like you said, they've kind of been building through the group stage, looking better and better as they started things out with, you know, a 2-0 loss to Heroic, which was, kind of one of the teams that surprised a lot of people, doing exceptionally well going through the play-ins, getting into the main group stage and taking some names, but it feels like their momentum has petered out a little bit, while the rest of, you know, the big kind of seeded teams, the teams that came in through the EPT rankings, took a day just to acclimatize to Riyadh, to the speed at which people were playing, did a bit of homework, and then, you know, back on the tracks.
Yeah, definitely. The seeded teams have come back to dominate here is what we see overall. It's just, is it just Entity, or is there one that I'm missing here that is still in the top out of the play-ins? I think Entity, of course, in Group B made it, but otherwise it's just the seeded teams right now at the top, right? I believe.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, because Gaming Gladiators, OG, Falcon, Spirit, they were all through EPT. Tundra, Liquid were through. Yeah, it's Entity with the play-in team that's kind of made their mark in Group B.
Yeah, I mean, big statement though. Play-in team and they're 9-3 in groups. Crazy result for them. So they're a team to look out for. They're here to prove something. But of course, first we're gonna have to follow this match here between Gaming Gladiators and Aurora, and see who's gonna pull out on top. Do you have any expectations or predictions here?
I think Gaming Gladiators probably have this one, just looking at how they've been playing. I'm kind of excited to see their Broodmother, because it's taken a little bit of a kind of a path away from the carry Broodmother, or even the carry from the offlane Brood. I've seen Ace a couple of times now going for the old school Greaves and Pipe, and just being not necessarily an aura bot, but definitely one of these tanky offlaners that comes in and just joins fights, right? The speed at which we're playing right now, you have to bring numbers, you have to bring pretty much everybody into these, you know, early game fights around the 8-minute rune, around these kind of, you know, tormentor timings 20 minutes in. There's so much you need to be doing on the map, and then of course you're dealing with aggression from your opponents.
I think it goes back to what we had from Davai Lama as well, say, when he played his offlane Wind Ranger. He said it was a prerequisite to get that Greaves for his team. That was something his coach said, okay, you can play this hero, but you have to be building that team fight item. And that's what we're seeing on Brood as well. It's an old build that we used to see more, and now that we're back in a very team fight oriented draft and team fight oriented itemization, we have Broods going for that as well. But we're not gonna see any Brood here. We're heading towards the draft, and I can tell you it's already banned out first by Aurora, so they've done their homework. Gaming Gladiators won't get their hands on that one.
At least I can feel good in terms of thinking that's what I wanted to see, and knowing that the opposite is true from Aurora. They don't want to see it because it has been so good. I don't know Brood, no Chen, no ET, and no Clockwork. So Chen has been a surprise to me. We've seen him once in our games, and he's looked pretty damn good. But I've you know, tuned into some of the other matches, listened to Jenkins talk about it, and Jenkins feels like Chen has now become like top 3 supports that needs to be banned.
I'm not sure I would completely agree about that. He's been played a little bit. He does have 15 games here at Riyadh, and overall he's done decent. He's 60% win rate. But I'm not sure I could say he's a top 3 that must be banned when we have the likes of Hoodwink, for instance, who's absolutely dominating. I think Phoenix is a monster as well. There are a lot of strong supports still. But certainly in the hands of some teams, you want to make sure that you ban it out. It's more which teams are running Chen.
Yeah, and I guess it's more the kind of tempo it brings, right? It's that play style or draft style. You're limiting your opponents in terms of how speedy they can play, because we saw that Chen Beastmaster duo just completely take over the map within 15 minutes, and that can get real nasty.
Yeah, and we see overall Gaming Gladiators have had very good success with their Chen. It's been banned a lot against them, but when they've gotten their hands on it, they have been winning. Their most recent game up against LGD, they got their hands on the Chen first pick. It worked out, they won with it. And then earlier as well, they had a game where it slipped through. They immediately grabbed a win with that. So they know their way around it. I think Aurora doing a good job prioritizing it against Gaming Gladiators here. Snapfire and Weaver, just very stock standard first pick heroes. Yeah. The Snapfire to me kind of hints towards a Beastmaster coming in perhaps on that offlane. Very strong combination. And Gaming Gladiators have to think what they want to address here.
I mean, Jakiro is still in there, you know? Jakiro, our boy, is still out there. On a more serious note, Ember Spirit, Tiny, both available as these kind of catch heroes and have looked very good throughout the tournament. And one of our favorites, Darkseer Spiritbreaker, still available. So there's a lot of these cool, you know, heroes and pairings that have been left in the pool because we've had to ban all these support heroes, right? ET, Clock, Monkey, Hoodwink. There's so many things to get rid of. The Primal Beast, though, what's up with the Primal Beast? Is that just a bit of respect towards Aurora?
Yeah, it's respect towards Aurora. They play it quite well. They can play it on different positions as well. So either mid or mid or off lane is quite devastating if they get their hands on it. Not a hero that we see a whole lot, but this is just player respect, the way I see it.
Darkseid are out. Let's see if that Beastmaster goes as well. And hero you're talking about paired with a snap has looked incredibly good. Like in lane, in game, you just got set up for the kisses. Got ways to play around it. And then Snapfire is kind of flexible as well. It doesn't have to be laned with the Beastmaster. It could be chucked mid.
Yeah, it really doesn't need to. You can play it multiple ways, as we have seen from Thompson and other players as well. So another hero that's very useful for that flexibility, but also due to being a tanky hero. You either want to pick supports that are very survivable by mobility, like Weaver, or just be quite tanky. That's why we see a lot of Phoenix, Snap, Jakiro. All these heroes have huge HP pool, and then Weaver has his own survivability.
Well, I would be remiss to not mention the Venomancer strat that Gaming Gladiators have been running recently as well. This Plague Ward on the Veno cut the wave nonsense. Not sure it will happen here. They don't have the Monkey King to pair with it, which has been their go-to draft, but I don't know if you saw it. It's just some real cheesy, nasty stuff.
I saw that they tried to do it against OG, and it worked out well, but they still lost the series. It's an interesting idea to have, and I like to see the creativity. Of course, it was Ace playing on the Venomancer. It does have some potential, but I still feel Venomancer is perhaps a little bit of a low impact offlaner in a way. He can bring a lot of damage, but he doesn't have the reliable initiations that I like to see from offlaners.
Yeah, he's kind of that. He has always been that middle ground hero, right? He's not a pusher. He's not a team fighter. He's not a catch and kill.
It's a lot back to laning. He can be very, very good at shutting down some lanes. Some melee heroes just cannot do anything against him. So if you see a certain safe laner that you say, okay, we want to take away this guy's farm, we want to shut him down hard, then it can be good. But they played up against Timaudo's Weaver in that game, and I don't think Weaver was really too bothered. So you gotta be pretty selective about when you go for it. Aurora, though, they're going for some more straightforward stuff. They're gonna pick up the Mars Snap. They now have Nyx as well in the mix, so tons of stuns coming out from them, and good burst, of course.
Yeah, nice shade and tint of kind of orangey red to their draft currently. I've really enjoyed this Nyx Assassin as well. That free pathing, that hasted Nyx running around, and we've seen it from plenty of players, just getting on top of people. Ari, Mira going for these Dagons as well, just to get solo kills when you're later on in the game. And Nyx just comes in, what was it, Nyx plus ET? Just killed a Brewmaster, right? 30 minutes into the game.
Damage with just the Spirit being around, the Nyx going on someone, yeah. But he had Shard here, Whisper Dread, Dagon 5. It hurts a lot even without the ET there at that point.
That's great.
But I'm a big fan of Nyx. I think that hero can be very threatening and can also be very disruptive to teams. It's hard to group up and just push when you constantly have to worry about this Nyx sneaking around, looking for a pick on your supports, trying to steal some runes here and there. And he also reveals Invis, so he can see the Weaver if he's in melee range of him, basically, which is just very convenient to have. Also, Mars does really well against the two supports that Gaming Gladiators went for. The Weaver and Eng are not good heroes against Mars, who has quick burst with the WQ combo, and Arena can catch the Weaver, which is not a bad tool.
It's such a good teamfight combo already from the three of them, right? Like, Nyx goes in, he scouts, he starts, Mars follows up. Like, quite often it doesn't feel like Mars wants to be the first initiator. He wants to wait for his moment to find the right target. So having Nyx who can kind of go in and show gives Snap and Mars much more opportunity to get core kills with their combos. As we'll see, Gaming Gladiators come back out. The CK for Doraccio, one of his old favorites, and the Brewmaster here. We'll give them a bit of, maybe a reset button with that Cyclone to stop the aggression, but also just a way to teamfight back into what Aurora have.
Yeah, they needed to add more teamfight. They have Weaver, Eng. These heroes do not contribute a lot in a 5v5. They're great supports for multiple reasons, but 5v5 was looking very overwhelming and still does. Even with the Brew ulti here, you're still facing Mortimer Kisses, Arena, Call Down now being added. So Aurora have the stronger 5-man draft, but Gaming Gladiators need to have an edge somewhere else. That's where they pick up the CK, who's going to lane well against the Mars. He can sustain himself with this lifesteal from the crit, and it's just one of the strongest carries of the patch overall if he doesn't get hard countered. And one of those hard counters would have been Brewmaster, which you now have in your hands.
That's great, yeah. I mean, now looking for a mid laner for Quinn on Gaming Gladiators. And they do have the last pick, getting rid of the SF and the Leshrac. I mean, we're looking at Ember Spirit as a potential pick for them.
Yeah, Ember is definitely possible here. A little bit more catch initiation. I think what Aurora need is just someone to go first. They have all these fighting tools for if the fight starts, but they need some way to actually get a hold of Gaming Gladiators. As for Gaming Gladiators, a little bit harder for me to say exactly what they want here.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be one of those, like, maybe... I don't like suggesting Void Spirit, but this is starting to feel like a Void Spirit game potentially for them.
Yeah, I mean, he's somewhat tanky and can still start stuff. It's hard to find the last hero that makes Gaming Gladiators draft look good to me. Which does speak a little bit that I am already favoring Aurora here in terms of draft at least. But we'll see what they can cook up here. Depending on the Pango, the good old classic. Gaming Gladiators do like playing their Pango.
Yeah, and I guess you feel quite comfortable having Nyx in your hands, right? Looking at, speaking about spirits, Ember or Void, they can struggle against the Carapace, they could get caught out by him.
Yeah.
The banner TA.
TA is a hero that they don't have good tools against. Nyx doesn't like playing against it, Snap doesn't, and the only one kind of good against her would be Gyrocopter on their team, so it's a sensible ban. Also, last pick on the side of Gaming Gladiators, so...
Yeah. I mean, Aurora could still go for like a Storm or something here, right? If we look at maybe a Snap with a Mars, Nyx with a Gyrocopter. And the last pick mid.
I just like the Ember here. I think it does what you want. It catches the Weaver pretty well. You get some elusiveness. There's no real disable inside of gaming. So one of the Spirit heroes for sure. Storm, Ember. I don't think Void Spirit is better for Aurora here. So.
And Ember's red.
Yeah, Ember is fitting the color theme that they've been running here.
Oh, so Snap's going mid then?
Yeah, I would assume so. Let's look like a mid Snap at this point.
What does that do for our lanes though? Is like Phoenix Gyro together and then Nyx Mars?
I think I like Nyx Gyro together more and Phoenix Mars.
Okay. I guess it's rare for me to see Phoenix Pos 4, but it's still doable.
It's not too uncommon. Yeah, it's definitely playable. And Nyx Pos 5 is not too bad if you have a ranged carry like the Gyrocopter.
Yeah.
So that works out quite well. And Gyro, of course, they're putting him towards the carry position, so they have a nice counter to CK killing off.
I mean, that is some real tremendous, overwhelming team fight. The Gaming Gladiators were already, like you said it, right? They're already struggling to contend with it. And now this last pick, it gets even harder for them.
Yeah, but I still would have liked to see them abuse the low control on Gaming Gladiators. Because if you had a Spirit hero zipping around, I don't really see how Gaming are going to deal with it until they get the Rod of Atos and Orchid, and they would be item dependent to shut it down. This is a different route. And Snapfire, I could see her dying to CK just kind of walking close enough and getting a pull on her, or even Brewmaster setting up a fight somehow. But the team fight is undoubtedly super strong from Aurora, that's for sure. Gaming are going to do their best to split push them though.
Okay. Well, Invoker can bring a bit of team fight to that mid game for sure. Kind of an elusive hero as well. Still could struggle if he shows on the map being found by this Mars and Nyx Snapfire trio. It's just like Aurora are so ready to fight at any given moment. Their ultis aren't super long cooldown. They've got tons of magic damage in that early to mid game. And I really like their draft. I think we both do.
Yeah, I think their draft is nice. The Crosswax Invoker could throw a wrench in things here because it could slow down some of the tempo. Taking away mana could be really good against a lot of the heroes that you're running on Aurora. Mars, for instance, being very dependent on his spells, but we'll see how much impact. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on this Invoker to have impact.
Especially when it's your last pick. And trying to come out here with a gotcha Invoker pick. We'll see how it goes, though. Potential for Gaming Gladiators to have these very strong lanes that they run away with. Enchantress CK is nasty. Brewmaster Weaver offers a lot of disruption. If they can get off the ground a bit here in that early laning stage, definitely could see Quinn with an Urn running around with that Crosswax build.
Okay, for the longest time, Q was locking in the mana burn facet on Nyx, but he did change it now. So he's going to go for the Scuttle, get that haste when he pops him in that. Also free pathing, of course. Lornoff playing the mid Snapfire, going to go for the Ricochet 2. Other than that, everything is very standard. Nothing to mention really about it. The Invoker is Elitist Invoker, which is definitely by far and away the most common pick for Invokers. We don't see too many Invokers in competitive Dota right now, but the hero is an interesting spot. Still is quite competitive mid for last hit with his universal damage.
Yeah, can feel like he falls by the wayside though if he doesn't connect with those early movements. Like he gets his urn and he just, rotates into side lanes, and you need to get a couple of kills there under your belt.
And this is a game where you need the rotations to happen, and they need to happen in a good way, because you can't just sit back and Sunstrike. You don't have the combinations for that. You have a CK stun, and that's not even that reliable. So, since you're very low on disables, you can't necessarily go heavily Exort here. I mean, you could, but it's not as incentivized.
Oh, we'll see how it all works out. Draft done, game ready. Game number 1 in this 2-game series as Gaming Gladiators take on Aurora, and it's kind of on Aurora here to get some wins, try and drag themselves out of that middle of the table. Again, a single victory would kind of pull them away from that elimination zone, guarantees them worst case scenario tiebreakers for the lower end of the groups, and a 2-0 here from Aurora would secure themselves a bit of safety. Elimination no longer on the line if they're able to do that. But Gaming Gladiators have been such a brick wall, and they're absolutely not going to go out of this without a fight.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators will be the final boss here for Aurora in a lot of ways, and they're very comfortable where they are in the group no matter what. Even just squeezing out a single win here will probably be good enough for Gaming Gladiators to secure themselves. Of course, everything is kind of up in the air right now, though, with a multi-way tiebreaker.
Oh, late ward from Quinn. Gets it down without being scouted. Not up on the little bit of high ground there, but still good spot for that mid ward.
Get some nice vision, enough to pull the creeps and help out with the CSing. Also a ward behind the tower bottom, so that's a courier sniping ward coming out from Tofu there. He was spotted walking back without a ward, so this might get dewarded.
It might just do. But then it could be in a number of different spots, right? It could be up on a little bit of high ground, could be on that little column. Let's see if they get it and find it. As Tofu grabs one of the bounties. A 3 for Gaming Gladiators. It looks like they get both of the top ones. A good start for them.
Always nice to have a bit of advantage. Quite rare that we see one of the teams come out ahead like this in the bounty runes. Very often we do find just 2 for 2.
Yeah, I have to do a double take when I see the 3 dire names on the left side of the map.
Good thing to have Weaver. He's always so advantageous to have in the bounty rune fights. You can always go in with his Shikuchi. He's sneaky.
It was like no one's going to plant a sentry or use a dust this early on. It's basically a freebie. And Quinn already trying to put a bit of damage onto Lorenoff there. One last hit for him, one deny for the Snapfire. Very focused on double range heroes, trading blows early, try and burn through the regen. This kind of newer Invoker with Ghost Walk, he's kind of annoying to deal with when he just pops Ghost Walk and goes back to full HP and mana.
Yeah, he can definitely be quite hard to bring down low. Top lane, I'm seeing Celery just do a ton of damage against this double melee lane. The Enchantress is going to be a problem for them. Continuously auto-attacking. Looks like bottom lane we have a little bit of a fight for a D-ward. Tofu's going to keep the small camp blocked here.
Well, again, that mid lane. A cold snap with creeps around him. Lorenoff takes some tags, but Scatterblast equally returning fire onto Quinn.
Moment he gets 2 points in Quas. I've talked about this before with you, that it's very, very high region to just be auto-attacking. You get that lifesteal, 12 lifesteal per hit at that point. Really, really obnoxious to try and deal with.
It's so hard. Only at 3 and 2 in the last hits, though. 3 and 5 for the Snapfire. Very focused at kind of trying to tilt and piss each other off rather than getting their own last hits. And, of course, doing very well at combating each other.
At some point, you're just like, we're screwing each other over. We're both going to look like noobs. Why are we doing this?
We're both going to have a bad game. Do you know what you want to play some Dota or what?
Yeah. Well, you got to try and take away everything you can from your opponent. I got a miss here for Quinn.
So these lanes then, Gyro, Phoenix, they do put the Nyx with the Mars, double melee, double ranged. Oh, it's actually 23.
Down here.
And he's being run at. Pop the rocket barrage. Ollie trying to keep him alive, but that Geminate attack from Tofu. He's level 2. He's got 3 skills. What a hero.
Tons of damage. Weaver is still one of the strongest supports, of course. We see him first picked, and we see why he's bullying this lane. And while Phoenix is good, he did land his minus attack speed there on the opponents, but wasn't really enough to deter the dive.
Oh, it feels like the lane's pretty solid here from Gaming Gladiators. Looking at the last hits, but also just feeling the vibes of it. Jabs kind of struggling to contend with an Enchantress. You're spearing her back as Celery just hit after hit after hit. Non-stop right clicks from the Ench, forcing Mars to go Bulwark early on.
At the 1 point Bulwark, we've seen this before when you lane against high harassed lanes, so he's trying to just mitigate the damage taken and put all his mana usage into the spear anyway. But yeah, this lane is very comfortable for CK. Duracho getting very good farm, leading the charts here on the War Heroes.
Laurenoff going to step away from the EMP. He's all good in that mid lane. And yeah, up atop, the wave pushed all the way into the Radiant Tier 1, so a bit of safety for Jabs now to gather up the farm. Maybe see if that Enchantress can dip back and get a pull to reset the waves for themselves.
It's always weird to play Snapfire, because when you auto-attack in lane, trying to CS, you have a 25% chance to do 60% damage instead. You just kind of miss your damage output on a last hit. So you have a lot of damage, but your CS is unpredictable sometimes.
She's the real Chaos Knight now.
She truly is.
I kind of miss the days of Chaos Knight being like full RNG. You know, they've balanced him and touched him quite a bit to make him more playable, I guess.
No, they changed him from Chaos Knight to Consistency Knight. He's a new CK now.
Yeah, I mean, the only like big RNG thing you have now is your base attack, right? And even that got kind of contracted into a smaller range. And Kingslayer's Courier down in the bottom lane, not having the best of times. And last hit wise, he's all right after dying that one time. Does return to lane, start to recover a bit.
EMP connects mid. He doesn't have a point in the cookie, so he can't really dodge it. And Quinn just gonna take all the mana away here from Lorenov.
Yeah, very comfortable time for Gaming Gladiators early on. This is good for them because it means that Quinn is going to be able to rotate into strong side lanes, right? We talked about it, the necessity here for Quinn to really make the moves happen. Once we get into this urn, once he's able to actually shift into the side lanes and maybe find a pick or two, having heroes that haven't been shut down, are ready to play, and having a Celery Enchantress who just can freely roam the map now.
Yeah, he's able to move around a little bit, look for things, but at the same time, the Radiant lanes aren't doing horribly by any means. They are slightly behind in CS, but all of them are getting good farm as well. Just Mars trailing a little bit behind, but with the double bracer in hand now, he's starting to CS more comfortably.
Nyx Assassin killed the Mud Golem, created some Shard Golems. Celery was pretty quick with the Pebble Toss, whatever it's called, the Rock Throw.
Always fun when a Doom eats a Mud Golem and gets a kill like that. Turning into some Mud Golems.
Yep, little Dooms. A little split out. I don't know, Doom's a little
harass
cutie.
onto the gyro, but he's completely fine. He has a lot of magic stick charges as well, so in no danger in any way. You see the 6-minute rune coming up. Aurora sending supports, but looks like Gaming Gladiators are doing the double move here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got an army of Mud Golems here, throwing pebbles at Q. And Nyx Assassin can't contest that.
Do you really
And then
want
that
to fight
lose.
into that?
Now I know 5-6 runes now for Gaming Gladiators. A pretty nice juicy lead, 2k net worth lead over Aurora in these first 6 minutes.
And Bounty Rune's doing a good portion of that. They also got a courier snipe before as the lanes started by Celery, so it all adds up. It's basically an extra Bounty Rune.
That's a lot of little things, and maybe a go here on Lorenov. EMP Tornado and the Mud Golem coming in with a Blood Grenade out of Celery. They're trying to dive this because Tofu has arrived with a swarm in onto the Snap and the Phoenix. They turn though. Tofu pops the Fairy Fire, the one trying to heal back up. They've killed Lorenov and Ollie as Quinn and Celery can stand here, hit into Q. I don't know if they've got another spell around. Comes in from Cold Snap and the Urn to cancel the TP. He's ticking down. He's under that tower. Stay under the tower. Is he still going to die? He's ticking lower and gets a double kill over on Quinn.
3 kills there, the cleanest possible dive, working out beautifully. The Enchantress having some huge impact coming in here with extra creeps as well, enabling that tower dive. This is the perfect start you get on your Invoker.
And it's under attack. I want to say it's kind of unexpected for me anyway, because when the Invoker gets Urn, I expect him to go to a side lane, but they brought the side lanes to him.
Yeah, it was a smart move to utilize the mobility of the Enchantress and the Weaver. Ench wants to play off map a lot, and Weaver has the speed to get over there. So they go in, punish, and without a single point in the Fire Snap cookie, this Snapfire is just very easy gank. He can't really reposition when the dive comes in. Obviously, because mana burn anyway, but I really think 1 point cookie so you can try and cast it, because you can cast it during cold snap. You can get yourself out of that situation.
Yeah, just a bit of distance there. Maybe could have saved him. But a swift and very nicely executed move from Gaming Gladiators. And get another earn charge on Quinn. He's now level 8. Lorenov level 6, trying to crack 7. And he's scouted out here by the Weaver. The pings are there. Tofu seen by Ollie. Phoenix going to try and run back.
There was a ward spotting Quinn as he walked in here as well, so Snapfire stays safe.
He's gonna
the evasion is coming here. Ghostwalk regenning 21 mana per second with the clarity.
Incredible. And Celery gets that mid lane for a bit of experience gathering. I don't know what Ollie's up to there. He's trying to farm a camp or...
CP is making the move down bottom, so Gaming Gladiators, 8 minutes in, already looking to take a tower here. They have the Brewmaster ulti, saying that sure, your team has a lot of teamfight draft, but we have the Brewmaster at minute 8, and that's a hard timing to hit, to fight into.
Yeah, it honestly feels like the way the lanes have gone, and of course that nice move from Gaming Gladiators right now has done a lot to hold back Aurora, who I expected to be making those initial moves much earlier on. They've got Arena, they've got Call Down, they've got Mortimer's Kisses, but they haven't actually got into a position where they are actually comfortable fighting yet.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising to see. They're for now just backing in and farming jungle with the Gyrocopter, but if they could connect with their ultis, say to defend mid tower for instance, could have been a big thing. But now that Gaming Gladiators have been allowed to siege up here, I think it's too late to defend this. This tower should probably just fall. And at the same time, that bottom tower is taking a ton of damage, almost going down as well. Huge advancements here by Gaming Gladiators taking the map control.
Jeez. Look at that, 9.5 minute Spirit Vessel on the Invoker. He's massive.
Yeah, the Vessel hurts a lot with the Cold Snap combo as well at this point.
And it looks like he's seen. Yeah, High Ground Observer Ward there, watches with the sentry
with his
onto Quinn. The next assassin, a 2-man stun. The kisses come on in. Trying to chase Quinn, but Celery looks like he's going to be the casualty here. Pinned against the tree and finished off by Lorenov. Quinn trying to turn back around with a Cold Snap EMP, but looks like Hugh should be perfectly fine there with the help of Lorenov to take off the bug.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate the Weaver managed to run away there before the Impale came out, but nice attempt still from Q to get multiple heroes set up for the Snapfire Kisses. They get a pick off and they back out. Mostly just farming going on for now. That's Snapfire ulti and Vendetta used though, so I think Gaming Gladiators are happy with the way that went.
Oh, a fortunate dive there. Ollie gets away from the grasp of Quinn, who made another rotation. Gyrocopter's going to feel it coming as well to TP out.
Good reads. He TPs to the tier 2 tower to keep farming as well. Stay safe and active.
And now a reaction top. Quinn coming in here to try and defend Doratio. Maybe feeling that the pressure was coming, but it looks like it was just jabs. Putting the spear on Doratio, then running away. And these last couple of minutes have been very good from Aurora to dodge the aggression, stop Quinn from snowballing, right? Because that initial snowball had begun. He got a good move, then another one. But as soon as you slow him down now, Quinn is kind of moving around. Where's my next play? Where's my next target?
He's looking for fights, but he's not losing that much meanwhile. And he's just going back for the Midas build now as well. Q is looking to scout and set up perhaps on a CK, but there's no way to kill him without some serious backup. And Snapfire not having ulti, she's not interested in fighting. Gotta find perhaps a fight around the Gyrocopter at this point. Moving towards, could find a Weaver, doesn't have ulti yet.
She could choose past the Phoenix.
Wow, Tofu is just dodging them.
Round and round we go, but the Brewmaster, hey? Ace, Primal Split, kind of defensively, but this could be a good turnaround. Gaming Gladiators, Tornado doesn't land. Lorenov still being chased by the Brew with the Primal Split. Staying alive, the bug taken out as the Arena in the back comes out from jabs. The Supernova is being focused down. It's still alive and it pops there onto the CK. Oh, so close, but Aurora, this massive team fight capability, takes out 2 of Gaming Gladiators as they try and burn down Celery with a Sunray.
And just running for her life.
Get out of here. Try and run. You're looking at Jabs and Q with no mana pool. I don't know if they've got a wand or something to try to get in on top of this Ench, as it looks like Quinn has saved Celery for now.
Not that horrible for Gaming Gladiators, but they did make a long move over there with the CK and lost him, so the carry dying, not what you want to have happen. it started out good with Ace tanking so many spells and still getting the ulti out on the Brewmaster. That was a lot of resources sunk into him, so I thought Aurora were gonna lose that fight, but CK just a little bit too aggressive perhaps compared to the rest of his team.
I mean, again, just good patience from Aurora, not taking a fight until they know that they've got the tools to win it convincingly. And they bring the numbers, they use all their cooldowns, and get some pretty big kills. And then it's back onto the map to farm. You're getting closer to this blink on Jabs, which will then, of course, unlock his potential.
Yeah, he's just staying on this lane, building items for now, and that's good. He did connect, used his arena, but what he really wants to do is just work towards this blink. That's going to enable them to make ganks. Meanwhile, Gaming Gladiators wrapping around, but they were spotted by this Radiant Observer Ward.
Jabs running back. Still going to get caught here. The Dire creeps traced him all the way back close to his tier 2 tower as Q. Well, he's thinking about maybe saving the Mars there, but realizing the Chaos Knight, the Invoker, they've all joined in. No chance of survival.
He only saw the Weaver. The rest were smoked, so he thought he was going to be fine, but there was the smoke as well. Looks like this tower is going down without contest, and that's going to be the final tier 1 tower going down for the side of Aurora. Giving Gladiators with a big lead. Wisdom Rune play now.
Q sees Quinn. It's just a matter of getting in here. And Mars respawning in a couple of seconds. They've got Q to maybe start things off. If they could just get into position to follow through. They're trying to sprint past the creep wave in towards Tofu here with the stun starting it off. He is level 7, so time-lapse is ready, but it looks like he doesn't even need it. He's burning down.
He's fine. On the edge, very, very close to dying there.
He's fine.
He's fine.
He's fine.
You know, the only HP that matters is the last HP, Gareth.
Okay. That's fair, yeah.
Yeah, holding his ulti was important, because otherwise he would just go back into everybody and easily get caught. So patience from Tofu there coming out.
And Aurora bringing everyone wanting that 5v5, and Gaming Gladiators just not giving it to them.
Gaming Gladiators also stealing some ancient stack here, getting a lot of gold for themselves. This is giving space for the Gyrocopter to build up. He has his Crystallis already, so going for that fast farming. Falcon Blade, Crystallis, and then Aghanim's builds.
Speaking of builds, I'm a massive fan of what Ace is doing here. And we've seen the shift the past, honestly, just the past couple of days, the main group stage. Like during the play-ins, during the qualifiers previously, it's all been about this double brace of Radiance move from Brewmasters. Now we're seeing a lot more of the Spirit Vessel, the Pipe, even just like, you know, Vlad's or something to give an early aura to your team and play fast.
Snapfire the target, under vision here.
Oh. Lorinov. Stepping up, facing off, but Q, he's in the midst of them all.
Q walked in a little bit over a sentry there, gets caught out. Does mean Snapfire gets out, but perhaps they can catch someone else. Phoenix is around.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned these tier 1 towers falling, and just looking at the kind of mapscape here, it's difficult for Aurora to get towards tier 1s or even position themselves for a team fight. They've kind of just got to wait for Gaming Gladiators to come to them.
It makes the game very comfortable for Gaming Gladiators to play now. They have all this map space, and look at the wards they have. Just beautiful wards placed right now. Tofu utilizing that Weaver to get deep wards. Even Salary has been just running around planting the bottom one. They have perfect vision right now to keep dominating the map. Difficult to break this spot here. We do have Blink on Mars, but at this stage you need to mobilize around the snap, I suppose. Difficult to do with all this vision, though.
I mean, one way or the other, you've got to make space for the gyro, it feels like. Now, he's doing decently for himself. He's up in the top 3 of net worth. But 23, I would love to be farming and be adjacent to a team fight that kicks off on his doorstep somewhere, rather than smoking out and looking for it. Yeah, Jabs is hunting.
Sending in the illusion first as well, pretending like it's the real CK. Oh no.
Oh no.
They baited him.
Yeah. Well, that's not real. Absolutely baited in. And now Duracho, he can swing into the Phoenix. Silenced up. Perishes under the damage of Duracho as Jabs is going to be the secondary target here. Cleared out by Gaming Gladiators. Just that one move, the details in Dota, the
it's so
illusion
subtle,
bait.
Right? Yeah, a subtle little move coming out from Duracho. It's easy to sleep on how impactful that was. He just used Manta, sent in one illusion, and moved it. He microed it very actively, really selling that this is me, this is real. Not just sending it forward and then not clicking anything, because if there's 0 APM going on, that will tip you off that that's probably not real. He was really microing it, and they bought it, man.
That was Jab's Blink debut as well, right? Gonna feel pretty bad as a Mars to be waiting for this moment.
And he
Get the blink.
That, you didn't even cleanly kill the illusion. The Centaur stunned the Mars before he got the spear combo out. So
yeah.
it was all kinds of bad, even from killing an illusion standpoint.
And now they've spotted Gyro farming down here. Ace is just going to walk up to 23.
Yeah,
Oh, the Kingslayer.
He is nearly unkillable on the Brewmaster. The two of them could bring down this Gyrocopter. Cold Snap, is it there?
Ooh, it is. Quinn from range gets the TP cancel. A lot of TPs coming back in. Jabs, though, a low mana, has to pop the Soul Ring to try and fight back as Ace will clear out the Gyro now. Quinn does get speared back under tier 2 tower. Supernova placed on his head. Tornado to try and buy a bit of time. Quinn looks like he's out of here, safe and sound, as Ace is... His Primal Split is still going. Oh, the kisses with the vision from Q. Scouts out Quinn to blow him up. Jabs still trying to contend with these Primal Split Brewlings, though. A cookie from Loronoff will take down Tofu. And where's the rest of Gaming Gladiators? Where's the CK? Celery's joined in, finishing off this fight now.
He's actually running over now.
In a 2-for-2, the CK's trying to get in here to help out the Brew. Ace moves forward onto Loronoff. Their Snapfire kind of trapped in between the Brew and the Enchantress as Doraccio, you're correct, hasted sprints across the map and takes down the Snap.
Big play there by Ace. I mean, the whole wraparound set up this fight, but also the micro. He even used the Purple Panda to try and save his mid laner, sending Quinn away, but Quinn did go down in the end. Still a fantastic fight for them, though. Great utilization of the Brewmaster and how tanky he is at this point. Pipe plus Vit Booster. He almost has the Crimson Guard at this point.
Jeez. Just look at this, diving tier 2, not a care in the world. You see all these TPs in, a lesser team would have just tried to split and run. Gaming Gladiators punching back.
This Brewmaster is spelling problems right now. The CK is growing and getting bigger, and the Invoker is annoying, but this is the Ace show at this point to me. He's completely free to do whatever he wants in this game. That's a problem. You need to somehow group Aurora and get one kill on him. You need to be able to show that he can die, so he can't play with this confidence.
And who does that come down to? Like,
everybody.
Is this on? Is on
a 5-man rotation.
Okay, fair enough. We'll see if they can find him. As Q is going to spot Tofu. Weaver again. Just going to Shikuchi away, though. Good moves out of the Weaver.
That is a 20-minute Crimson Guard pipe. That is absurdly early.
Oh, you've got early game team fighting comp that wants to try and 5-man and play into it. Oh, I'm a Brewmaster. He's just like, yeah, you said it, right? This is the Ace show. He is he's hard countering Aurora. Supernova's used, kind of defensively, immediately dispatched with. The Brew is still tanking up. He's 1v5. He doesn't give a fuck about your damage. Comes out with the Primal Split. Weaver with the CK, chasing onto Jabs to take down the Mars. And Gaming Gladiators, I mean, honestly, steps away from winning game 1 already. They'll look at this next Assassin Sunstrike with a Carapace, returning back a bit of damage, but Ace with a well-deserved double kill.
That's a demoralizing fight right there. You use so many resources, and the Brewmaster shrugs. He didn't even have the Crimson Guard in hand yet. It was still on Courier, so he would have been even tankier had that arrived. He shrugs. He took like 30% of his max HP damage and then pops a casual ulti. Nowhere near dying.
What did they use like 3 rocket barrages, 2 spears, little shredder, Nyx impales, Carapace, and he's like, and then?
He does have the dragon scale as well, so he has the best tier 2 neutral item to tank up even more. Yeah, this game already feels impossible. If you can't kill the Brewmaster, he's gonna lead the way. CK is getting huge behind all this. So I don't understand. What I understand, Gareth, is this. How is he top farming while building these aura items? I have no way to explain how Ace is as big as he is. Like, yes, he's playing confidently and he's able to farm aggressively, but there's no way he should be farming faster than the CK even. Now the CK overtakes him, but this is absurd performance from Ace.
He's just that good, isn't he? Down at bottom, 23. He's been found out here by the Weaver and Invoker. Looks like they're trying to play back in case the next Assassin gets a catch. And that's exactly what they're defending themselves against with a little move away. But Jabs has come in with an arena. Tofu trapped inside. God's Rebuke Spear will finish him off. The rest of Gaming Gladiators, the long wraparound in behind, though. Quinn trying to make a bit of a move onto Jabs, while the other members, they don't find a snap, but they will be able to connect into the back on the next Assassin, it looks like, as Quinn tries to finish off Jabs. He needs a bit more damage here. Sunstrike lands. Courier Sniper's there from Mars, but he's dead in the end nonetheless.
Very nice Sunstrike with that setup as well. Good read on how he was going to run away. He didn't have too many options as he was quite low on the Mars, but yeah, just clean play all over the place here by Gaming Gladiators and fast play. They already took out the top tower, already took out the mid tower, now going for the bottom here as well. And Aurora just not allowed to hit their timings at all.
No.
Their team fight looks great on paper, their heroes synergy as well on paper, but they were not allowed to play that 5-man Dota because the tempo coming in here from Gaming Gladiators was just faster. It started out with the first Brewmaster level 6 timing, and Gaming Gladiators never stopped.
And it's like, as soon as you take one element away from Aurora, their game plan crumbles, right? If you don't have Arena, you don't have that starting move. If you don't have Gyro, you don't have your farmer, your farmed hero with all the damage. If you don't have Snap, you know, you don't have the kisses to go into the arena. You need everybody alive here to fight back. So as soon as one is dead, it's just time to go Roche.
Ace is embracing the patch as much as possible here. He's saying, okay, we'll go Greaves next. We'll be surprised to see a Vlad's next, maybe, you know, get some more stuff. Maybe after the Greaves, he will finally be selfish and say, you know what, maybe a Shard, you know, something for yourself. Spoil yourself.
And this is my favorite kind of build, honestly. I'm one of those players that I used to play a lot of ability draft and just be like, so I used to pick in ability draft all of the like return damage spells like Retaliate and, you know, buy a Blade Mail, you know, buy a Holy Locket with Greaves and stuff like that. Just become unkillable. You know, I like walking at people, watching them cast spells at me and just shrugging it off and saying, yeah, what next?
See, I enjoyed the Blade Mail part, but I enjoyed the Blade Mail part where both of you are taking damage. The glass cannon Blade Mail, not this unkillable. If he wants, he can also have the 100% evasion, which is completely fair. You know, as though he wasn't tanky enough, he is Brewmaster.
Oh, hello.
Level 15 talent.
Little Dusty Dust out of Quinn onto the next assassin. Who else is all around here?
CK.
There's a Phoenix. Ooh. He's TPing out.
Nice run. Oh. Out there. Dust is gone from him.
Dust is gone, okay. Is he trying to cut waves? He doesn't know what to do with himself.
He's like a bounty hunter in a losing game. He's just walking around. It's courier hunting time for this Nyx. He has nothing else on the map he can do. He's looking at a courier coming back here. He's going to snipe it. This is a bit of gold. You start small. Boom. 90 gold. Times 5, of course.
And Quinn's going to get one down bottom, though. Jabs, courier. Oh, that's BKB gone.
Oh, no.
2 minutes. No BKB.
Sent it down straight down the lane, and there were actually multiple wards that kind of saw that courier coming in.
Duracho playing very aggressively. BKB's up for him, though. He's going to drag back Jabs, give him a few hits, and then walk back.
It's pretty disciplined BKB usage right there. He even has Aegis. Could have held it and seen what happens, but he doesn't take any risks here. He's not giving them a chance to come back. Doesn't want to get stuck in the enemy base. And Nyx still hunting couriers. Look at him. He sees one. Oh, I'm not going to get it. Yeah, this is looking real rough. We're not seeing any exciting items coming in for Aurora right now. They do need to hit that like rapier timing, but it's way too far away.
Greaves on the brew, but Weaver got the Mage Slayer. First time this patch. Interesting item.
Yeah, I think he's allowed to buy whatever he wants in this game, honestly. Topic just wants a bit of survivability. This is to survive the Nyx burst. There's the Dagon Nyx. He doesn't want to get one shot by him. And Mage Slayer kind of makes sense on Weaver. He can auto-attack stuff and take away damage.
Oh, they still have a glyph. Creep wave kept alive. The catapult, most importantly. And this bottom lane barracks is gone.
There is no intention of defending here. Gyrocopter's still working on his BKB, but he might get caught out here. Double TP.
Oh, they're coming up top. They're trying to catch him. 23 Savage, Tofu and Quinn on his tail. And they've got Rod of Atos, Cold Snap, plenty here to fight and kill off the Gyrocopter. Meanwhile, down at bottom, Jabs has made a jump, but he's blown up by Ace and Duracho. So the barracks fall. You've lost 2 cores. They're dead for 40 seconds plus. And Gaming Gladiators just move into mid lane while they're also pushing top.
You can back it up. It's just over. 17,000 gold lead at 26 minutes. There's no real play to make here. Your Gyrocopter does have his BKB when he respawns, but the advantage is just too overwhelming at this point. They have played such a clean early game on Gaming Gladiators that Aurora, they don't even get to hit the timing. And honestly, they didn't have a single fight this game that they were allowed to take that felt good for them.
Yeah, Yeah, they had like half a fight in that bottom jungle. I don't want to call it like a full team fight. That was like, you know, a sliver of, oh, this is what could happen. This is how we're meant to be playing. Like, what went so wrong? Because we both like the draft, massive team fight. They never really connected with it. Is it like you said? Gaming Gladiators played clean. Is that it?
Yeah, the first rotation mid set the tempo. The 6-minute move or 6:30 gank mid, and it's all been just good rotations ever since then. And Ace, look at him. He does not care at all.
He's got hand off the keyboard there as well.
Yeah, he can just relax. He's feeling very happy. This Danish man is coming to raid your top lane at this point.
Kingslayer, and he's got a BKB. Turns and gets a good amount of damage onto Ratio here, but if spending BKB, spending Little Shredder and Sunray, and Gaming Gladiators know that they haven't expended anything, they can just come back up for round 2 onto the tier 3.
Ideally, you want your spells in combination here too.
Yeah.
All green lights for Radiant. Can they execute something here? I don't think Brew is the target. You gotta go on someone else. Mars is looking for the angle.
It's down to Jabs. Jabs and Q have got to start this off, and Gaming Gladiators are not giving them that opportunity.
He just times out, and Gaming Gladiator says, okay, we're not interested in playing anymore. We'll see you guys soon. We're just gonna go and finish up Manta on the CK. And more items coming in as well. There's Shivas being queued up next by this Brewmaster. He's like, I don't have enough auras. I want all the auras. I was expecting Vlad, but yeah, Shivas makes a lot of sense here.
Honestly, the resilience to not go back for Radiance is kind of impressive. Like, I would have. I think a lot of players would have. Like, oh, I've got Greaves, Pipe, Crimson. I'm going to buy an item for myself now.
Well, the first thing is he doesn't need it, right? Evidently, he can be the top farmer somehow without going Radiance. I don't understand. Like, Ace... I simply don't understand this game. I've seen so many Brewmasters underfarmed because they go first item Pipe. This man is top farm while going for this build, so surely he knows something that everyone else doesn't. Or it's just the confidence he played with in this game. He always farms so aggressively.
Real nutty numbers being put up by Ace. Incredible.
Radiant wouldn't even be not nice into a Nyx as well, so now he doesn't have to worry about buying carapace out of nowhere.
Well, but that doesn't even matter anyway. Like, the fact he's surviving so long.
Stun him and then what? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the value you get from Rage when you have like 10,000 effective HP and you're just like radiancing them all down. Arena with a BKB from Gyro trying to stand his ground as Kingslayer. They've spent their spells, but Duracho's still alive, and look at Ace. Ace is there, face tanking everything. Down to like 60% HP, and that's the fight over. You've got no more ultis. 40%. Nothing left in the tank. The Gyrocopter's trying to step up here with the Little Shredder helping from the Snapfire, but Ace is just untouched pretty much. Can now come back in to focus down Lorinov, who's forced to defensively BKB. A Spear misses, God's Rebuke hits, but Riyadh Rifle Drag jabs back in, Sunstrike lands, and the Mars is down. Buybacks available, but Aurora, they are bleeding out now.
Not really. Soon for Dire, gonna reset the HP.
Yeah, not really much they can do to fight back into this. Like the Sunray, it can't keep the Gyro alive. 23 is dead for a minute. All your cores are gone, and Gaming Gladiators storming through game 1 here to shut down Aurora's team fight composition.
Oh, and Brewmaster back to full HP during that as well. So you try all you may, and you literally cannot touch this man. Look at the smiles on the boys' faces here. I mean, this was just way too easy for Gaming Gladiators. And that secures them the first win, putting them at 8-5, pulling ahead of the squad. And also, this is already dangerous territory for Aurora now. They needed a 2-0 to feel safe. So safety is gone. Now it's just about make the most of the situation. Try and at least get a draw here. Otherwise, you're going to be at 8 losses and not a good place to be.
Yeah, you need a win here to kind of go into those tiebreakers. I mean, losing 0-2 isn't like completely disastrous. You know, that's still relying on other people's results. If, you know, Heroic, LGD both get 2-0'd, then Aurora could potentially still be safe, but you never want your fate to be in other people's hands. You always want to have some kind of agency, you know, in the last stages of the group stage here. And just watching the highlights back, it was just Gaming Gladiators, Gaming Gladiators, Gaming Gladiators, making move after move after move. Aurora never finding a foothold.
And yeah, importantly as well for Aurora to touch back a little bit more on standings. Even a tie here will put them at 7 wins. So if either of the 4 top teams get 0-2'd, or the 3 other teams, I should say, other than Gaming Gladiators, if they get 0-2'd, then that means, or 2-0'd, then that means that Aurora could be in a tiebreaker for upper bracket. So still super important for them to just get a single win, not just for the survival, but also for the potential here. So yeah, Group A is still very much up in the air at this point.
Yeah, I forget how crazy close it is. That is, thinking about the worst case scenario, thinking about how they could drop out and be eliminated.
Bracket, where are we going?
So like millimeters between being an upper bracket or being eliminated is just absolutely wild. One game, see, this is the culmination of our efforts, Wagner. We've talked about it time and time again. Every game matters. We sound like a broken record, but this is why, right? If they had one additional win, they'd feel safer. One additional loss, they're maybe already out. And now one game, one victory could be that big difference maker here as we start to head into game 2.
Yeah, this final game, they need to, find out what they can do to deal with the early game here, because they had a very, very team fight emphasizing draft, and that can be nice sometimes. And yeah, it's very comfortable to say that, oh, we can always 5v5 them, we're stronger 5v5. But if you don't get your items, if you don't get to leave the laning stage without already being broken down, then all that emphasis is not going to help you. So we'll see what they come back with after we're back from this break.
just anyone. I'm not just anyone. I'd rather keep my hood up, walk the world alone, and make it on my own. Then you claim that you're the reason that I got where I'm going. And I'm not interested in settling for the hell of it. All these people want convenience, I want more. The wolf is howling at the door. And now it's up to the clock before the last lock hits the floor. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down.
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, where we've got Gaming Gladiators taking on Aurora here in the group stage, and we're in the final day, Waga, where things are very tight, and we do have a couple of results coming out.
Yep, we have some results after the first games have been played here. We now have solidified the placements here. Gaming Gladiators, OG, and Team Falcons are guaranteed to be in the top upper bracket. And of course, in Group B, we have Tundra, Entity, and Liquid guaranteed. And you know what, Gareth?
What's that?
EU is looking monstrous in this group stage. We are still at a chance for a full EU clean slate top placements here. If Team Spirit win, including Russia region, of course, into the EU region, as it's where they play.
We'll take everyone, Middle East, North Africa, Eastern Europe, Western Europe.
I mean, the people play on the EU servers, I include in the EU region, okay? And
I got you,
basically, honestly, that kind of includes everyone, because the NA players, a lot of them play on EU region too. It's competitive, man.
What NA players?
Yeah, I mean, they migrate. Now, this is looking fearsome here. And Team Spirit, they're still fighting up against Blacklist. Of course, if they win there, then Group A will be a complete dominance for the EU here.
Yeah, I mean, super, super close. And again, just coming back to this one, Gaming Gladiators said already guaranteed upper bracket. So, a win here is more pride than anything. But the fact of the matter is, so rarely do the players know or care about it, right? They are just in the moment, in the game. They want a victory here, no matter what the standings mean. Aurora, when you're winning, that is. But like Aurora are going to be looking at this thinking, we need this win. We desperately, the coach is going to be like, okay, this is it. This is time to really shine. Get yourselves a victory here, and maybe we can weasel ourselves through.
Oh, they're feeling it right now. They know it's the final game of the groups. They know what's on the line here. Aurora know that they're not in a good spot if they lose 2-0. So at least try and squeak a draw here would be very, very important for them. And we'll see what they're going to focus on going into this game. Aurora betting out the Chen and Chantress as well this time. They say, you know what? Screw these heroes, these jungle heroes. We don't want to deal with it. Gaming Gladiators, they had some very nice rotations coming in the previous game with that Enchantress. Brood still getting banned, and Invoker even getting banned in the first phase.
Yeah, a lot of respect being given to that draft out of Gaming Gladiators from game one. It does mean that quite a few of these other sneaky little heroes are left in. Currently looking at the Monkey King as one of the primary ones that has been so very popular throughout the group stage here.
Take it, right? Yeah, I'm surprised that we're at a stage here where so many are left through. Hoodwink is going to be their pick, so it does leave the potential to go for the Monkey King yourself on Aurora. Of course, we have a lot of other heroes also being skipped in the ban. We have Darkseer wasn't banned. We have
Weaver,
Beastmaster, Weaver, Snapfire. It's a lot available. The bans were done in a very open way here. What I mean is they ban lesser prioritized heroes overall. The Primal Beast, Clockwork, Morphling are all very open. So Gaming Gladiators leaving a lot of broken things in the pool.
That's like, where's the SF, the Tiny, the TA? They're all left in the pool for later picks as well here. As I guess Shadowfiend and TA, we've seen them perform much better when they're kind of fourth pick later on in the draft. It looks like a similar opening, though. Start out with a Snapfire coming in for Aurora. And Larinoff didn't feel like he had a lot of impact in that previous game, but I don't know if that was his fault necessarily.
He didn't have that much impact, and honestly, I feel like he played in a pretty slow way, just farming. He was building towards that Gleipnir, and I do believe the biggest difference was the tempo coming in from the side lanes, the support rotations, the, of course, off-lane difference of Brewmaster being unkillable and Mars not really being able to achieve that much on the map. But I'm not sold on the mid Snapfire performance either.
I didn't feel particularly good, but maybe a fresh game.
With the Invoker banned out, at least that matchup is not going to be available, so perhaps it was uncomfortable for him getting mana burned all the time. Didn't feel like he wanted to skill up the Snapfire cookie, but at the same time, couldn't really stand his ground very well.
Yeah, then of course Snap could easily just be a position 4 hero here. Might not necessarily be the mid. And that's why we kind of like this Beastmaster ban out of Gaming Gladiators. You don't have the Beastmaster Snap lane anymore to play into. We'll see if they kind of opt to go for Mars again, because like Mars Snap is still a very strong lane.
I wonder if they even ban it. Yeah, I think Gaming Gladiators to leave in the Mars. So this is sort of shoehorning in here that Aurora probably will go for it. It's very appealing, very tempting, but it's a conscious decision by Gaming Gladiators not banning it. As we did just see them play the Mars. And they're going to go for the ET first.
I kind of like this ET with like, this is what it felt like was a little bit missing. The laning presence from ET, but also that team fight amp that he brings.
Yeah, he's a useful hero in many ways. I don't know that I love him against Hoodwink, who's so mobile and difficult to run in an auto attack on. But yeah, it brings a lot of team control again. I'm concerned though if Aurora focused too much on team fights and their 5-man draft like they did last game, then that could spell problem. I want them to really consider how to get their side lanes going. Because last game, the mid was like somewhat fine. The big gank was painful, but otherwise the mid was not doing too poorly. But they need to get off the ground in a good way on their side lanes.
We'll see what they go for. There is still like a Monkey King out there as a hero that can be very irritating in lanes. Jakiro as well has shown his prowess, kind of dominating laning stage and getting some good damage in the mid game. But Mr. Sand King making another appearance, a hero that has had a meteoric rise in these primary group stages. Didn't see him too much in the play-ins, but then we've got, you know, Lal, Nisha, whoever it is, just shoving it mid and looking pretty strong on it.
Yeah, I'm so surprised that we don't have Monkey King being picked or banned, by the way. He's 150 combined picks and bans, 133 bans in this tournament, 17 picks. This hero has been super high priority. But here, just kind of slipped by.
Yeah, just ignored. Left by the wayside. Well, Shadow Demon, a decent cancel against Kisses if you can find a Snapfire. Good save onto heroes against this kind of ET Snap duo who do unload quite a lot of magic damage in that early mid game.
It's a combo breaker, always nice to have on your team. You can also set up pretty decently for Sand King to get close enough and deal damage. But Aurora, they are going to go for that Mars. It was too tempting. It is comfort, and it does synergize really well with their draft, so I don't think that is necessarily wrong. But Shadow Demon, pretty good at protecting. And here we see, they're going to take up the Monkey King. There is still flex here, by the way. This could be mid Snapfire, could be mid Monkey King. We're not sure how they want to lane this. It could be carry Monkey, of course.
Yeah.
So a lot of things are possible for Aurora. And that's
they do have last pick.
Yeah. So now Gaming have to put them on a number here, say, what are you going to run? More than likely, this looks like a carry Monkey game to me.
Okay. I guess I can wait to see the matchups and see where he's going. But I love watching the Gaming Gladiator camp there when the Mars was picked. You got like CY just like nodding his head. Celery with like a, you know, we knew it was coming. That Mars was kind of a guaranteed pick, as we'd kind of expected through the bans and the picks.
Yeah, for sure.
Mr. Ursa. So laning against the Mars, you've got Ursa Shadow Demon here. You know, very good ways to kind of play around the Spear, the Rebuke, get on top of the Mars and make his lane a little harder.
Yeah. Previously, when Aurora have played Monkey King, it seems like it has been quite consistently that they've been using it as a carry. Looking at the last 3 times that I can find that they played it, I see it being played by 23.
That's the circle strats. Wukong's on Arena with ET Spirit and the Kisses.
Drop down some good stuff. Shadow Demon together with Ursa here is a nice combination. You can always... I love Shadow Demon as a combo breaker with heroes that have a good panic button. So if you jump Ursa, for instance, and try and burst him, but SD is nearby, he disrupts, Ursa comes out, presses ulti, and now you can't keep going on him. That's what I mean by a panic button. And this will be difficult to initiate into, even though you have great disables on Aurora. I think the key is going to be finding this Shadow Demon, finding the support pickoffs first.
Yeah, because they've got 2 heroes that can play up at front. Ursa, Sand King can both jump in, the panic button, hit the big red reset button, and all of a sudden you've got, you know, reinitiation from a Hoodwink who's come out of the fog, Sand King who's in a sandstorm. Now, lots of ways for Gaming Gladiators to kind of fight back against this, again, team fight combo of Aurora.
Yeah, there's a lot of team emphasis still, but the lanes look a bit stronger as well from Aurora. If this is going to be an off-lane Sand King, it can be tricky to lane into the Monkey King. Could still be looking at a mid Sand King, though, the way we have seen rise in popularity. And then they could last pick their off-lane, which is what Aurora are banning out now. Some heroes that Monkey doesn't carry very well against. Enigma is really problematic for him in laning stage. See if there's some other off-laner they don't want to deal with. Brewmaster is banned, so we're not going to have a repeat of Ace just being unkillable on Brew, but we'll see what else is available. I'm seeing Centaur. I mean, it's tricky against the Monkey King here, but it synergizes well with their draft.
I mean, you're gonna be laning with a hoodwink, right? So you kind of want one of those melee heroes.
Yeah, could still go for a range. You could go Wind Ranger off lane or something, and then the Monkey King is gonna have a less ideal time. But I think Gaming Gladiators need that frontline guy to initiate things.
Like a Veno.
Or a Veno. They could bring out the Veno.
Well, they banned the Darkseer. I mean, yeah, that would have been sick with a Sand King. Darkseer, Sand King as your two playmakers.
Yeah, Surge is also really, really good on Ursa. You pop that onto Ursa and he can chase people.
Do you have any more thoughts about where this Snapfire is going?
I still am leaning towards it being a support here, just because I like the Mars Snapfire combo. We'll see if they double down and put it towards mid again. Gaming Gladiators banning out the Troll and banning carries is telling me that perhaps they're expecting it to be a support Monkey mid Snapfire.
Yeah, it really is.
The other way around. Either way, those two are interchangeable.
Yeah, and they cover their bases there. It's like a really good flex from Aurora with last pick in hand. Now we've got to see the the TA coming out. So like you were mentioning, they do kind of swap that Sand King over towards the off lane.
Yeah, so they're saying that the mid here is kind of tricky for Aurora. They could try and last pick something that lanes well against TA now, but yeah, this looks to be a decent TA game. Blocks up a lot of damage from a ton of the heroes here. The silence is fantastic to combo break against the ET, Mars, Castle Snapfire ulti from far away. It's not a bad TA game.
Loronov's face there, not imbuing a lot of confidence in this last pick if they've got to try and pull something out of the bag. Remedy this TA pick, the Game Gladiators just slammed on the table and said, deal with me.
Yeah, a lot of teams don't really want to go for the hard counter heroes as well. The heroes that shut down TA in laning stage, it's usually such a big commitment to do that. You pick something like a Viper, the risky thing is that he's completely out of meta and doesn't really play that well into mid and late game, so you're on a timer. If you pick something like Huskar, that's also a comfort thing. Are you really confident enough to do that? They're gonna pick the Void, so they just pick a carry. It's gonna be most likely Lorenov on Monkey, yeah. Lorenov picks up the Monkey King, and that's gonna be a carry. Carry faces Void here.
So this is like
great stuff to combo into it.
Oh, they do. It's like doubling and tripling down on team fight and kind of late game as well, right?
Yeah, very, very strong late game emphasis again from Aurora, but I am concerned about the lane. It's going to be a Faces Void going up against Sand King in lane with a support Elder Titan. It sounds like a pretty easy lane for Gaming Gladiators, the way I view it at least. And mid lane is also not necessarily that bad for TA. The Monkey King can be problematic, but I actually think TA stands her ground very well against that.
Yeah, lots of ways to play into Quinn. Give him a lot of space.
I think, again, Gaming Gladiators got a pretty good spot here in terms of taking over early game. Of course, looking from Teamfight's perspective, Aurora have tons of tools. But if Ace gets off to a good start again, we saw what he could do in last game. Sand King is also a very tempo favoring hero. If you get off to a good start, he can ramp up his farm with the Stinger, build a lot of items. What are you passing around?
Does anybody have any gum? Gets passed all the way down to Ace, then back again. Yeah, give it back to who it belongs to. How many pens, pencils, lighters, and sticks of gum you've stolen from your teammates?
Man, they're all gumming up here. The team gum. The intense player cam, just chewing gum.
Well, they'll get themselves ready.
Like that, at least Celery is staying focused. Like, guys, I can't make calls if I'm gonna sit there and chew gum. You guys don't want to talk. Interestingly, it's all the core players who are gonna sit there and chew.
Oh, the gum difference. Aurora have got none. We'll get ourselves into things though here. Game 2, again, coming back to the standings and where we are in the tournament. Important game 2 here for Aurora to try and grab a win, to try and cement themselves in the middle of the group somewhat, maybe play towards upper bracket, but just get yourselves away from the elimination zone as things get very tight here in the last day of regulation play for the Riyadh Masters. We'll find out how they do with, again, a massive team fight composition, kind of aiming towards late game with a Faceless Void for 23 Savage. And this is kind of their wheelhouse, right? I said at the start of the series, the best aspect of Aurora has been their teamfight execution when they get to late game. It's just that matter of getting there, which has been a struggle.
Yeah, I'm concerned that they pick something like Faceless Void because, yes, great for team fighting, but if you are already doubling down that hard on team fight with the rest of your heroes and you execute well in team fight scenarios as a team overall, maybe I would have preferred to see something that survives the laning stage a little bit better, that has more early game presence. I don't know, a Sven, a CK, you know, any of the more traditional carries. The Void is pretty greedy and can be hard to get away with.
Yeah, and in this kind of situation, you would love to have a good early rune fight, but Aurora don't have the best level 1 fighting. And then you look at this game in Gladiator side that could punch back with Sand King and the Ursa. And currently going for a late smoke here. Getting a ward down, coming into the bottom jungle to see if anybody's lurking.
Yeah, late smoke, but they're not really 5-manning, so it doesn't look like they're hunting for something. Ace just kind of solo chilling up top, wrapping around, looking for if anybody is up here.
He's sneaking again. It could be 3 bounty runes once more. Gaming Gladiators. Getting the 2 for 2. Looks like Q able to...
He's going to run himself to safety, so nothing really happening there. Just poking and prodding. We do see a D-ward on mid by Tofu. Gets a nice takedown on the Observer ward.
Monkey King against Templar Assassin middle lane. This used to be a fairly common matchup, like 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, I used to play a lot. I have not seen this matchup a lot in a long time, and overall, I think with the changes recently, TA should be doing okay on lane.
Okay.
Fair enough, starting off the lane in a good way, harassing the TA as he can, getting the Jingo trigger as well.
You gotta be wary of the Mel Strikes stacking up though. Should be able to get some last hits in here, but some good side blade splashes out of Quinn, giving as good as he takes.
There was a time when this matchup was really easy as TA, when Monkey King had lower armor, but his base armor is pretty damn high now, and he's gonna go for a double Wraith Band build to try and survive the Melt Strikes as well.
And even getting a range creep denied there. Handy stuff from Lorinov. And what's he at? 3 and 2. Templar Assassin's the same. So far, getting pretty even CS out of these first couple of waves. As we'll take a look at the side lanes. Ace and Tofu up at top. Sand King Hoodwink against double melee, and one of them's a Faceless Void. Ollie has a lot on his plate in this lane.
Yeah, he really does. I don't think that Ace has any way that he loses this lane. He should always be winning this. And Ace is an outstanding player too. To give him this simple and straightforward of a matchup, we'll see what he comes up with here, but I don't expect the Void to be having a good time.
So what's the build on Ace going to be? Because mid Sand King we've seen as Bloodstone Blink. Is it going to be same, like greedy Sand King off lane?
For now, he has queued up Null Tasman Stick and Face Boots. I like the idea of Face Boots here for a bit of mobility and armor. Tanking up against the physical damage that is the Aurora team. And also going back to the physical damage, I think this is a good game for Shivas. Ooh. Again, that's what I liked on the mid lane. We saw tanking mid yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks real handy. Then you can still think about... Like Shiva's Guard, like even just Veil is a good kind of stopgap item. Thinking, okay, Veil, do I want to go Shivers? Do I want to go back into a Greaves, a Bloodstone, a Pipe?
Getting run at.
Nice, yeah, you're right. Celery, Poison, and the Fury swipes were there, but Q able to get back into the trees. Not a comfortable time though. You see Duracho just stepping up here, knowing that Jabs has a couple of spells on cooldown. Get some good damage in onto them, and Q has shown himself, but the Spear comes back up. Pushes Duracho back.
Bottom lane doing quite well for the Ursa. Meanwhile, top, a little bit of trading happening, but Time Walk from Void gonna keep him safe as well against the Hoodwink and Sand King combo. It's more the damage over time that's going to be a problem for him. The burst potential is hard into Time Walk, but Stinger just, it's so low mana costs.
Nice mischief dodge on the Meld Strike there from Lorinov. 14-9
already.
He's
actually out playing mid pretty hard. He is 16, 17, and 9 now versus 9 and 2. So this matchup can be dominated quite hard if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, bringing the pain. And Quinn got a lot of catching up to do now. This is the kind of lane where, you know, a support rotation in from Aurora could net them a kill on this T8.
We'll see if he keeps doubling down into the the Jingu and the Banda Strike, or if he's going to put a point in Tree Dance on level 5. I think Tree Dance will be good for enabling his rotations as well.
And the fourth hit is there. And immediately Quinn back behind his tier 1. Don't want to get hit over and over again by this Monkey King.
And Monkey is just destroying this lane.
See, I feel like this is what I remember from back in the day. Like, but it was like Orb of Venom was very good back then. And TA would just like get slowed down, get killed by a support rotation. But yeah, a lot has changed. Like, Dota is so cyclical. You know, Monkey King goes from like beating TA to losing against TA to winning again.
Yeah, it goes back and forth. And honestly, now with the boots as well, he's chasing after here, preventing the shenanigans. So that range creep is going to die.
Well, you pull in that wave, Quinn.
And he can keep this double creep wave here. This is some interesting mid laning.
Yeah, where are we going? Well, Quinn at least is, yeah, going to gather up some CS at the very least. But Monkey King
the
having
creep wave is so far back, he has to push into the tower here on the TA, try and get anything.
A tremendous time from Aurora. His lane's looking much better. Even the Faceless Void, you know, having a little bit of a struggle up top, but still getting CS and not dying. The most important thing there is just staying alive against these Gaming Gladiators lanes.
He's staying alive and he's getting stuff, but look at what Ace is doing. He's already just dominating here, pulling and farming the small camp plus the creep wave. This is ramping up his farm, and this is what I didn't see any way to stop if you're Aurora at this point. This Sand King will get monstrous free farm.
Save your couriers!
Yeah, he's looking for couriers, but he's also just pulling to some jungle camp here. He's going to find the troll camp. That's a pretty nice one. He will farm that pretty fast.
Yeah, he's going to be massive. A huge Sand King. It's one of those situations where we kind of knew Aurora going to lose that top lane. It's just a matter of, you know, how much you lose it by. So it's kind of good that they haven't been completely crushed, but of course Ace is always, like you say, going to come out on top with a pretty hefty lead right now. 3,000 net worth, 6 minutes
CS.
in. Yeah.
Minute 5, 51 CS. That is absurd. About minute 6, but yeah, this is crazy timing.
Well, Ollie coming into mid. Region Rune has spawned bottom though. Looks like Lorinov will get his hands on that. And Game Gladiator is also trying to bring a support in to help out the TA of Quinn. Oh, look at that difference there in the mid lane.
Yeah, Lorinov just playing a really sharp game here. Always nice to see. He's only a silver tier on his Monkey King, but he definitely knows what he's doing on it.
Oh, for sure. At least the TA can kind of come back and catch up with some ancient farming, but up at top, oh, Ace. He just about gets out with a Burrow Strike. The sleep is here with a Stomp and a Sentry down. Seeing in the Sandstorm, Sand King, the damage he's putting back onto the Faceless Void. Might get a trade for Tofu here as Ace is killed off with first blood. Well, there's Tofu trading out for the Faceless Void.
Big rotation. Both teams actually, as Quinn also ran over there, making sure to help the Wing get the kill. They do get the first blood on Ace. That's a good shutdown considering how he was pulling ahead.
Quite a slow first blood there. The average 2.5 minutes. I see this one about 6.5 minutes in.
Yeah, a little bit slower. I think bottom lane is too defensively capable for the Ursa to ever get a kill. He can just get speared away. So the kill potential hasn't really been there on that lane. But top, we just see Ace. He may have died, but he's just immediately back to the same business. He says, come here, creeps. Go jungle with me, and yeah, speed up his farming.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, he's top of the net worth, but yeah, if you have to come and deal with him, you're bringing numbers, and that takes a lot of the weight off the shoulders of the rest of them. So kind of nice here to see
Ursa.
Aurora moving down bottom to kill off the Ursa instead. Like, you need to expend so much to find and kill the Sand King. It just seems so much easier for them to come bot, kill Duraccio, and now pressure tier 1.
We're starting to see why the Monkey King is 150 combined bans and picks. This hero is the top contended hero for a good reason. He has some insane rotation potential.
Yeah, now Lauren off top of the net worth, leaping across the canopy, getting from lane to lane. The Sand King with 69 last hits. Oh, he's just monstrous. And guard the top rune, a shield for Quinn. Refill that bottle and feel much safer on the map now.
Yeah, very nice rune to get.
And I guess coming back to that Ursa as well. Wait, is this a replay or is it a deja vu with a troll camp up atop again?
Yeah, it's just trolls. He's getting a little bit lucky with the spawns that he's getting here as well. Nice camps to speed clear.
Right, give me those skellies.
He has maxed out Sandstorm now on 2-point Stinger.
Smoking up the top.
Skilling up the ulti though, since that does level up your damage as well from the Caustic Finale.
They're going to walk into the Faceless Void, and Monkey King has also made his way up here. Quinn does stay smoked though, it's not broken, and they chrono the Sand King. They've brought 4 heroes up to deal with Ace, but now Ollie's being chased by Quinn. Can't quite catch up to him, but the time walk forward, the banish is there, the Faceless Void could be the focal point. Kingslayer trapped in the Sandstorm, Burrow struck, but he time walks off all the damage and stays alive. Now with the Wukong's out, Lorenoff turns their fight into Quinn, as Tofu and Celery, not much left to give. Full retreat for Gaming Gladiators.
That's why he maxed out the time walk, staying alive there, has the low cooldown. Hard target to focus, and aggressively played by him. Nice moves by 23, knowing that he can go in, be the first one. Still some emphasis on the top lane.
Actually, everyone's up here, and it just continues as well. Lorenoff with another jump onto the TA. Faceless Void into the back, finding the supports. Bushwhack comes out. Quinn, there's no escape from this because Japs has arrived with an Arena Spear. A double kill for Lorenoff. Aurora. I mean, all of a sudden, where did this heat come from?
It's from Lorenoff. He's bringing the tempo here. Gets tipped by 23 as well for it. They know that what he's doing right now is invaluable to them. Good catches, amazing play, and he's working towards Maelstrom on the Monkey King. Not too far away from it. 5.4k gold at minute 10. Most farmed by 1,000 gold.
A fair amount of money coming from these bounty runes. 7-3. Dire favored. And yeah, I've kind of wanted to come back to this Ursa for a while, but all the focus has been top lane. All these fights are up there. It feels like Gaming Gladiators are trying to give Dyrachyo that ramp to Battle Fury, as Ursa recently has been more of a, I guess a lot of carries nowadays are just that 20-minute timing machine. And Ursa is kind of the same, right?
Yeah, he wants to go Battle Fury. It's super comfortable for Ursa to have the Battle Fury. Then you can both fight and you can also farm up. Also, you're playing into 4 melee heroes plus a Snapfire, who's a short-range hero. So there's going to be a lot of scenarios where heroes are just next to each other. That will naturally happen. So Battle Fury is going to be doing a lot of damage in this game for sure. But his real timing is going to be when he gets his blink afterwards.
Yeah.
And ideally,
and then
even
Roshan.
in Aegis. Yeah.
That's always the way with the Ursa. And he's being eyed up right now. Snapfire sees him, just like, yeah, you can farm that Mud Golem camp, but you shall not go any further.
Arena, 5 seconds cooldown. Difficult to go on an Ursa though, with the SD behind, like I mentioned before. It is the disjoint combo breaker from the disruption.
Nicely done by both supports, seeing Tofu up at top with the courier, as well as Q down bottom, just using them to scout out observer wards, getting that high ground vision, deny some of the vision from their opponents.
Yeah, just using every bit of resource they have here. D ward coming in from Q. And bottom tower is going to fall. Meanwhile, Void is successfully holding onto a top tower. Sand King may be farming really fast, but he's not doing tower damage at this point.
Another pipe rush for Ace. They're trying to get there again against this team fight composition of Aurora. Having auras is going to be massive for your chances of survival in these fights. And Ace right now being pinged out by jabs. 23 jumps forward, good arena, but the spear misses. Lorenoff's come in, the sentry, it's not there. They try and dust him up, but that's it. You've spent spells, you've made the jump. Gaming Gladiators have all the time in the world to react.
That's now a window with the arena on cooldown. This should be the timing to crack the tier 1 top tower for the side of Gaming Gladiators. Maybe they'll move the TA as well after she clears this ancient camp. She is pretty close to blink though, so also makes sense if she just farms towards that.
A double Maelstrom timing. Void and Monkey King both get there at the same time, so accelerating their farm, their wave push, and even their team fight capabilities.
Yeah, it's not going to be bad. They are going to go for different upgrades though, as the Mjolnir of course is the priority for the Void, and Gleipnir will enable Lorenov to be aggressive on his Monkey King and catch people. It also sets up the Gleipnir into jump in from the Primal String.
Some stacks for Quinn. Oh man, top lane. 23 nearly dies, but turns with the help of his team. They've got Wukong's Chrono Kisses landing and an Earth Splitter from Ollie. The double kill arrives.
That was so close to Void going down before he got out, and thankfully quick reactions by him on turning around and getting the Chrono as well. Gets the catch on the SD. Beautiful kills for them coming in. Bottom now, the focal point for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, good bushwhack. Tofu sets it up here onto Jabs. TP's coming down south. Q with a cookie. Is that enough distance for Jabs to survive? No, not quite. The Furious Swipe stacks up from Dyrachyo as, well, 23 stepped up here. Time walked forward. The stomp comes out, but Dyrachyo being bashed around. They get another kill, and this is going to turn into more. The Templar Assassin is isolated. Lowenhoff is unstoppable, and Aurora just sweeping through this map.
Are the teams different here? Or are the logos wrong, Gareth? How is this the same matchup that we had in the previous game? This is crazy stuff coming out early game here from Aurora. But again, I'm going back to that one thing in the draft, Gareth. You left the Monkey King in the pool. And this hero has been involved in 8 of these 10 kills already. Your mid laner on the side of Aurora is absolutely dominating. Also, Ollie has been in every single kill. His Elder Titan has really gotten around.
Yeah, I wish we had the locker room team chat right after game 1. I don't know, Sunbeam must have had some firm words for his team to make them, you know, just wake up. You know, they're a completely different beast here.
They quite literally had everything to play for. You don't want to get eliminated, but you also want a good placement in the group. There's everything possible depending on the results here on the final games. And Aurora finally waking up here in the final game, showing up a very good start. TA has her blink now. Pipe is up on the Sand King, so they're starting to group up with these item timings on side of Gaming Gladiators.
This is where, yeah, Gaming Gladiators can start to play a bit together.
Same time, though, Blink is there on Mars. Could he get a catch?
He's looking for it. And there's the move straight onto the TA. Wukong's about to strike. The kiss is on top with the Arena there. It's beautifully done to set up onto Quinn. Jabs is dead for this, but there's banishment, buying a bit of time for Sand King to maybe escape. But just look at the raw damage output.
There are too many sources of damage. The Earth Splitter is coming in. The Wukong's is there. You get the Snapfire ulti. Snap ulti was cancelled beautifully by the Hoodwink with a quick bushwhack, but it's not enough. There are too many sources of damage, and you can't mitigate them all.
And look at that Monkey King, 2,000 damage from him. Sand King did output a fair amount, you know, killing off Jabs inside the arena. But you see that the massive strength when they connect with their spells, the ET Spirit in the arena, in the Wukongs with the kisses, just amping up all that damage.
Also, every single kill here on Sand King is so monumental because he had such a good start. He's really farmed, but repeatedly dying now. He actually has 4 deaths already in this game. So he's been feeding away quite a lot of gold in these fights. And of course, Aurora, their team fight, we talked about how they like drafting big team fights, but it feels like Gaming Gladiators are getting caught fighting into all these spells as well. While Ursa just wants to farm, Gaming Gladiators are just not ready to take these big engagements.
And they're trying something down bottom here onto Jabs. It's felt like the Mars is the only one that they can kind of turn and fight or go on right now. That's a good snipe in that bottom right-hand corner.
This Roche is also a good blocking move. You take away the Ursa's timing. He wants to get the Aegis, but that's not going to be available now. And Faceless Void or Monkey King both would be super happy to having an Aegis at this point in the game. Looks like they're going to give it to the Faceless Void most likely.
I mean, he's been playing on the edge. I don't know how many times I've seen 3 or 4 instances where 23 has been, you know, centimeters away from dying, gets off this last second time lapse. Now, of course, can play much more freely with Aegis, with
about
Sands.
the Faceless Void pick, but it's been working out really well for them. The way that he's been playing it has been great. He even opted to not go for the Mjolnir upgrade first, went for a Sanj. Just goes to show he understands I need to survive the burst. If I survive the burst, I will be fine. And that's been the story of a lot of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, even just time dilation has felt really useful. You know, often an understated skill of the Faceless Void, but in this early game, it's probably his best skill he has in terms of team fighting.
Time lock. I don't think I've ever seen someone do that on carry Faceless Void. So yeah, he really appreciates the damage.
Oh, Dyrachyo's been found. The double circles come down with the Earth Splitter and the Spirit on top. I mean, he is enraged and trying to tank through it, but look at this. They expend. Where's your timing now?
And we can see Gaming Gladiators have no intention of even helping him there. Nobody TPs because they know even if you try to save him with a Shadow Demon Disruption, it's not enough, not against that many people. So they just sell him. At least this gives some time for them to farm up items. Blink Dagger up now on Sand King, and TA has the Dragonlance, so they're starting to add up more and more. But when are we gonna see the Ursa get into the game? He's got the Battle Fury, he's 1-3-0. Duracho, 600 gold, 700 gold away from the Blink Dagger now.
Yeah, I mean, even when he gets the Blink, he's going to be thinking, hey, I need a bit more. And in this kind of game, you can buy BKB. It's going to help you a bit against Arena, Kisses, but you're still then having to contend with Chrono and physical damage. Like, itemization for the Ursa and I guess even the TA is a bit of a difficult task.
It's tricky. It's like you want Aghanims, you want the Shard, you want everything, so you just don't die. They're protecting their Observer Ward here. Look at Ace. He's just shaking that Scorpion tail here. The big stinger.
Snapfire just kills the ward off anyway. Oh, Monkey King can hold out on that bottom wave as Gaming Gladiators carve a bit of the map for themselves here to farm up on Quinn through some of these large camp stacks.
They are staying very relevant in terms of net worth. They haven't really fell behind much despite all these team fights. The Sand King making up a big part of the difference here, being 2,000 gold ahead of the Mars.
And comes 23 though. Duracio could just get chronoed. They're going to start with the Arena. And God's Rebuke and a Spear. Ace on the right-hand side. Epicenter comes through, but he slept up and held in place inside his own Sandstorm as Quinn, well, he tries to make a play on the Snapfire. Duracio still being chased by 23, but survives for now. They've taken down Q. Wukong's is there to protect the Monkey and the ET, but in comes the Chrono onto 3. 23 Savage with the Earth Splitter and the Spirit over the top of them, blows up Tofu. And the Boundless Strike on towards Quinn. The TA being focused down, and there we go. Another kill. Move into the Time Walk onto Ace. We need a bash. We need a battle the Gleipnir. That connects, giving the control to move on to Celery in the back lines. He bubbles up the Sand King, but that loses his life to Jabs and the Spear. And a beyond godlike Monkey King is here as Lorinov takes down the last remaining member of Gaming Gladiators.
Duracho wants a kill. He's gonna jump Oli.
Oh, he gets one, but is he gonna die for it? Oh, the Enrage looks like he's okay to walk back, but he's pinned against the tower now. The Spear into the Boundless Strike, and the Phases Void coming in to get the team wipe.
This Aegis is enabling them to play so aggressively. The Faceless Void has no fear in the world, leading the way deep into the enemy territory, and they don't have the tools to kill him twice. I'm even sure they have the tools to kill him once at this point with how tanky he's getting. Sanjin Yasha complete, the Pupil's Gift giving him a bunch of HP, and he's even stealing away the Wisdom Rune here. Something you desperately need when you're falling behind in a game like this.
Yeah, I mean, we can see, you know, the potential for Gaming Gladiators if they can get the jump, if they can find someone. They also have a lot of burst damage and control to kill, you know, an individual target. But when you are layering these teamfight ultis so beautifully from Aurora, right? It's the Arena, the patience from Jabs to wait for the Spear. 23 holding that Chrono for the perfect moment where he gets 3 heroes caught inside. Just the continuation of this fight was spot on from Aurora.
It really was. And the big difference as well from the previous game is Ace is not blocking all the damage with his pipe in this game because there's so much damage coming out from different sources. The Monkey King does a lot of physical damage. Snapfire even brings that level 4 little shredder. Faceless Void, of course, auto-attacking a lot. So, yeah, you have pipe, but it's not really enough. Ace gets spotted here.
Oh, and the Arena straight onto Tofu's Hoodwink. Caught in the trees. Jabs.
Faceless Void is on him.
Finish it off, and you're right. In comes the Monkey King, appears from nowhere. Ace, this tanky Sand King, not so tanky anymore.
Death number 6, just a desperate story here for Gaming Gladiators in this game as Aurora are winning every single engagement by a mile. 10, 0, and 8 on the Monkey King now, beyond godlike in this game. And I love what he's doing. He bought the BKB, now going back for the Shard. I think this Shard is underestimated after the recent buff it got. So now if you stun, not only can you move yourself, but you apply a 60% max power Primal Spring on top of your stun as well.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage added in again. And look at the mobility. It just looks like cheating. If you just follow the Monkey King for a few seconds, it feels completely broken once he has the 15 talents.
Here he is. Like, oh, he was top lane a second ago. Now he's down the bottom. Where's he going?
This mobility is absolutely fierce to play against.
Man, it's just absolutely wild that kind of thinking about game 1, it's a very similar draft from Aurora, right? They've changed a few elements, but this is still a massive team fight draft with big circles, lots of combat. The difference coming out of the laning stage, though, with this Monkey King, just someone who can set the tempo and start things off, be confident, right? The confidence levels have gone through the roof.
Yeah, that's also what I was saying last game. I wanted them to have something, you know, something aggressive that can set the tempo from the mid. I didn't really like the idea of snap mids that much. And look at Monkey King. He's just flying in there.
Right on top of Tofu.
So the drafts, they may seem similar overall in the team fight, but even the courier is not safe. This TA's courier doesn't have anything on it, but Monkey King is going to have to give up on the chase for that one.
They wanted it. Hey, look at the tier 2 mid instead. Again, Gladiators kind of scrambling on the map to try and find what farm they can. Dyrachyo up in that top outer ring of jungle camps. Quinn is up here as well. And when you've got two cores kind of farming in the same place on the map, just scraping the bottom of the barrel. Yeah, Jab just BKB's up. Well, it's a lot of damage from the Ursa, though. Trying to catch up to them as Ace has died elsewhere. Down bottom, it looks like, to the Faceless Void.
Okay, they're just gonna TP or get out with Monkey King top. Finds himself a DD rune on top here, though. Surely he's gonna dive something with this, with BKB in hand. I can't imagine he's too scared.
It's just a matter of who can he find? Who's gonna show? And I guess right now, we're getting pretty close to Roche respawn. 20 seconds for fast spawn, about to turn nighttime. So this is a good spot for Aurora just to clear out bottom jungle, push that bottom wave, and then migrate up to the top left corner.
Yeah, top part of the map is already covered in a lot of traps, so TA has done a good job here preparing for this. The move that might come up. He was spotted on a Watcher right now, so we might see a smoke. Smoke indeed comes in from Aurora. They're moving in to clear their own jungle.
This is one of those make or break moments, though. Like the amount of times we've seen teams, fight into Aegis, or even just fighting into Roshan when you're behind and having a good time. Gaming Gladiators still, 6k lead for Aurora. The tempo's definitely been in their hands, but this Roshan fight could be the way back into things for the Gladiators.
It's one way back into the game. Maybe TA gonna go on the Snapfire here.
Okay, Quinn unloaded quite a bit of damage, but now the Monkey King's on him. BKB up for Lorinov. Quinn. They've got teammates arriving here to maybe try and save the TA, but she's dead already. Dyrachyo does backstab to take down Jabs. Facing off against 23 Savage, as it looks like Aurora just backing up, not wanting to entertain Gaming Gladiators here. Ollie trying to jump away. Just get a bit of distance with the Force Staff, and the bash is now arriving onto Dyrachyo, forcing him to BKB up. He's already spent his enrage, so the damage comes thick and fast, but Tofu, thankfully for them, saves him, but the Monkey King over the top of the trees, collapsing on this Ursa, the bash to cancel the TP. Gaming Gladiators, they took their chance. It will flop and fail, though, as they'll lose 3 in a row. Oh, 4! Lorinov beyond godlike, the streak continues. Ace the only one left standing, gonna scutter and scurry away.
Gleipnir off cooldown there, no TP out for him, and Roche 1 minute away, so not going to be a fast spawn. They're going to check it right now, but another fight not going the way that Gaming Gladiators wanted. Pretty aggressive to try and poke even there as TA against the Snapfire. We see the punishment come in immediately. The cavalry just flew in, quickly Gleipnir's him up, and he was in trouble. And even the Ursa here, doesn't matter if you have your ulti going or your BKB going, you cannot stand a sustained fight against this Monkey and the Void.
And of course, the bash.
And by the way, the Void has a full butterfly now. We're hyping the Monkey King a lot, and he is truly the MVP of the game. He's the one enabling everything. But this Faceless Void is enormous. Mjolnir, Butterfly, Sanjiasha at 27 minutes. And this is one of the hardest late game carries in the game. You do not want to stand toe-to-toe against this. As a TA or Ursa, the Butterfly is a devastating blow. That evasion is completely changing the dynamic.
Yeah, and again, this is where Aurora really shine. Going to that mid to late game, big team fight, stacked up 23 Savage Faceless Void. This is what they aim to play for.
Yeah, they need some mana over on the Monkey King, but they do have Mana Boots and Greaves in the team. Monkey's gonna clear the creep wave with smoke coming in from Gaming Gladiators. But it's not a 5-man smoke. They're trying to steal the Aegis maybe here, just low commitment.
Well, Dyrachyo came in behind trying to clear the wave. He doesn't have TP. He does have BKB, but his enrage is over. He's going to get chased down by Aurora now. Trying to clap back to high ground, but the Monkey King gives chase, and the Faceless Void is there. The gap close they have on Aurora is just disgusting.
It's not just gap close, it's Monkey King. He's always able to be everywhere. It's just, imagine a Storm who has somehow 100 mana regen from the start of the game. It's what it feels like playing against the level 15 Monkey.
I just imagine the highlight clips of this game, just Monkey King, you know, doing the Obi-Wan impression, just hello there, hello there, hello there. Oh, just over and over again, he's fighting target after target as they go deep in behind tier 3s. Looking at the Sand King, blowing him up with the Wukongs in the arena down. I mean, this might just be it, honestly. Who cares, Roche? Who cares about anything on the map apart from objectives, tier 3s, barracks, and this game-closing move out of Aurora?
Yeah, beautiful deep dive there by Jabs getting in as well, and I don't know how do you ever defend. The Chrono is still available, so if you want to fight, the Void is happy to take you on, and without the Sand King, how do you burst them? The physical survivability, as I mentioned, TA cannot do anything into this. She's desperately trying to finish an MKB, but it's just too late.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
2 full sets gonna disappear here, it looks like. I mean, Gaming do have Glyph, right?
Yeah, they got the Glyph after the melee racks fell there, but they're just gonna make a devastating blow to the racks and then fall back and say we will take Roche as well. And with Aegis in hand, they will come to finish the job. Mere minutes remaining in this game, it feels like, from the side of Gaming Gladiators. They are 800 gold away from MKB on TA. Any other timing they can hit before then?
It's like they've got 1, maybe 2 fights left in them.
Yeah, I think a singular fight most likely is going to be it, because the push is coming to your high ground, and if you don't win it, that might be it.
Aurora just very quick off the mark. Take the barracks, go back to Roshan, through the twin gate, push out the waves, and try and set yourselves up into that bottom lane. We see the damage dealt there, 23,000 from Loranov. A spectacular performance out of his mid Monkey King.
The man of the hour. He has a full Aghanim Scepter soon as well. He just needs 800 gold, and with the mobility he has, he farms it incredibly fast. I have Skadi as well, by the way. The item timings are just absurd for him. TA.
Away she
so
goes.
Cautious. She doesn't have a BKB.
And
he
Aurora.
bought the Ogre Club, Ogre Axe, and then went back for MKB items because he knows it's the more important thing.
Yeah, I mean, you can't stand and fight. You need that immediate burst damage to kill someone off. Like Ursa, TA, kind of physical bursty heroes need to be able to dish their damage out. As we do get Aghanim Scepter on the Shadow Demon as well, but your high ground is being assaulted right now.
Oh, yes, Elven Tunic as well. TA is the only one who's going to be able to kill him here. The Sand King has a decent amount of magic burst as well, but physically, Ursa cannot do anything to this.
And Jabs immediately snaps into action onto the TA. The only person that can maybe kill the Void is being jumped on with the Arena and the Wukongs, kissed down by Mortimer's lava, and dead for 70 seconds. Onto the Shadow Demon with a Chrono out of Kingslayer, catching on the Shadow Demon, but not quite clipping Ace, as Darachu goes and tries to face off against Aurora. Gets in there with his BKB, holding the Enrage, but Jab, so tanky, just stands his ground as the rest of them focus down on the Sand King. GG is called, and Aurora take the game to victory.
Aurora in a dominant fashion, just bringing this game back to a draw. So the series is going to end out a draw. They will also finish themselves in a sort of draw score, as they will be 7-7 here in the group stage. So that does also mean, as we go out of this game, that we have a completed Group A top 4. It's going to be OG, Gaming Gladiators, Falcons, and Team Spirit are going to take the top placement.
Good stuff, good stuff. I mean, kind of watching that at the end, I was waiting for 23 to make a move. Even though the GG was called, he was still mashing his keyboard, looking to get kills. You know, no celebration, just very kind of focused on the game at hand, even though it was over.
Yeah, I mean, this game was just a complete showcasing of why the Monkey King has to be banned or first picked. I feel like I don't understand how it went as deep as it did in this draft, but Aurora, it felt like on third pick they were like, oh yeah, we can take Monkey King, that's a good hero, and look what he did with it on Loranov.
Incredible. So I've just hit F5 again on Liquipedia. Looks like we've did you mention we've got everything locked in place, or just the top 4?
Oh yeah, we have the full lock-in now.
We have everything now. Yeah,
we can we can probably touch up on the complete standings there for Group A, as it's completed now.
So I wonder if Aurora even know about this, right? Because they're kind of waiting for other results to happen, and they're the Aurora are through. It looks
they're
like
safe. Yeah. They don't make it through in the upper placement, but they do make it through in the sense that they're gonna go without elimination here, as Heroic and Blacklist are the teams we say farewell to in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff from Aurora here to get this victory. Like such a you know, such a scary moment when you lose that game one. Gaming Gladiators looking very hot, off the mark coming into this. And game two, you know, the mental fortitude to kind of turn things around, just potentially like outdraft, outplay your opponents in a situation like this. Very, very good from Aurora to secure themselves that slot through to the playoffs.
They're probably feeling pretty good about themselves not getting one more loss there. That was also a very dominant fashion to bring it back. So even though they did lose the first game in a very desperate manner where Ace was just untouchable, they brought it right back, and Ace was not having a very good time in game number 2.
Yeah, much more difficult. I mean, thinking about that, you know, kind of with hindsight here, was the TA the right direction? Could they have put Sand King against the Monkey King? Do you think there was like a change that Gaming Gladiators could have made?
TA was a decent direction, I guess, to take. I don't think that that's bad. But on the other hand, I feel like it all falls back. I sound like a broken record, but it all falls back to just Monkey King. It doesn't really matter how the laning stage goes. Loranov did dominate. We see him here, the man we're talking about. He did dominate the lane really well, but it's more so the mid game. He plays with a tempo that TA can never match. It's impossible. You have a hyperactive mid laner who is able to just do whatever he wants across the board.
I mean, 16-0-14, 25k net worth, absolutely popping off on that Monkey King, which you touched on it, right? It was kind of left in the draft until the latter stages, kind of sneaked his way into the draft there, and then found himself in the mid lane. You know, somewhere we don't see him particularly often, especially with Aurora liking to play him carry or position 4 being the 2 primary roles for him. So a few little kind of switches up there as Aurora just find that nice hot spot in the draft.
Yeah, I think they adapted very well, and it was a good call to put it on the safe lane. I was questioning the Faceless Void. I wasn't sure that was going to be the hero, but on the performance of the Faceless Void as well, he did so much better than I expected in the lane. The Sand King cut the wave and pushed a lot, but he never did tower damage.
And we do have the man of the hour himself on the line, Loranov here joining us for the interview. I mean, Loranov, congratulations on that Game 2 victory. Beautiful stuff out of your Monkey King. Really just incredible performance. Did you guys know that you're through? Did you guys know that if you win Game 2 that you're through to the playoffs, or are you finding that out now after the game?
No, we know it. If we win, we will go to the next stage. But in game, you don't even think about it. You just wanna play Dota. Just wanna win. But we know if we win, we'll go next.
Very, very good stuff there. I mean, this Monkey King, very late in the draft, usually is banned out or picked early on. Were you surprised to see Gaming Gladiators let you have it? And did you know you were playing it mid?
Yes, was a bit surprised. They picked TA into Monkey. It's not the best pick, and he can do a lot in TA. And my hero moves so fast. I'm sorry, I wanna say, I hear myself from headphones, so my voice twice. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very, very impressive game for you there, and you played with some ferocious tempo. Do you have a moment in the game when you felt like, oh, this game is just over, like, I've got this game? Because once you hit that level 15, it looked like nothing could really stop you anymore, but when did it feel safe from your perspective?
Yeah, after minute 12, I guess, when I got my Maelstrom, they not open top tower, and we have kind of boss jungle. I think after this game was over.
Yeah, that was the big difference as well. You guys managing to hold on to the tier 1 tower. Do you think that there was anything that they did wrong in how Gaming Gladiators executed the heroes, or was it just too dangerous to commit under tower against all your teamfight spells?
They cannot take tower. They should win mid to make it. So he kinda need to win mid really hard to take top tower save. So it's about mid, I think.
Okay. Well, congrats on your win here and securing yourself moving forward as well. And thank you for a very pleasant game to watch. That was really some tempo that you brought with the monkey.
Okay, thank you guys. See you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Loranov. Incredible stuff. Monkey King just dominating Gaming Gladiators in that game 2. And again, like you're saying, you know, in the moment, in the game, just thinking about winning, but they did know that, you know, a victory there would get themselves through to those playoffs, and as they secure that spot alongside LGD. And we can take a look at those standings as we start to see the series round out and some of these placements get cemented in the groups here.
Yeah, exactly. So Group A is completely finalized already. I think Group B is still a little bit underway. We have the top 3 guaranteed to advance into upper bracket, but we still have matches being played there, so all the results are not completely done yet.
I mean, where are we? Day 9, Sunday, July 14th. Just take a look at my schedule here. As up next, Extreme against Beast Coast on this stream. But yeah, we've had Falcons against Heroic, Aurora Gaming Gladiators, LGD OG, Blacklist Team Spirit in Group A. As we move into Group B, next up on the main stream, Tundra against BB Team should be quite a spicy one there, as of course we could have Pure getting a bit of revenge against BB Team, a bit of a grudge match between them. And like I mentioned here on the B stream, Extreme Gaming against Beast Coast in that Group B, where Extreme still not secured, need victories there to get themselves into that kind of top 4 and stay in the top 4, while Beast Coast are looking to scrape themselves out of elimination zone. So we'll take a break and come back with that second series.
I'm in another world, out of body. No one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how to feel calm. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Ignorance is bliss, I live like this, so what a mistake. I guess it was better to feel numb than to be wide awake. Wide awake. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive.
Extreme Gaming is one of the top names in the Chinese Dota scene, and their current roster is primarily built from players from ESL1 Kuala Lumpur winning team Azure Ray. With a core of AR players, XM, XXS, and JinQ, the addition of DY and Ame has made Extreme Gaming the strongest team in China, and one of the only ones that can compete at a top international level. As the roster is fairly new, they have only attended 3 EPT events this season. Both the carryover points from the previous Azure Ray players, they had a bit of a head start in the season. The first EPT event for Extreme Gaming was Dream League Season 22, where they took down Team Spirit and ended with a solid 3rd place, falling to BB Team. ESL1 Birmingham went quite a bit worse, however. After a fairly weak group stage, they lost to G2IG in their first playoff match and went out at 8th place. The most recent EPT event went a bit better, but still really not good enough considering what Extreme Gaming are capable of. 4th place at Dream League Season 23. With previous Riyadh Masters winners Ame and JinQ on the team, Extreme Gaming are a team that shouldn't be underestimated, with potential to take down any team in the world. Will we see our first 2-time Riyadh Masters winners this year?
Welcome to another Saudi Arabia circular interview. Yes, it's time for another one of our round tables here. I am here with some very special guests, of course. We have from Extreme Gaming, JinQ, the god himself, Ame, the god of gods, and Jin, the best translator in the world. Hello, welcome to my round table, gentlemen. So good to have you. Question number 1, Ame, what is on the back of your phone? There was a big thing on the back of your phone. What is that?
第一个问题就是，请问销售，你那个手机壳上面到底是什么东西？充电宝。It's a charger, it's a battery.
Oh, on the back?
Yeah.
It sticks on the back? Yes. It's pretty cool. Follow-up question, how much money would you pay to not have to be doing this interview with me right now?
100.
$100? That's it? Come on.
$100是100人民币。100 RMB, not $100.
Wow. Well, you must be ready to enjoy this interview then. What's to do it? Fantastic.
No, not really.
JinQ, how's your life, man? What's up? How you doing?
最近感觉很坏，因为来参加这个会议。
Okay, take it easy, guys. I'm talking about like life outside of Dota. Are you doing anything outside of the world of Dota? Any hobbies?
就很爽啊！这如果除了 Dota 以外的话就很爽。但是打 Dota 的话就会被那种愤怒的天梯人就狂打。
Everything outside of Dota is just fantastic.
Really?
It's good fun. Life has been absolutely amazing. But everything that involves Dota is just horrible because every time I go on, I play pubs, I go on the ladder, you know, you just get all these tryhards who try to ruin your game every single time.
Tryhards ruining games. Tryhards win games. You know, this guy that's playing Lifestealer for the last 100 hours, that's a good thing, right? You don't like tryhards?
我不知道，因为我都听不懂他们说什么，他们就会一直打一些就是在那个公屏上打很多那种看不懂的文字，然后就去送。
Because he's over here now and is playing on like Western EU servers or something like that.
Oh.
So there's a language barrier. So
sure.
They might pick like meta heroes, but I have no idea what they're saying. Whenever they type, is just moon runes to him.
Yes, I played one pub here. I was in the C server and I got pause 5 Faceless Void in ranked. So that was great. He chose the non-chrono. So very good. Would you ever let someone pick the Faceless Void square on your team? You think we'll ever see that in officials? No.
你觉得职业比赛中会见到吗？
会。
He won't ever let any of his teammates pick it, but he thinks that it's possible that we might see it
really?
in the pro game.
Really? Who would be dumb enough to pick that? What team do you think is stupid enough to do that?
不知道。不知道。
No idea.
Okay, all right. Ame, do you believe in cryptids? Like mythological beasts?
在哪？
Where?
Where? Anywhere, like the Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot. You believe in that stuff?
He doesn't believe in those.
Ghosts?
鬼呢？
No.
What do you believe in, Ame?
Pokemon?
Do you believe in Pokemon?
No.
你到底相信什么呢？
我相信 Dota 先生。
Dota 先生，
你知道 Dota 先生是谁吗？
什么
？Dota 先生就是新 Q。
I believe in the god of Dota, the elder god of Dota, and if for anyone who doesn't know who the elder god is, he's seated right there next to
Wow, I believe it as well. Absolutely. What's the scariest you ever been, Ame, in your entire life?
All
right.
印象中，可能小时候游泳差点淹死，或者
Did you ever think you were gonna die?
好像没有。
Never.
Never.
He lives in a very sheltered life. You know?
Yeah, really. How about you, Zinq? You ever been in a scary situation before?
上个月我在那个基地看见一只蟑螂，把我吓死。
What was the situation? Where was it? Tell me the story.
在那个洗手间，就是快洗澡的时候就见到了，就很恐怖，太大了。
It was in the bathroom. I was going to take a shower. I walked in. I saw this gigantic cockroach. Like it was just enormous. Damn. It was absolutely not it's definitely a cockroach of unusual size.
Wow.
So that scared the living shit out of me.
Who on the team do you call in when you see that to come kill it? Like who's the guy that you send?
就都很怕，就只能叫那个领队来了。
Okay. Very good. How's the team? You guys ever go do anything? You have fun outside of Dota? Any activities as a team?
玩那个小冰冰传奇。
小冰冰传奇英文叫什么呀？
不知道。
是个手游吗？
是的，是我们的赞助商。
They would 赞助商在哪里？They would play this mobile game together. 小冰冰传奇。
Wow! What is it?
Little Ice Little Ice Legends. It's a mobile game, and it is
my favorite game. Little Ice Legends. That's great. Fantastic. All right, cool.
Direct translation.
Yeah, beautiful. I mean, if you had to fight one other player at this event to death, who would it be? You know, or you die.
Uh, 想把谁给揍死？
要做一个做得过的，不能选那种太壮的。
She goes like, you have to find somebody you can actually beat.
Yeah.
阿嬷
ATF.
Why? What? You think you can take him on?
我觉得他很欠揍。
Damn,
It's out of
yeah.
moral principles.
Let's go. That's hype as hell. Same question to you, Zinq. Who do you think you could take?
同一个问题也对你，也问新 Q 大神，就是你觉得你打得过谁呢？想揍谁？
感觉我应该都能打过吧。
I think I can beat everyone.
Yeah, baby.
你知道200斤可是很厉害。
You have to know that 100 kilograms is a different weight class.
Fantastic.
Super heavyweight.
Hell yeah. You guys gonna do anything besides play Dota at this event? Are you gonna go exploring or leave your, practice rooms or full focus?
外面太热了，就是我们一出去就被晒回来了。
It's just too hot outside.
Yeah.
So once we exit the hotel, we just the sun is just forcing us back. So we'll be in our training rooms.
All right. Final question, Ame, do you believe in the flat Earth theory?
平板地球是什么？
就是地球不是圆的，是一个平板。Nope.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, guys, for coming in. It was a pleasure talking to you. We learned a lot. Thank you for the translations. And we'll see more of you guys at the Riyadh Masters. Goodbye. Bye-bye.
I'm joined by Moose of Beast Coast, and I was hoping to go back into the history books on your career, Moose, because you've had a long and illustrious history in both North America and South America, but I want to know what the baby Moose was all about. When you first picked up the mouse and was like, Dota 2, I think this game might be up my alley. So what was the process like? How did you first start playing Dota in general?
Well, it was because of my brother, like his influence. I was like a little kid, 11 years old. He joined college, and it was pretty popular game for back then. And he was playing like in my house, And I watched him play, and it was interesting. I sneak up, at the nights, because we share the room.
Right.
So I sneak up to his laptop and start playing, 1v1 SF against bots without him noticing, because I wasn't allowed to.
You're right, yeah.
Like every brother, So that's what I did basically a lot of nights.
Wait, what's the age difference between you and your brother?
It's like 5 years.
Okay.
It's a little bit, a lot. He was like 16, I was 11. So it was like that until one day he found out I was playing Dota.
He was like, why is my MMR so high? Who's been boosting me?
No, it wasn't MMR back then. It was Dota 1.
Oh, okay.
It was Dota 1.
Wait, so what year is this?
It was like 15 years ago.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's a long time ago.
You going from pub player to, did you try to get yourself scouted for teams, or someone approached you and was like, hey, you're really good, you should come play professional?
I remember I stopped playing for 1 year in that time because I knew that I didn't see the opportunity. Because I remember back then it wasn't a slot for SA.
Yeah.
It was a slot united for America, and the competition was like really rough, not even SA players. So I was very, very realistic about my opportunities. And back then I was like, there is no shot I'm gonna make it because I don't have much time to put on this. And with the amount of effort that I'm putting right now, I don't think I'm gonna even become close to get the opportunity. No? And that's what I thought back then. And I stopped playing 1 year. But then, remember, after 1 year, they opened a slot for SA.
Okay.
And I'm started thinking like, okay, maybe I have a shot again. Maybe I can try this because this is more realistic. So I started, I download Dota again. And I start playing again. And then, I was getting a high MMR again. And then Gorilla Sprite called me just to try out. And I said, okay, this is, I'm gonna try some teams, I'm gonna keep climbing, I'm gonna keep getting better, keep improving as a player, and eventually I'm gonna get a good opportunity.
That rebuilding process paid off because now on Beast Coast, you made it here to Riyadh Masters, you're gonna make it to TI as well, so that time you spent working on yourself seems to have paid off quite well.
Yeah, it's been times that, as you said, you think that I'm not gonna make it again, or is this too hard, or you have this uncertainty, This is the scary part. When you have this uncertainty about your future, that maybe, you're not gonna achieve anything anymore, it's scary. It's a scary, man. It's a scary moments. But it also fills you with motivation to do what you have to do every day, So yeah, I'm glad it all worked out, styling myself with good values as discipline, hard work, humility, empathy, understanding, listening. So all these things that I think a good player needs to have, and a good leader needs to have. So yeah, I'm trying to still, be better every day, be a better person that I am. Sometimes I don't do that, but that's the goal, trying to achieve that.
Well, it seems like you've always had a very good head on your shoulders, Moose. I can't wait to see what success it brings you here on this Beast Coast roster. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to me, and best of luck at Riyadh Masters.
Thank you. Thank you for the interview.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a KitKat.
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. A bit of a break there before we get into Group B. We've resolved Group A, that's all done and dusted, but now it's time to see who else is heading through to the playoffs, Waga.
Yeah, we have exciting matches coming up here as we have Extreme Gaming versus Beast Coast, two teams that are still fighting for it here, both of them in unsecure situations. Beast Coast kind of at the bottom, but still chance for them to survive here if they get a good result. Extreme Gaming looking a bit stronger and fighting to secure the upper group here for themselves.
Yeah, and of course, as always, you know, things relying on other results in other games. Like if Beast Coast win one here, they're then tied kind of with BetBoom, hoping that a BB team drops some games in their series as well. It's a very close battle. Now, as we saw in Group A, we kind of expected some tiebreakers there, but it seems like it all resolved in a kind of normal, natural way with top four, middle two, and then bottom two without any tiebreaker scenarios. But as we head into Group B, now the potential is still there to have more games outside of regulation play to figure out who's knocked out and who's going through to those upper bracket and lower bracket in the playoffs.
Exactly. A group is already finalized, but B still has matches coming up here as we can take a look at that as well.
And of course, Extreme Gaming against Beast Coast are final series here on the B stream, but plenty of other Dota going on at the same time as we round out Group A and think about our series here with Extreme against Beast Coast. Of course, Tundra against BB Team, Liquid against Entity, and Mouse against PSG Quest happening on the A, C, and D streams respectively. Tons of games to be playing, and kind of thinking about Laurenov and his interview earlier on. It's kind of knowing the state you're in, knowing what you need to do, always aiming for the 2-0 victory, but knowing that a single win potentially puts you into a safe spot. Going into this one, Extreme Gaming, definitely the favorites here, but Beast Coast have shown they can definitely upset the big dogs in Dota, as you can go and get your predictions in. Maybe you think the Beast Coast are going to take a game or two off of Extreme here, as, of course, the leaderboard and the potential to battle against your friends to see who's the best predictor over on STC Play.
Yeah, they have the potential. They definitely could do it, but Beast Coast, they have been in a little bit of a fallout here towards the end of the group. They have 5 losses in a row now, individual games. Yeah. So they had a tough time against Tundra. Liquid was also a 2-0, and this is going to be a tough matchup as well. It's not necessarily an easy one, as Extreme Gaming, quite the powerhouse here as well.
Yeah, I mean, this roster, right? Arme coming in, the old Azure Ray players, old LGD players, making an incredible lineup here, as China has kind of suffered and failed to hit any real, big results this year. Extreme Gaming definitely the team to look out for and have expectations around for the Chinese region. Wait, hang on, are they the only ones left? No, LGD are still in there. LGD did make playoffs. Yeah. A close call, though.
Yeah, LGD are in, so they're not the only ones representing anymore, yet at least. But they do carry a lot of responsibility here, as they could make it up into the upper bracket. I mentioned a bit earlier that we have a very, very EU-dominated event here. We have already 7 secured EU teams competing in this in the upper bracket, and only 1 slot remaining here. Extreme Gaming, one of the ones who could take it, but of course BB Team and Quest also within striking distance for that upper group.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a very tough spot to be in as Beast Coast, right? Backs against the wall, you are steps away from elimination, kind of 1 foot in the grave kind of scenario here, where maybe even not even 1 game will do it. You're looking at a 2-0 to kind of try and secure yourselves a spot to continue on after the groups.
It's just Quest who have a chance, I think. BB Team were 4-8 before this, so best they can get is 6 wins. They are not competing for the top bracket here anymore.
And then Quest, well, playing up against Maus, so yeah, Maus haven't looked the best up against the big players in this primary group stage. It could be a way for Quest to wiggle themselves into that upper bracket. And of course, we do have Beast Coast, the kind of second fiddle team from South America. We've already seen Heroic get knocked out, and I guess kind of a similar story to what we were talking about with China. You know, having representatives from different regions here, Beast Coast, the South American hope.
Yeah, they're carrying the hopes and dreams of Heroic here, as they have already been taken out. Beast Coast, they have been generally struggling a little bit, and like you said, been playing the second fiddle against Heroic, who have been looking like the stronger team. But with them already out, it's all up to Beast Coast now to try for your region. Do it, boys. Do your absolute best here in the final series coming in this group stage here for them.
It's one of those trials by fire, right? You know, a big group stage like this, one of the biggest events, or the biggest event of the year in terms of prize pool for sure. Yeah, you're bottom of the group. You've got a couple of games left. This is make or break. You know, this is where you test your resilience. You test the strength of your team, how you can play against, you know, one of the best teams in the world for your tournament life survival, right? It's on the line here for Beast Coast, so it's absolutely one of the greatest challenges and tests they're probably going to face this year.
I really think so, and this is the biggest event of the year as well. This is where you gotta try your absolute hardest to prove yourself. Winning this, it's, you know, as prestigious, I would say, as winning TI, if not more, because the competition is so stiff here. The prize money is enormous. This is, to me, the new TI, honestly.
Yeah, it's an absolutely massive event. And of course, you know, Beast Coast did qualify for TI, so they're going to be there alongside Heroic after they knocked out Boom Esports in those TI qualifiers. So they've kind of got, you know, another chance down the line if this doesn't work out, which is kind of a long shot for them to make it through. They've still, of course, got that ability to, you know, use this as kind of a stepping stone or a building block to try and head towards TI.
Yeah, of course. This is a great place to take the pulse on the pro scene as well. We get to see how the teams are doing right now, who's the strongest. For us as casters and fans of the scene, we get a good read on where the teams are standing on an international scale. And Beast Coast, they're going to have to do well in the international scale, trying to figure out how to break down Extreme Gaming, as they have had a bit of hit or miss group stage, I want to say. Extreme Gaming have been looking at moments extremely, well, pardon the pun, convincing, but at sometimes have not really been as dominant in their draft or performance.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it comes back to this discussion about which group is stronger, right? The Group A, Group of Death, yes, we've got Falcons, Gaming Gladiators, OG, Team Spirit up at the top, kind of where they belong. But it felt like Group B is where teams can kind of take games of each other. You're not quite sure who the top dogs are going to be. Yes, Tundra and Liquid were kind of expected to be up there, but Entity joined them. Extreme Gaming kind of trading wins with, you know, Quest and Entity. Winning against Maus was expected, but well, you're up against Tundra and Team Liquid. You know, you're going to be dropping games against them no matter what. That's just the situation we're in right now, as we can get ourselves ready for that game one.
As a comment on that as well, I'm a little bit surprised to see BB Team not higher up in Group B here as well. Almost expecting them to be in the upper part of this, but just goes to show the Group B, it's hard to predict who's gonna come out on top in it. And Extreme here getting themselves comfortable for the game one. We're already heading into the draft. We have a few bans underway, so we can take a look at what's happening here as Extreme Gaming are going to be playing the second pick. Beast Coast having the first pick in this game.
We'll see what they do with it. And also kind of an interesting spot to be in. Maybe not necessarily for these players, but for Beast Coast in general, thinking back to their old rosters, they were always trying to replicate Chinese draft and Chinese playstyle. Thinking back to like Stinger, Schofield, K1, they always looked towards, you know, Arme, LGD, the big teams in China as their role models and idols. I'm kind of curious, you know, maybe we get to interview Beast Coast later on to see if that's still the same story, going up against the players you respect so much.
Yeah, and Extreme Gaming are bringing out a little bit of South American energy here as well with the early Spirit Breaker, a hero that we saw a lot in the SA qualifiers. Of course, still a potent hero, but hasn't been given this level of priority overall. And can I just take a second to mention that Monkey King is in the pool?
He sure is. I mean, now, yeah, the choice, right? Do we ban Monkey? Do we ban Darkseer? Do we stop this Darkseer Spirit Breaker combo? Do we have enough bans in the pool to go through with it?
Yeah, it's a tough choice here. I think that Monkey is just top priority for me in this tournament. That hero is just not fair. You could pick yourself really good heroes against it, and that's what Extreme have a little bit with the Spirit Breaker opener, saying, okay, we can always charge after him. It's a good hero to shut him down. Meanwhile, Beast Coast Shadow Fiend does lane well against the Monkey mid, but there's no way to guarantee that Monkey would be a mid hero if he got picked. He can be playing on any lane, basically on any position. I think the hero is actually flexible between all 5 roles.
Oh yeah, he can go anywhere. And also, grabbing the SF and not letting XM have it even. Extreme Gaming, I've already said, anytime they get the chance, I'll take the SF.
Yeah, they would have first picked it if it was available for them, but Beast Coast take it first.
Ooh, how goes the Sven? One of those flexible heroes they've used to kind of fake out the carry Sven, move into pos 5. I felt pretty happy about it.
Extreme have been doing very well with Ame playing on the Sven. I think that most of the times that they have picked it, if not all times, they have been running it as a carry as well. Ame has just delivered time and time again on it. He did have one loss against Entity with his Sven and one loss against Tundra as well, but overall the performance has been good and multiple wins outside of those.
Well, another ban to go. What do you aim for here? Like, it feels like minus armor strats can suddenly appear out of nowhere when you've got Shadow Fiend on your team, even though
Shadow Demon. I think that's a hero that I don't want to play Spirit Breaker against. It's good combo with the Shadow Fiend as well, sets up his either ulti or the races. I think that hero honestly deserves to get banned here. We might see something else, of course, as like Snapfire is still in the pool. There's plenty of heroes, but my personal priority is that ST. I think is a good counter to the Spirit Breaker. I mean.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you like picking a Weaver, there is, you know, a popular hero left unbanned, but it doesn't bring you the kind of disables and team fight that Shadow Demon would potentially do.
Yeah, it all comes down to what they want to pick as well for themselves on the next pick here on Extreme Gaming. See if they go for the Darkseer still, even as it's kind of obvious. Beast Coasts have not banned it.
Well, it's not a snap pick though, apparently.
Oh, Sand King comes out. Sand King second pick. Time and time again, we see Sand King on that second pick coming out. Teams are really warming up to playing it.
It's time for KitKat to come out of retirement and play core.
Make a little swap from his support gameplay otherwise.
Wait, Sand King, is he flexible? Like, can he go lane against the SF mid?
I mean, you can. It's not really the best lane. Again, I think that lane is very bad, especially if sentries get given to the SF. He should be able to lane very easily against it. And I'm not a fan of giving SFs easy lanes. I would much rather see them put something like a Zeus or Rubik towards that mid lane, deal with the SF, and then put the Sand King on the off lane.
And then are we looking at like Sand King Spirit Breaker together, or do you put Spirit Breaker as a 5 with like a ranged carry?
Both are possible. If they pick something like Gyrocopter carry, then Spirit Breaker can be a fine option because he just wants a frontliner. And there's that SD.
There he is.
They didn't decide to ban it, and Marcy SD gets picked. Very nice support duo here with potential to flex the Marcy into a core role if wanted.
Mariano, the kind of coach and leader there of Beast Coast, a little bit older than the rest of his players, but also just taller in general. Like, Mariano's built compared to all the other guys. Looks so small next to him.
You gotta have someone who's gonna keep everybody safe, you know, if
He's
you
jacked.
have a night out, you need someone to rely on. The carry.
Bodyguard. Yeah. Papita. Papa Mariano. Oh, Jakiro with the Sand King. Love this combo. Initiation from Spirit Breaker Sand King. Magic damage galore from Sand King and Jakiro. And now a Troll for laning stage. And that mid-game pressure.
Not a bad pickup here. We've seen this combo before. The Jakiro and Troll laning together. Very, very potent. Loses very few lanes. This is like the 4th or 5th time we see this combination run, if we count the play-ins as well. And it's just solid. It gives you a bit of late game. It's one of the heroes who can decently react to getting jumped by a Marcy, because some heroes just get overwhelmed by her. She hops in, pops her ulti, and you just die. Troll can panic click his ulti and trade back into her.
I think that's meant to be a hand warmer, Moose, not a lip warmer. Yeah, then swap over to the tea or the coffee. Warm up his lips a little bit. Troll Ward also in this spot, right? You don't have last pick. You don't know what necessarily you're laning into, so kind of very often a safe pick to grab the Troll in terms of laning stage anyway.
Yeah, it's a difficult lane to shut down and punish. They're gonna go with the Underlord here. Another hero that does amazing against Spirit Breaker. Putting a lot of emphasis on shutting him down with the SD, and now the Pit of Malice, something he can't charge through. Also good against Sand King to try and lock him in place.
Yeah, super handy. And then able to kind of play the map as well. Get a bit of maneuverability as their heroes could end up being quite static with a Shadow Fiend, Shadow Demon just waiting for their positioning. Underlord can come in and help them out quite a lot.
What if, this isn't common, but what if Beast Coast were to last pick Io and do Io Marcy safe lane?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was looking at this Marcy as like support, but it doesn't have to be, does it?
It's not hard locked, and the global ganks they would have would be crazy. Underlord could always TP in, the Io could come in as well, and I don't think that it's honestly bad here. Depends how comfortable your carry is playing Marcy, of course. But Marcy Io is a classic sort of broken lane. It's very, very dominant in laning stage. Gets to level 6, pretty decent timing, and then you can start unlocking the map. It's an option they could go, but if they just want support Marcy, maybe they have a different hero that they're thinking about running here that would perhaps fit better. Because the downside would be, are you really wanting to go Marcy carry? Is there some other hero that perhaps fits better against the Troll?
I was looking back, past a few Marcy games they've played. It's been a couple of support, one carry, and then we get back into the old Beast Coast roster, honestly, going back that far. So it's not been that many Marcy picks for Beast Coast.
No. Yeah. It's been mostly support when they have been running it, from what I can see. But they did run a Battle Fury Marcy earlier this tournament. Yeah. So they did run it carry against G2IG back in the play-ins.
Oh, so definitely still an option for them. I mean, now Extreme Gaming kind of looking at this thinking, hey, do we have to cover our bases here? We ban a Faceless Void for now, a Razor to go along with it. Some heroes that can maybe counteract the Troll Warlord.
Yeah, it's classic protection for your Troll. The Razor is a hero that I've been mentioning every now and then. Could be a good hero against him, but we haven't seen it prioritized that much by players or teams. So all the way towards the end of the phase here, they can finally ban him out. They can, of course, react on the side of Extreme Gaming. Beast Coast have to show their choice first.
And you mentioned the Zeus. Is that a potential just straight up ban here from Beast Coast, or is there something more threatening on the table?
They go with the DK ban. Yeah, I would have expected some form of ban to protect SF, but they're swapping it around. It's not a mid SF, it's a puck mid. So your curveball is coming in here. Puck mid, carry SF, support Marcy, support SD, and offlane Underlord. So that makes sense that they're banning at DK and Void Spirit, two heroes that Puck struggle against. Void Spirit can catch you, DK can also catch you, and neither of them are really harassable for Puck in lane. Extreme Gaming have a full minute here to think about this. Plenty of things they could go towards. TA is not banned and Puck is picked for mid. There's one route they can take for sure. That's when they swap the SF to mid and put Puck carry.
Or the puck position 4, Marcy carry.
True.
Shadow Demon 5. I kind of miss those days of like puck playing position 3, 4 with like Urn running around
Support
being
pucks.
a nuisance. Yeah.
Yeah. Support puck was interesting, but they nerfed their Loser Orb, and Loser Orb is just so weak now. She loses out way too hard against all the tanky supports. Can you imagine being a support puck against like, I don't know, Hoodwink?
A Jakiro.
Yeah, Jakiro. I mean, Hoodwink would be awful as well, because you try and trade. If you ever use your phase shift, you quickly get an acorn shot and you lose like 50% of your HP pool.
Just get chipped away at. Oh, a lot of deliberation over this last pick from Extreme as they grab a sniper.
Okay, I like this because I've been calling for this a lot. XM is a great sniper player, by the way. He is famous for playing it and does enjoy playing it into favorable matchups. And I've been saying this a lot about Puck Mid. Puck Mid is not super popular right now, but when it gets played, the important thing is brutalize his laning stage, because Puck is not very strong in lane. It's really underwhelming, doesn't harass that well, doesn't trade that well. Puck does scale to become absurd later on in mid game, but Sniper is one of the heroes who can punish a sniper, or punish a Puck.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a tremendous amount of gap close here either against the Sniper. So if he has a good laning stage and is able to get into mid game, what are we looking at? Like a rebound? The Puck primarily is the only hero that can get on top of him.
The sneaky one is Underlord. Underlord is a little bit spooky because he could get Aghanims and just put that on you. So they do have ways to get in there. But yeah, you're right that the SF is pretty backline. Puck is not really the most threatening jump as well for a sniper. So Marcy is going to have a lot of weight on her shoulders, and perhaps Underlord with ulti too. But this looks like a good sniper game. You have your front line, you have your Spirit Breaker and Sand King. Jakiro is a sort of front line support for ranger supports even. And he can sit behind the troll. I think Extreme Gaming have won out the draft, and I expect them to come in and take a 1-0 here, Gareth.
Right, yeah, it feels like it, looks like it. I mean, just thinking about that frontline comment, right? The amount of team fight catch, the noise on the map here from Extreme Gaming is pretty substantial. And once you start thinking about, right, do we have gap close for the sniper? Can we get on top of him? That's a lot of focus onto one hero, and you realize, hang on, maybe we catch the sniper, but the troll then has freedom in the fight. So a lot of things to contend with here as Beast Coast. But we'll see how they do in game 1 in this 2-game series. We'll head out into our lanes and figure things out. But of course, we do have that potential for this Underlord, this Marcy, to get things going quite quickly.
Checking a little bit what we have. The SF, of course, being that safe lane carry, SF is going for the lasting presence. So minus armor whenever heroes die. Get 70 seconds of increased aura effect.
The Shinkyu Spirit Breaker.
You know, he's just gonna have a time of his life. He's always looking happy, and now with the boots on Spirit Breaker, even though he got counterpicked a bit here, I feel he's probably gonna be looking to make a lot of moves across the map, especially with Sniper mid against Puck. You could find some charges into that.
Right, I guess that's the issue I have with this. Is Extreme Gaming are out there being, you know, arsonists. They're setting fires, forest fires going on, burning stuff down, and Beast Coast's going to be firefighters a little bit, you know, running around the map trying to stop the Spirit Breaker, stop the Sand King, stop the Troll. A lot of things to do here, but a good start if they can catch out Arme, try and rebound him, dispose him back into the Firestorm, Blood Grenade, quite a lot of damage onto Arme. First Blood is there for Moose.
Nice. Bring in some gold there for their lane. The support Marcy is going to be very happy to get this, as she's quite dependent on getting early items. Boots are super important for her. Gonna start out with a magic stick. Also, nice recovery by you there from calling our players arsonists. I was wondering where you were going with this. But
Well, that's the thing. Extreme Gaming, just a lot of noise and nonsense out on the map. A lot of things you got to deal with.
Yeah, you're right. You tied it together. I respect it.
Sometimes I start a sentence, don't know what I'm going to end up with, but this time it worked out.
That's just your brain challenging you. Like, salvage this.
It's one of those writing prompts, you know, the 2-word horror sentence. Like, how do you finish this? So far, 4-1 for the Puck. Sniper trying to get last hits under his tower.
Yeah, Lumpy doing great for the start of the lane. The lane does get a lot more difficult as the Sniper gets a few levels though, but definitely first 2 creep waves are very important for the Puck here.
Yeah, it's like once you get to what level 4 double Wraith Band, that's when things become untenable for the Puck in the mid lane.
Yeah, Pyke is always an interesting carry player to watch, by the way, and playing Shadow Fiend here, he is skilling up the races, but of course doesn't have the facet for the races. So curious to see how many points will he put. I suspect, I'm gonna make a prediction, he'll put 3 points in it and then stop skilling it.
Okay. But we did have that time, right, when Shadow Fiend was popular, I don't know, chronologically now, a year, 2 years ago, just skipping races completely and going Mask of Madness. That was kind of a nice time to be an SF player.
It was decent, but I think it's always complicated to say how much you can go into skilling your other abilities. Where the races could, the races could really accelerate your farm. It can help you get kills on lane. It's a difficult choice to make.
I mean, what are we expecting from SF? Is this like Dragonlance, Manta, BKB? What's the deal?
Power Trance Mask of Madness into maybe Kayayasha or depends what he wants to go for. But definitely in the Mask of Madness and farming.
Marcy stays alive, but very low HP here. Xinkyu and XXS. Got quite a lot of damage onto Marcy. Always bodyguarding the SF though. And down bottom, a lot of poking and prodding as well. Top lane, XXS goes back in to kill Moose.
Goes down in the end. Door strike, stinger, a lot of damage.
Vitali, 8-0. Both offlaners.
That's not a lane you expect to get an advantage for Radiant as well. The Sanking Spirit Breaker offlane into Marcy SF. I would really have put them at a disadvantage here.
It's like the kill is nice, but they're still not doing very well in terms of last hits. Shadow Fiend up at the top at 17-6. So far, 4 runes going the way of Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, Extreme are pulling the creeps around as well. Spirit Breaker not really making it in time to connect to this creep wave though, so he kind of awkwardly has to keep the creeps around for one more wave here. Wait for the next one.
The sniper sitting on enemy ramp. Yeah, Lumpy is forced to run onto the Radiant side of the river. Not the best place to be. There's a puck. Gonna jaunt across to the orb. Get back to the safe side.
Puck doing really well so far, but I'm worried I'm jinxing it for how long he's gonna last here in the lane. There's a new water rune coming in, so he can refill again. Rune control is important, but he's getting charged right now.
Yeah, getting scouted out. El Misha down bottom gets out of the grasp of Arme and DY. The charge into that mid lane though, Lumpy. And he's still being run at by Xinkyu. Phase shifts the bash and crash in from the charge. Gets away from danger, but yeah, I mean, burning through your bottle charges just to stay alive.
Difficult here, and top rune is going to go the way of XM, so he'll get a little bit of HP and mana back for himself. But even with this rotation from Spirit Breaker, Puck stays alive, stays on lane. Bottom lane though.
Dead down bottom.
Yeah, this lane showing why we have been calling it a very strong lane. The Troll and the Jakiro. Great kill potential, good slows. Very hard for a slow, immobile hero like Unlord to stay alive here.
It's like at this point, do you try and TP out? Just hope Jakiro doesn't have Ice Path. Hope the Troll doesn't stop you in your tracks.
No, TPing out is worse than dying almost. Because if you TP out, then you're just gone from the lane forever.
That's when you go jungle.
Yeah.
Screw it, I'm out of here.
I've seen what happens when you leave Troll undisturbed and let him free farm. I don't think you want to do that to Ame, who's one of the gods of farming.
That's very true. I don't want to give him any room. I'll come down here with Moose. In onto Arme. I've killed him off once for first blood and a second time. And do the job down south.
That's more like it shut down the Troll in the laning stage, and now Vitality gets a bit of space. Got a kill there. Some time to farm up as well.
In the meantime, XXS doing a very similar thing to what we saw Ace do previously. Dragging the wave around, trying to farm it in the jungle, but good move by Pyke there. Comes in, forces XXS to move a little further away.
Sniper.
But he comes in, yeah, to XM in the mid lane where they clear a large camp stack. Lumpy just being plinked away at non-stop. Level 5 Puck. We're about to get to 6 minutes in, and Sniper really has taken over this lane.
Xinkyu going in here.
He's having some fun over here. He's 1v3. I mean, 1v4 in a second. Sniper trying to assassinate El Misho, but not quite enough damage. Xinkyu, no charge. It's still on cooldown. That took 4 members to just kill the Spirit Breaker off, while the rest of Extreme pretty happy out in their lanes.
Yeah, Sniper walking past the ward here as well as he went up, so everybody runs away. Sniper is gonna use his D-Rune though, farm up the stacked camp.
God, look at DY. Level 4 Jakiro has a point in the ice path. Good damage onto Vitali, but the assassinate. Oh, it is enough.
DD makes the difference there.
You're
Does
right.
a lot of damage, of course. It's very nice because there's an auto attack tied into the assassinate, so D-Rune amplifies it a lot.
Oh, there's a big snipe out there for XM. And Lumpy now booted out of the lane as well, trying to go and find the Sand King. XXS has been a bit of a pest there, dragging waves around, but he gets the read.
Coil available.
Yeah, coming down here. That's the coil onto DY, but Sniper stuck around. He came in from the Ancients, trying to defend the Jakiro. DY looks dead. Does get finished off. XM, Arme. Well, Arme, he's in behind enemy lines here. El Misho getting rooted, netted. They get the rebound to try and catch up to this troll. The charge is coming across, but they take him down. Over eager moves from Extreme Gaming there, and good reactions from Beast Coast.
Yeah, Sniper does get the ulti over onto the SD, who didn't really have the cooldown or the mana there to use a disruption again. Meanwhile, mid is being pushed. XXS says, okay, I can't really lane top that well, but he starts pushing mid tower as the puck has done other stuff. Troll getting killed is a pretty big deal, though. Beast Coast gonna be very happy with that one.
Yeah, keeping tabs on Army. Oh, Vitali. Charge gives the vision for the Sniper just to open up, get the damage in.
Bottom lane is the place to be. I think Ame is making aggressive calls that he wants this tower. Sniper or Troll is so good at pushing towers with the fervor.
Yeah, let's break this one open. Make it much more difficult to go and farm Ancients and stacks.
Yeah, straight towards it.
And Moose having a bit of a scrap up at the top rune spot. So it's going to be Lumpy that finds the haste. Beast Coast looks like they're going to try and match this move. The tier 1 isn't dead quite yet. DY starts with an ice path on El Misho, who's trying to get the disruption. Fake pumps it a couple of times, and Lumpy makes the jump. Goes in with a Waning Rift in the coil. Snapped immediately by the troll. One pop there by DY to stay alive. Still leashed up. A rebound is there to finish him off. But in comes the charge. Lumpy, do we have a phase shift to try and dodge it? We do. And he's going to jaunt to the orb as well to get to safety as they trade out DY for moves.
Safe on the other side. Gonna be fine in the end here, backing up. Shadow Fiend thinking about joining from the side as well. If they were to overstep a little bit here on the side of Extreme Gaming, but looks like they're backing off, thinking about just playing big map instead. Sand King pushing out that top lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Arme's still down here, but it's not a free ride. Every 20 seconds, it's Shinkyu charging someone. Nice bit of malice to hold him back, with a disruption there to cancel his aggression. This gives the chance for Sniper and Troll to finally take down that tier 1 tower. And XXS is getting some serious value elsewhere on the map with these big Ancient stacks.
Yeah, he's finding himself a bit of farm here and going towards that Bloodstone seems to be his first priority here. He did buy a Void Stone to ramp up his farming a little bit, I suppose. And back for the Bloodstone, it looks like. Not prioritizing the Blink first.
This is definitely the worry that I had, though, right? Because, yes, they've killed off the troll a few times. Yes, Beast Coast are finding some answers to the aggression. But it's still a 3k lead, and every time you bring 4 or 5 heroes to deal with the troll pushing tower, to try and find the Sniper, to stop the Spirit Breaker from charging at you, there's value elsewhere. You know, a 3k lead has emerged here from Extreme because they have been causing problems everywhere on the map.
Well, they took 2 tier 1 towers already. The easiest one to take, the top one, has not been challenged yet, and they might go for that one at some point as well. Look
and
at this.
Contesting. Straight into the enemy Ancients area, killing off a large camp. DY gets a ton of money.
Yeah, he's going to be very happy on Jakiro with that. Pushes him closer towards his mana boots. And this Underlord, by the way, has not really had the start that you want from an Underlord. I'm not always happy about Underlord picks. I feel like that hero can struggle a lot if he doesn't dominate the lane, then he doesn't have great fallback mechanics, he can't take Ancients. And again, the Sand King just cleared a massive stack on the other Ancient as well.
It's like you said, they put a lot of emphasis in stopping the Spirit Breaker, and they have kind of made it hard for Shinkyu to find, you know, free openings on stuff with Phase Shift, with Pit of Malice, but it doesn't feel like it matters that much. Like, Xinkyu's charge is primarily just vision for the Sniper to hit people so far.
Yeah, and all their wards are on bottom part of the map now, but they already lost the 2 tier 1 towers. Now the smoke comes top. Be dangerous here from Marcy, who's just trying to get her level 6. Hero goes behind even on the gate.
Courier snipe.
Triple hits because Marcy.
Yeah, true. Clarity down. Ice path used. Moves rebounding. Charge cancelled. Spending a coil to stop the Spirit Breaker from running at you, as you're going to lose the tier 1 tower anyway.
Yeah, that just guarantees that you're not going to fight right now. You cannot stop this push. So Sniper happily pushing into this. Has the Dragonlance, has the Javelin. Just going to take another tier 1 tower as Pyke having a very silent carry performance here. Just farming up in the jungle. 0-0-0 on his Shadow Fiend. Whereas we've seen the Troll participate a little bit more and speed up the game for Extreme Gaming.
When's the SF going to feel ready, though? Is it SF? Oh, Xingqiu. He's trying to slip away from this, but a lot of damage there.
That's why SD is so good against Spirit Breaker. That ulti just shuts you down. You cannot status resist anymore. Not that he even has it yet. And the slow ruins your charge. I'm not sure when the SF is going to come online here. He's going for a SNY build. So not going for Sunshine Kaya. He's really leaning. He also only put 2 points in Shadow Race, by the way, so I was wrong. It was less than I suggested with the 3 points. But his farm doesn't feel that fast. All he's done is farming, and he's behind the Troll, who was even a bit contested in lane. 3 deaths.
And has died like 3 or 4 times as well, right?
Yeah, Amma has 3 deaths, and he's still out farming you.
And I guess the big factor for me is kind of comparing Shadow Fiend to some of these other carries. In a situation like this where, you know, a Troll or a Sven, once they farmed a bit, it feels like they're the boss on the map and they're going to be on your objectives or taking Roshan or jumping and killing people. Whereas SF very often feels like he relies on his teammates a lot more to start a fight and get him into a good position. So when, you know, Sven can come back into a game with a blink, a stun, a kill on a big core hero very quickly, turn the tides of a match where you're behind. But Shadow Fiend, if the Puck and the Underlord here aren't having good times, you don't have these enablers to really unlock the Shadow Fiend's potential.
And importantly, what we discussed briefly in draft, he's not a hero that easily can jump onto the backline of Sniper. A hero that has to be addressed. If you don't go on Sniper, you usually just lose the fight. So the fact that he's going for a Sancho Yasha into Dragonlance means he's very predictable in where he's going to be in a fight. And I just don't really see that working out against what Extreme are doing here. 3,000 gold lead and building. I think Beast Coast are going pretty quietly into this game, and I'm not sure it's favoring them at all.
Yeah, it might be out with a bit of a whimper. But yeah, again, we touched on it in the draft, right? Static heroes, static SF, Shadow Demon, a Fog hero. Marcy kind of waiting for her moment to jump in with an Unleash. A good damage dealer from a Pos 4, but definitely looking for this game to drag out a bit. As XM just peeps down on Misho. Quick and easy one over on the Shadow Demon. And this lead continues to build. As DY holds back moves. Lumpy. Yeah. I mean, Puck.
Spirit Breaker is coming. Puck, Puck has played really well, but it's not really the massive impact hero on mid lane that you can revolve around.
Yeah, now you're being run at again. Now, Lumpy trying to defend moves here. Coils up the Spirit Breaker. Pyke thinking about joining as the Underlord did come in with a Pit of Malice down onto Extreme, but you've lost Vitali. He's run into the meat grinder.
He went very confidently there, but Marcy was jumping away. Marcy was way too light to take the fight, so feels like a miscommunication between the team. Now you lost your offlaner on top of that. And again, coil used without any real payoff.
There's a whiff of inevitability about this game, isn't there?
There really is. It's not a massive lead right now. 6,000 in 15 minutes is not absurd. It is a big lead. It's not absurd, but it's more so the heroes. You're running Sniper and Troll and you're winning this hard early. That's a very good sign for the side of Extreme.
Arme has his Ags, Sniper has his items.
Wow,
up at top, the Sand straight in onto the Puck. Charge is going to come in onto Lumpy as well, keeping tabs on him here. He's up on top of the high ground. Phase Shift will dodge the bash from the charge. Another orb will come out as well. But XXS can actually chase this one down and follow through with the help of DY. Ice pathing perfectly.
DY, what a perfect positioning to be in. Level 3 Ice Path as well, so catches him long enough to land his stuff.
That's the dragon difference.
That is just beautiful read by DY.
Twin-headed dragon or fairy dragon? I know which one I'm choosing.
Yeah, I mean, you get 2 for 1 with this one. It's a better dragon.
The fake dragon against the real one.
Sniper now as well with 1900 gold with Maelstrom and Dragonlance. 1500 gold ahead of the farm-only SF. I don't really see how SF is going to deal with the sniper. He's getting monstrous. Mjolnir not too far away now. Already has the Hyperstone.
Yeah, we're already in the mood where we're thinking, 20 minutes down the line, Shadow Fiend needs Sanjinasha, BKB, Blink Dagger, Daedalus, Butterfly, so many tools that it feels like they're required just to play the game. And the confidence here for Extreme Gaming just to go into the Roche pit.
They're just starting it out. Scan is there and the rotation is coming over. Underlord has his ulti as well, so they can quite quickly get over there with a lot of heroes. But this is a very important Roche. Can Lumpy steal something here?
Let's see, with the orb to give vision. Sees into the pit, Roshan is low. Rebound in with a dispose, but the Ice Path Macro Pyre, DY yet again, perfectly on the mark. Roshan snatched by XXS, killed by the Dire, but Lumpy trapped in the fire, burnt alive. As DY and XM get pushed around by the Requiem, it just doesn't seem like it's enough. Another Ice Path and the damage. Onslaught from XM and XXS take down another.
And Spirit Breaker, meanwhile, finding a kill on the support as well here as he just manhandles the Shadow Demon. Hey, you're a counter to me, he says. Not when I have vision on you and can charge you out of nowhere. And a bunch of hits. Gets the bash proc as well.
It's like Arme in this game role-playing Duraccio, right? He's like, I'm troll, sure, but I am the second carry in this. XM, you're the big boy.
Yeah, XM is looking monstrous. It was at least nice that they got the Roche lasted on the side of Beast Coast. We can see the jump here, a little bit of a replay. Beautiful Ice Path macro combo. And of course, the troll dying without getting a chance to pick up the Aegis was also a nice break for Beast Coast, but it feels like it's not enough. They still lost the fight handedly in terms of kills, and the push is still mounting here by XM.
Yeah, it's like there's your top net worth Shadow Fiend, and what did he do? He Requiemed, he tried to catch up with the sniper, XM literally walked away. He got feared and he walked away.
It just feels too slow. The safe lane SF is not really looking like he can outfarm this. Going for the 2-point Shadow Race, I think, is a mistake. I think Shadow Races are too strong to pass up on. I think the other facet would have been paying off more. Like, so far he has gotten no value at all out of this facet. It only gives you -2 extra minus armor when an enemy hero dies near you. He has 1 assist, so he has for 70 seconds had 2 more minus armor around him. That is it in this game that his facet has done.
Yeah, very little. And right now, Mr. Lumpy trying to juke around in the trees away from Shinkyu and XXS. He'll orb across into the Radiant base and looks like he's safe for now.
Jinkyu almost has a BKB. He's 900 gold away from a BKB.
Of course he
does. Usually we see Shadowblade being built first by Spirit Breakers, but he understands how this game is going to play out. He knows that he can't operate under the Pit of Malice, and he needs a way to be able to use his spells.
Moose looks dead. DY with XXS. Very nice pairing. Like Sand King Jakiro, the amount of highlight reels we've seen over the past couple of days where it's just Burrow, Macro Pyre, Ice Path, the chain stun combination with that magic damage, it's enough to bring anyone down.
It really is. And they're going to bring down the hammer to bottom lane now. They are under a ward, of course, taking the outpost here away from Beast Coast. Moving to start taking over Torment, possibly, as 20 minutes is popping in now. First, they need to get rid of this Shadow Fiend and Shadow Demon, the Shadow Infestation on bottom.
I just turned daytime, so a bit of light to the darkness here for Extreme Gaming. And Pyke, yeah, we're just relegating himself to farming bottom jungle, but there is a Radiant Obs ward there that could spot him in a moment. As it looks like the focus moves up towards Lumpy.
He's going to move forward. This ward will spot him. This is a beautiful preparation ward. They're going to ping him now. We see 3 pings coming out immediately. They're like, he's here. This is usually what I call Vinland when you're in a losing game. You try and farm here. He does TP out quickly, though.
Because the XXS there, taking a moment just to consider his options. Maybe if he'd immediately TP'd, the Sand King would have found the catch with his blink. But he was waiting for Wisdom Rune to spawn. They'd scanned the Tormentor to see if Beast Ghost were taking it. And of course, it's 10 seconds away from Wisdom Rune spawning. Extreme Gaming are actually in position here to contest this as well.
Sand King is going in for sure. He has the Aegis, he has the Blink, Bloodstone. Nobody wants to fight up against him. Puck has a nice timing with the DD rune and the smoke here. Could look to find something. No BKB yet on Spearbreaker.
It's just a matter of who do you kill? You know, you coil, you've got a DD, you kill a Spearbreaker. And then what's the next step? You hold high ground and hope Extreme Gaming mess up?
Yeah, doesn't look like they can fight into this.
Rooted, but he throws his spells in onto Vitaly here as he's burrow struck under the sandstorm, and there's damage. Troll and Sniper from range just pummeling into the Underlord. Vitaly has no safety, no one to buy time for him. Disruption is there on the left-hand side to maybe try and save El Nito. He disrupted himself, but dies anyway. And Pyke is being jumped and run at by a Sand King.
Yeah, straight towards the Tormentor as well. Sniper never under any threat in that fight, and that's the key thing. You can look at these fights and just say, is Sniper able to shoot? Okay, then they're probably gonna win on Extreme Gaming. It's as simple as that. This is a Mjolnir Sniper with Shard. He is very, very, very important to focus here.
It was a genius pick, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was the perfect last pick. They saw the puck and they had a minute to react. They had options to weigh. They could consider a TA, could consider a sniper. And as a fellow level 30 sniper picker myself, I must say this is a beautiful game for sniper.
Brother. You don't have to out yourself like that on stream.
Hoo-hoo, haha. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That is...
At least you're not level 30 techies or anything like that, huh?
No, but I have R-Cord in there soon.
Oh my god, who are you? Oh.
It's the good heroes, the beautiful ones.
I love the Malrine and Amoar, you know, going for the...
Oh my god,
the kind of battle back. Oh, Elmisha's dead up there.
Oh, is he gonna be fine, maybe? Oh no, Shard on tanking.
He's charged, yeah. But it was like Saberlight posted, you know, I'm the first pro player to have, I don't know, 8 heroes at Grandmaster level, and it's like, you know, the normal ones, you know, Nightstalker, Underlord, whatever it is. Kind of normal, functioning, regular heroes. And Amara and Malrine are like, well, we've got 9, we've got 10 Grandmaster heroes, and they're Huskar and Razor. Well, hang on a second, look at this up top. Sniper, he's being coiled, Pit of Malice on him, XM, maybe dying here, but he's got concussive grenade, the mech from DY, they come in and save the life of the sniper. Now it's time to get the hell out of here, but Vitaly gets his TP cancelled. Stopped in his tracks by XM. A good attempt from Beast Coast, but they're going to lose pretty much everything. Shadow Demon died bottom a while back, so I guess a team wipe.
They tried. It was a desperate attempt to kill Sniper before he got BKB, and I think that's the right thing. They have to try and shut him down, but they're just too far behind. The net worth difference is enormous at this point. It's just item advantage are winning these fights at this point. The Spirit Breaker coming in there as well with a clutch bash, but him having BKB, the Greaves on the Jakiro, there's just no way. 20,000 lead already, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Beast Coast were to call this one at some point, because they don't have the heroes to carry this late game as well. The SF, he's supposed to be ahead. He's not supposed to be behind like this. It's a bit like an Alchemist safe lane. If you pick SF safe lane, that's a momentum carry, not a hard carry late game against Troll and Sniper.
There's just a lot of pieces to pick up here for Beast Coast. And it's, again, just coming back to what they need, right? They need a win just to have a chance at tying with BB Team. If BB Team get a single win from their series against Tundra, it's over for Beast Coast. And if this game continues as an extreme win, of course.
Yeah, this extreme game does look pretty dominant so far. They've just been executing really, really well. And Jinkyu, no matter how much you counter the Spirit Breaker, he has had the impact that you wanted. Spirit Breaker has always been there to initiate, give vision for the sniper to ulti. He's been all over the place. And Troll just farming right outside your doorstep. That's not a good sign.
Yeah. All the lanes pushed in. I mean, a long Roche respawn here. Maybe a bit of time for Beast Coast to, you know, gather their forces, get that next round of items, maybe look for a team fight around the Roche pit.
Or just suffer more, I guess. It's 3 minutes instead of 0 minutes that they have to endure this. That's the way that I see it at this point.
Yeah, I guess.
Let's see what items they have coming up, though. What they could possibly work towards. The Shadow Fiend does have the full SNY, Crystallis, Mask of Madness. He's building towards Dragonlance next, so no massive impact item, but he's trying to build so he can actually stand and deal his right-click damage. Puck is gonna die here, I think, as the Spirit Breaker is also on the way.
In comes the cavalry. And they keep vision on Lumpy. Phase shift is ready again with a nice coil. Lumpy, he's dragging them around, buying a bit of time for himself. Blink on cooldown for 5 seconds makes this a little challenging, though, as he's burrow struck and slain by XXS.
Why wouldn't he first hit Bastion? That's Spear Breaker for you. You juke as well as you can, but it doesn't matter. Goes down in the end, and bottom lane's being stabilized here. Denied by Shinkyu on the tower. Misho being sneaky here, wrapping around. I think that Ame has a good read that is around here, but doesn't find his exact location.
Yeah, where is this pesky Shadow Demon? BKB, this is the thing though, right? BKBs are here for extreme. Sand King, Sniper have theirs. So even if you do get a catch on them, they can just pop BKB, stand there and do whatever the hell they want. Quadruple Black King bar. DY, where's yours? Get with the script.
No. DY is trying to become Vitaly's clone here. He's buying Greaves. He's going for Pipe next. He's pretending to be an offlaner on his Jakira here. Just buy the support stuff to become strong in team fights, mitigate all the damage output.
Radiant are scanning.
There's something to be said about the Crimson Guard that's coming in for Underlord soon. It will mitigate a lot of damage against the fast attacks of the Troll and the Sniper. I'm not sure they have enough damage themselves to really make something happen with that, but he will be blocking out a ton.
I was waiting for the but there.
Yeah, it's like a silver lining, but I'm not sure it's the impact that turns a game around.
It's like, it will do something, but will it be enough?
They need something from Puck or SF. That's all it comes down to. Your Post 1 and Post 2 are just not strong enough in this game. Puck is struggling, and the Shadow Fiend still has not had any real impact this game.
Yeah, then also the fact that, like, quite often it still feels like Marcy is picked as a backup carry. Doesn't get to go phase boost BKB this game, though. Like, Moose has had to go support items, isn't able to scale, so you don't have that big rebound unleash that Marcy can often provide. He is duking around here, buying a bit of time, but when XM arrives, it is lights out for Marcy.
Yeah, lights out and lights in as the laser gun starts shooting away at this Ancients here. He's going to work towards some more items. Already has the Quiver on Sniper. Fantastic find for him.
And Roshan is up.
Chasing El Misho. Got charged again.
Disrupts the Troll. That's not going to stop Ame, though, is it?
No, the vision from the charge.
Yeah.
Guarantees the kill. And Sand King and Jakiro are taking Roche right now. They will get some help from the Sniper. A little bit of DPS.
And the dynamic duo. It's just relentless now from Extreme. Basher up for the Troll. Into the Roche pit will go. And like this type, like first Roshan, whatever. XXS took it. Ame didn't get it. A little bit sad. But now you're looking at, 30 minutes. Roshan there. Ages for Ame. Troll can think about going high ground off the back of like a kill.
Yeah, he definitely can. This is a super good position to be in. The Troll is basically unkillable with his ulti and BKB and Aegis. Sniper, meanwhile, Cheese is probably going to be sufficient to keep him alive. I'm just missing the big SF ultis, Gareth. The big Kaya Yasha ultis that kill people, the races that do 1,000,000 damage.
Oh, the SF that has Blink that could jump on the Sniper?
Yeah, those things.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, apparently Extreme say, screw kills, we're going high ground without even picking anyone off. A bit of damage there onto tier 3 top as they Blink start onto Shadow Demon. El Misho dead, buybacks available, but even with the Requiem, there's BKBs up for Extreme. They're chasing under tier 4 towers. Ame, maybe a little deep now. Yes, you got Aegis and Battle Trance, but don't want to go throwing away a massive lead like this. Just take it a bit slower and look for these buildings.
Just gonna back out, let the Sniper do the sieging. They got some nice pickoffs. As the buyback. And now just sitting there and throwing question marks at the tower. Who's going to stop the Sniper? That's the thing. You have to jump the Extreme lineup. But so far it's been Extreme jumping Beast Coast.
It looks like Puck is saying, screw mid lane, guys. Just let it
We don't need Rax. Yeah. He has Lincoln, so he can happily split push now at least. The Spearbreaker can't charge him. So, but Puck still needs damage item to sort of deal with this.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And your barracks are falling.
Yeah, slowly working away on the range racks first, not giving a reset on the glyph just yet.
What's Pike doing? Does Chappie come back to competitive
just
play?
Farming. Just farming jungle, he's just off somewhere.
I'm just hiding in the trees, kills off one small wild wing and then runs away. Spirit Breaker charging back up to top. Puck gonna have to come back to the base here as we see a butterfly on Sniper. 31 minutes in, good luck fighting him.
Oh, the Ice
the
Path
puck gets caught out. Ice Path is there. Lumpy and Pike struggling to do anything as they're just being plinked away at by the Sniper. Shadow Fiend and Puck both dead for a minute. And that's got to be it now. Vitaly trying to Ogre Seal, Totem back to Fountain, but they know this inevitability has been building for the entire game. This was 31 minutes of extreme gaming, just winning from draft to finish.
Yeah, I called it when I saw the draft. This is Extreme Gaming winning game 1, and this was probably the most one-sided game that you and I have cast throughout the entire group stage. I just think that last pick Sniper, it completely just stopped anything that Beast Coast want to do. And Beast Coast draft, it's a bit all over the place. I don't really like how they ended up with their 5-man composition. The safe lane SF not going for races, I think, is a waste. He doesn't farm that well to keep up with the pace of the Sniper and the Troll, and at the same time he doesn't have the kill potential. It feels like you're just not doing anything at that point.
Yeah, and even just this DY Jakiro, the Ice Path he was landing, like, countered the puck from a position 5 roll too.
DY played a beautiful game. His Ice Paths were insane this game.
Gorgeous stuff. Just watching these highlights back, again, it's one of those games where it is just extreme gaming, finding pickoff after pickoff. I mean, this was a game where Beast Coast maybe unsettled Ame a little bit, especially in that early portion of the game, getting, what, 3-4 kills on the Troll, kind of defeating him in the Roche Pit, trying to snatch Aegis, but it was an uphill battle this entire game. And it's Extreme Gaming, they just brought it.
Yeah, they really did. They looked confident. Their 5-man draft is both strong in laning stage and also scales extremely hard into the late game. And the execution they had was on point. Shinkyu was the real mobilizer of the team, enabling his friends by always charging in and giving that vision. But they made so many nice rotations. The rotation to push bottom tower tier 1 before the tier 2 was unorthodox, but a good way to shut down the Underlord and sort of pressuring down on the weak spot of Beast Coast draft. Yes, the SF is pretty strong laners, pretty strong early game, but the Underlord didn't have a good time against Jakiro and the Troll, and they said, okay, we're gonna go and punish him extra hard because he didn't have a good start, now we're gonna take his tower.
Yeah, then the tools that you've got to try and deal with the Troll and the Sniper there, you know, the Pit of Malice, the stuns and stuff, you're having to spend it to stop the Spirit Breaker. You know, Jinkyu is forcing your hand, making these little errors happen where you have to use Pit, you have to use Disruption, and all of a sudden the Sniper and Troll just have complete freedom in the fights. Extreme Gaming taking that game 1 victory with ease. We'll see if Beast Coast can maybe keep their tournament hopes alive, or what happens in the other games as well, as we'll have a quick break and come back with game number 2.
Sneaking through the back door of my heart, what you close it for? I can tell what you're looking for, and I could lie and say you ain't my type, but it feels right, I know right, and it looks like you just might make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Myself, I can't let go of the girl I know. Got me, I keep it on the low. Your fire burns right into my soul. Like Godlight, turn me on the moon. You're all I need, all I wanna know. So, what you want, really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your loving strong. Never ever thought I'd be the one to fall so deep at all, so deep in love. Really, really want. Got me so weak, keep your loving strong. Never ever thought I'd be the one to fall at all, baby. And you make me wanna say, damn, baby, whoa, you're in full control. Cause you make me surrender to your love. Now I wanna say, you're in full control. Oh yeah. Cause you make me surrender to your love. Now I wanna say, got me wanting to say, make me wanna say. Cause you really be pushing over, trying to resist but I cannot. Let's go all the way, all the way. Got me in the face. You got it, I want it, you love it. You
Welcome back to the Riyadh Masters here at the Esports World Cup. It's game 2 coming up. Extreme Gaming taking on Beast Coast, and Extreme have already guaranteed themselves the upper bracket. They're safe and sound, but Waga, Beast Coast, a hope, a dream, on a wing and a prayer. They've got a chance to get through, potentially.
Yes, Beast Coast could get through. They need to win, and they need Betboom to lose their second game as well against Tundra, and that would put them in a tie situation, if we're not mistaken here. And they would have to play a tiebreaker for who gets eliminated between the two of them in that case. So Beast Coast really in dire straits here.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the way the things are going, you know, if you're not keeping tabs on stuff, maybe close your ears now if you want to keep things spoiler-free. You've had your chance now. BB Team got crushed by Tundra in that game 1, so there's the potential there. BB Team get 2-0'd. It's just going to come down to Beast Coast performance in this game right now, right? You got handled by Extreme, last pick snipered. Going into this second game, like, it's your last game of the tournament, potentially. You know, you need to win this one to stay in it. Do you go for something cheesy? Do you go for something weird and wonderful? Or do you still kind of bunker down and think our way of drafting and playing can still beat Extreme?
I think they have to find their own style again and just play towards it. Beast Coast got to go back to what has worked for them historically. It's a little bit tough because at this point, you're so deep in the tournament, you're starting to feel that tournament meta, and you feel like you have to go along with it. But look towards your Ember Spirits if you can get your hands on it, you know, but that banned out immediately. So again, it's also perfect read by Extreme Gaming. They've been drafting so well here.
Yeah, this is like that thing, right? What are they going to use? What do they need to have to try and come back into this game? What are their comfortable heroes? Ember Spirit gone. That Pango with the flex gone. As Beast Coast take out the Troll, the Sven, the Jakiro. So some elements there from the previous game, and of course, some very key heroes for Extreme.
Yeah, I think they have a very good read. Extreme Gaming probably just putting themselves in Beast Coast's shoes and saying, okay, what has worked for them? How do they get their way back into this? So get rid of that Ember immediately. And I like how the first phase bans are completely different from what we have seen throughout the tournament. We see Monkey King just ignored. We see Darkseer making it through. We have Snapfire and Phoenix just being ignored as well. This is a very open style of drafting here. Tons of heroes are going to be on the board and available.
Yeah, it does leave in the Beastmaster, though, which I feel like is a hero that I would love to see Beast Coast play. Vitaly very adept on it. And the feeling I've been getting recently is that a lot of these teams that are succeeding are playing through the offlane. Whether it's this offlane Brew, Sand King, Beastmaster, whatever it might be, it doesn't matter what carry or mid you've got. You need, you know, your offlane to have a decent time and kind of have some tempo behind it.
Yeah, tempo and success on the offlane, and that's also why we see heroes like the Jakiro Troll on the safe lane to try and mitigate that. If we see heroes that are good and competitive for that safe lane, so the enemy offlaner doesn't just take over the game, that's a good way to address the game. But yeah, both teams opening up with what looks like potential offlaners here. Darkseer more than likely, Sand King quite likely on that offlane as well. Could still be played mid, of course.
Just what a world we live in where Jakiro is first phase banned, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
he's definitely been rising.
He's shown us his value, and I think after last game, if you don't ban that Jakiro, I would be offended on behalf of DY. He played like a god, just perfect positioning. This slow and clunky hero Jakiro, it's not easy to make it look like you're always there in time, because you have to start running there 20 seconds ago every time that there's a position that you need to be at.
Hoodwink out. Get rid of some of these other high priority heroes. Was Tiny ignored this series?
He wasn't he banned in the first game? I thought he was, but maybe not.
Oh yeah, he was. You're right. Extreme Bandit. Ban number 6.
Early phase ban by Extreme. We might see a Spear Breaker coming out from Extreme Gaming again here if Beast Coast don't do something against it.
I guess I would kind of like this Sand King to still be, you know, available for the mid lane, and you know, think about kind of tiny Enigma off lane, something like that can crush your opponents a bit.
Yeah, it's always nice to keep it flexible until the very end, at least. However they want to end up with the draft, if it's picking your offlane and having it be flexible here, so you could just pick your safe lane heroes. You already see the Darkseer, so I think Beast Coast would do well to prioritize getting a hero that they're comfortable with against the Darkseer in lane. There's a banned out hero that we've seen be pretty good at jumping the backline as well, something that Beast Coast were lacking in the previous game.
Yeah, that's for sure. I guess Beast Coast do have that ultimate pick. Are they a team that runs Clinks at all?
Beast Coast? Oh, yeah, they do, actually. I think
So
I've seen Pike play it before.
Yeah, it kind of rung. Yeah, there was the first series they played against Virtus.pro. I think that was one we watched because that was against the Dark. Yeah, that's why it's rung a bell for me. They ran the Clinks against the Darkseer and they looked incredibly good with it. But that was also a game where they had Ember and Ember popped off.
Yeah, it was a game where everything kind of worked out for them. They also had a Slardar who had a fantastic game going for him. So they did succeed with their Clinks, but I wonder how much it was because of the Clinks or how much it was because of that Slardar, who was just a monster, as I remember thinking back to that game. He was just hunting like the Megalodon mode, hunting people across the map.
And the dark shadow below you in the waters, the murky waters, unveiling a Slardar. Yeah, we'll see what happens here as Beast Coast. Sand King flexible. Probably going to look at some of their supports now. I'd love to have some kind of setup. Start out some of these fights.
See what they prioritize getting their hands on here. They're against the Darkseer. Rubik, a hero that I have been wanting a little bit more from this tournament almost. It used to be a common comfort zone for a lot of support players, but we haven't seen it played that much. Of course, it acts as a little bit of a block pick against Extreme as well. Take away some priority hero, or comfort hero, I should say.
No Spirit Breaker, sad times. I'm going to get an ET for DY, I'd assume, instead.
Maybe. We'll see if they swap it. But yeah, most likely. Nyx comes in. Another hero that has had decent impact in all the games that we've seen him.
A fun hero for Shinkyu to play as well.
Yeah.
Iron Shell put on him. Pretty good against the Sand King too, isn't he?
He is. He is very good at catching heroes who have AoE damage in general. Nyx overall in the tournament has been played 18 times. It's 55.5% win rate, so nothing super amazing, but definitely a respectable hero in his own right.
Well, now you see the off lane. Like you said, the potential just to grab your carry here in that fourth slot. And keep your mid-off lane flex until the very end still open for yourselves. When a Clockwork comes out in the field, you kind of expect a ranged carry, don't you?
Yeah, a little bit. It feels like a ranged carry could be the option. Maybe they do go for the Clinks, as, you know, eating the Iron Shells is possible. They don't have minus armor this time, and into a Nyx Assassin it could be risky with the Vendetta. He's good at hunting Invis heroes. They still do it. Yeah. Well, I already highlighted the dangers of it, but the benefits, like I said, you can eat the Iron Shell creep. The lane should be quite strong. Can definitely make the Darkseer have a tough start. Extreme though.
Oh, here we go.
You get to see Ame playing on the PA.
It's something that he loves. This hero. It's always fighting, like trying to find ways to play it. I remember back the God, what's that item called? Revenant's Brooch?
Yeah,
I don't see it anymore, but the Mars, the PA patch where you're just getting massive crits with rapiers. Now, of course, things are very different.
Yeah, of course, now you can't crit with it at all, so not as ideal. I have seen someone actually build it with methodical PA. This might sound weird, but they built that and toggled to have physical attack whenever the crit was coming in and magical attack on every other hit.
Oh.
Super weird. This is like obscure tech. I have not seen this tested multiple times. This is just some science I've seen done by a mad lad. It's an interesting idea, but of course you can't have those crazy moments. The memorable TB close to the Tormentor getting daggered by a PA and just being obliterated.
One dagger and I'm die.
Yeah.
That's still going to be a difficult hero to bring down here, especially once you get some BKB up. And I guess the Clink's going to be pretty reasonably good at roaming around the map and finding kills and movements here with a clock and a Sand King to enable him. Much better than the Shadow Fiend from game one anyway.
It's more active than the Shadow Fiend. It definitely will come online more, and I'm more confident that it should be having a good lane impact here as well, as he's laning into a Darkseer and has that consume on the creep question is how well he can activate. Can they take towers? Because that's what we saw from Extreme Gaming last game. They were great at just sieging up towers and saying, okay, we go from here to here and activate on the map. Whereas Beast Coast, they were kind of just stuck. Their carry was always missing, it felt like.
I'm trying to think, yeah, what's XM's hero now, though? Like, they're banning Zeus on the side of Beast Coast, getting rid of some of these safe mid lane heroes that can just kind of sit there and not worry about too much. This time, they've got a lot of gap close to get onto a sniper, so maybe not as worried about that last pick sniper coming out.
Maybe go back to something he's known for. The Death Prophet could still be played. Can
you play SF here?
He could. He definitely could. It's interesting that they didn't pick it. Yeah, they said they would pick it first.
They said it.
They said it. They lied.
They lied.
Garrett.
It was XXS. XXS. Where are you now?
We need to hear from him. If they win this, I want to hear explanations.
We're confident in XM. We're going to first pick a Shadow Fiend every single. If they don't,
XM is the best in the world on SF. We're always going to pick it. Yeah.
Who's that?
Okay. Not a hero that we see very frequently. A Queen of Pain comes out.
The Shween of Fane. That's Shadow Fiend, right? SF?
This is Extreme Gaming saying, okay, we're already guaranteed upper bracket. Let's experiment with some heroes that we think can work. PA, Queen of Pain, heroes that they haven't been, able to play as much when everything was on the line for them. Not to say they're not taking the game serious, but I don't think that we would have seen these heroes otherwise.
Mid Rubik? Mid Lion?
Mid Rubik.
Mid Rubik.
Yeah, it's Rubik by Lumpy, and XM gonna be on his Queen of Pain, of course.
I was gonna ask, like, is Sand King Quapper, is that laneable? Can Sand King do it? And I guess the answer is no.
No, it's not very good lane. So they take the Rubik instead, send the off lane Sand King. This makes more sense. And Rubik does probably win against Queen of Pain, just on paper. He is very, very strong as a mid laner lately. And I believe more in the Rubik than the Queen. But XM has also proven himself over and over again.
And they have some tremendous damage output here as Extreme Gaming.
Oh yeah, their burst, even without Elder Titan in the mix, is insane. PA, Nyx, and Queen, they really 100 to 0 heroes quickly. And then you add the ET Aura into that as well, and potentially Darkseer setting up with some combos. I love the way that Extreme is drafted. I don't think that the Queen is really worth picking over something like DP for pushing power, but the lineup is very aggressive.
He's getting his hands warm for that mid lane matchup. We'll see how it goes. Much nicer feeling draft as well from Beast Coast this time around. Lots of ways to enter the fight, which they really struggled with in game one. Now you've got Sand King, Clockwork, the Clink's kind of scouting around and looking for stuff. And of course, El Misho on this Lion, a hero that we saw a fair amount in the early days of play-ins and group stages, but it was kind of being picked blind into nothing. This time around, he's been last picked into a Queen of Pain, into a PA, and into a Nyx as well. You've got that Hex, the non-damaging stuns, the spells which we always used to call for against Nyx. They've got Rubik and Lion against him.
They do have that. Always some nice form of control, but I'm gonna go back and be a hater. I don't believe in Lion. I think he's bad. I think Lion sucks in this patch. I don't really see him being worth picking at all. And I may sound like a hater, but the stats back it up as well.
He feeds.
Only 30% win rate, 33% win rate so far. Played 9 times, won 3 of those. Yeah, I don't know. To me, in a patch where everyone is trying to be tanky, picking a squishy Lion support who wants to burst generally squishy heroes goes against the grain. Now, granted, having PA and Queen, they're a little bit more burstable, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. I could find some openings. And it's also the fact that Lion has felt like a hero that never comes back in games. Like, if you're ahead, similar to old Disruptor, if you're ahead and you're chasing, it feels good. If you're behind, you don't farm as Lion. You don't find solo pickoffs because, like you're saying, everyone's so tanky. You are just kind of dead weight as a Lion, waiting for something to happen. And that's not what you want. Whereas, ET stacking, Nyx is scouting, hunting for people, making the map a little bit wider for you to play into. And Lion can struggle to do any of these things. They do get some good stuns onto Arme to start off this bottom lane. Drop them down to like 60% HP, but look at DY come back in with the punches.
Yeah, not committing a blood grenade for this. Don't want to chase for more. But still a good start for them. They get 3 runes on the side of Beast Coast. So they have the gold advantage from the start. They almost got 4 runes. Clockwork didn't manage to secure the rune against the Queen of Pain. But all the other runes were claimed by them.
Mid lane, Queen of Pain with a Scream first up. Gets the first last hit.
Yeah. Overall, difficult to trade hits against a Rubik though. Rubik has really nice last hit damage as well. So I expect him to be coming out ahead a little bit here on the mid lane.
And Rubik, we've seen a bit of this mid lane Rubik. Kind of phylactery, buy initiation items. What about Queen of Pain? What does she buy nowadays?
Dagon. Dagon is the most common item.
Ooh, cool.
First item, Dagon with power treads, null. And look at mid. Lumpy is just bullying the queen right now. This is huge. He's destroying her.
Yeah, no entry. Can't get to the creep wave. Deny a bunch of these creeps, fade bolt her and keep her back. And XM's still a little distant from his bottle as well.
Yeah.
So he's got 2 last hits?
This is bad news. Very, very bad news. He needs 2 more CS. Not dead, but he's in a world of hurt. I guess that's what Queen of Pain wants to be in, but maybe not like this.
Yeah, consensual world of hurt. I don't think she's given Rubik consent to do this amount of damage to her.
Yeah, this is a great start to say the least for Lumpy, who's continuing to dish out damage whenever he can. He does secure some last hit here on Queen though, so he gets his bottle at least. He's gonna come out, but he will get it pretty late. Maybe they can even deny the water rune refill for her if Clock comes to take a rune here.
I see. Come on, God, the runes, would be huge for them. Yeah, 9 and 4 for Rubik. Queen of Pain, 6-0. Needs that bottle ASAP.
She will get a refill. They're not really playing towards the runes.
Yeah, looks like she will. So at least something going XM's way. Yeah, very well done. Early days here from the Rubik. And of course, it's not all about the mid lane. We've got these 2 side lanes going on as well. We're PA currently up at the top in terms of last hits. Sand King and Darkseer a little bit behind, but still finding some room of their own.
Yeah, I think that PA is very hard here to shut down with the Stifling Dagger, can continuously farm, and DY doing a good job keeping his small camp here, able to pull and secure the PA farm under tower.
And I guess up at top, when you've got a Nyx by your side, just don't Iron Shell creeps. You just Iron Shell yourself and the Nyx Assassin, right?
Yeah, most likely against the Clinks. Don't want to take the risk that he just gets rid of the creep. As long as the Nyx can play around you. Lotus spawning here. Nyx gonna grab one of them.
Moves. And Clockwork trying to find his way into this lane. Oh, every time I look mid, XM is stepping back under his tower, taking hits. Lumpy on the very outskirts of the tower range there, getting some good harassment in. And up at top, they do get a good stun onto moves, but the Clockwork able to repurpose himself, move away. As the Queen of Pain in the mid lane, blinking out of the range of Lumpy, who just keeps laying it on him.
I mean, this top lane is going better than expected for XXS on his Darkseer. The fact that he's getting a lot of CS here. They've done a good job of farming no matter the Clink's counter.
Sand King able to come in and contest the pull. Courier's coming across as well. Got to be careful with that, DY. Yeah, there goes the little Elgato, the Beyond the Summit cat from a long time back.
That is a throwback courier right there. Both the runes are going to be controlled up here by the side of Beast Coast as they take the top one with the support. Clockwork making a little move. Meanwhile, they're trying to go over on the Clinks. That's what we always see. You go for the rune, you carry.
Gets burnt down by the Iron Shells. That's still a move from Moose here to try and get a couple of kills, though, off the back of it. Pike killed off Shin Q. Moose gets XXS, so even though the Darkseer gets first blood, a little victory there for the Clockwork to get a ton of experience.
Yeah, it's level 4.25 now, so getting some really big experience gain, and of course the punishment for that tower dive.
Down the bottom, the 2 Impalers. Misha and Vitali get onto DY, but Ame unloads the damage, kills off the Lion. Now this Sand King, have they got reveal around the Sandstorm? Looks like they've got a sentry over on DY, but just let Vitali stand there and hit the creeps. Well, Ame will come back and gather what's under his tower.
He's got creeps to farm, so more important for him. Gonna go back towards that. Bottom lane looking decent here for Extreme Gaming, but mid lane still lacking and suffering. 15-2 versus 29-12. Now, I actually had the pleasure of playing against the great Holy Hexer himself yesterday on Rubik mid against the Shadow Fiend. And, you know, I must say, Rubik mid is insane. It completely crushes even Shadow Fiends.
Yeah, just something about him, right? It feels nice playing Rubik. Attack animation, attack damage. You're reasonably tanky as an int hero. And of course, when you get to mid-game, just stealing spells.
You're like a tiny at this point. Oh, as we say, Nyx is getting gone on top. Gets away with a surge.
Very speedy. Oh, they throw the tar onto XXS.
But yeah, to explain why I'm hyping it up so much, this Rubik right now is sitting at 81 plus 13 damage at level 6.
Where's it from?
It's from the telekinesis. Or from the, not telekinesis, Arcane Supremacy. You get the damage from your spell imp. It just hits hard.
Nice. Punching like a madman.
Yeah, look at him.
Whack down DY. It's briefcase against Rubik. Looks like the Rubik wins.
Wins against the briefcase man even. That's how strong it is.
Incredible.
Maybe a little bit of help there for him.
Yeah, Lion was around. He's helping out there.
He also has the blink on Rubik. Not necessarily a spell you want to have. Normally you want to have some nuke for yourself, but blink is always good. Get yourself out of some sticky situation.
And bottle refill for XM required. As it looks like Moose's Clockwork being a nuisance there, scouting things out in enemy ancients, getting some D-wards going, making sure that Xinkyu didn't have a simple time stacking up the camps. As of course Darkseer would love to clear them.
The quick buy that our observer is showing as well on the Rubik. It's glorious.
What is it?
It's mana boots into Dagon 1, Dagon 2, Dagon 3, Dagon 4, and then Dagon 5. At least the man knows what he wants.
It's the South American Rubik, isn't it? Whisper did it off lane, Lumpy's doing it mid.
What a great time. Both the mid laners have Dagon queued up at this stage.
It's the sleeperite. That's coming back. Rubik now stealing the Scream. Pretty big spell to take. As XM all D-ward mid. Get a bit of a bonus for himself, and now breathing room for XM's Queen of Pain. Finally gets to see a creep wave without being hit 20 times for it.
Yeah, he needs to get a connection with this ulti. He's gotta keep his eyes peeled for the side lanes and see if he can make a rotation and have some impact, because the way things are going, he's just getting outfarmed. It's actually gonna be Rubik TPing down bottom already.
Well, I start with the Burrow and the Epicenter. Impale from the Lion is here. Good sleep, though, from DY. Holds them back, at least for now. But their Hex into Cogs should be there from Moose, trapping them both inside. Push back, the kick of the Cogs. Expanded Armature doing a lot here as Lumpy will arrive and grab a double kill.
Takes both those kills. Meanwhile, Pyke has to play safe top, but he is doing so on the Clinks. Making sure not to get ganked as the Queen of Pain was looking towards making a rotation top. Not gonna get anything, though, while the Rubik having the huge impact now swinging top.
All right, XXS and Xinkyu, they pinged the Clinks knowing he was there. Maybe not expecting, though, this move to come in. The hookshot arrives, the Clockwork already level 6, but XM with that Sonic Wave clears out Pyke. Turnaround stun again from Lumpy and Elmisho. A double kill for the Rubik in a chaotic team fight. Going 2 for 2, but honestly, the big winner out of that feels like XM.
Yeah, XM needed this. Rubik, yes, he got even more kills, so he now killed 4 heroes within 1 minute. Lumpy just all over the place in this game, so his momentum is not slowing down, but Queen getting something on the board was very important for her to post some impact in this game.
Her net worth looking pretty poor, needs some way to catch up.
Rubik, by the way, still has the Impale now after that. Good job stealing a nice disable there.
Yeah, I was struggling to keep up with all these impales and stuns. Like, there's Nyx and Lion, there's Sand King, there's so many bugs in Burrow Strikes and impales. Vitali is also feeling the pain down at bottom. Sentry's there, but the stuns, look at them! Out of the ground, the spikes, so painful for Extreme Gaming.
Enormous impact here from this mid lane already.
The Lumpy Rubik.
Lion gets the stun.
Is it Earth Spike from Lion? Is it Impale? We'll never know. They're all the same spell.
Yeah. Do you want to get impaled 3 times here as the gang comes in? Even a Finger of Death securing the kill there as well. Getting himself 1 stack on board.
Right, yeah. Massive laning stage into early game victory here. 4 to 10 with Beast Coast leading 4k net worth. Tier 1 tower going to die. And it's just, yeah, the tournament life on the line, of course. They're starting to feel it now, bringing some tempo finally to this series as they just flopped out in game 1.
Finally, we get to see them just playing like nothing is holding them back. And that's what I love about South American teams. Very often, they are not going to go quietly out of the tournament. They are going to fight, you know, tooth and nail, bring out some crazy picks here. You were asking before the game 2 started, what are they going to do? Are they going to go standard or will they go for something wild? It's going to be wild, but it's also working out really well for them.
Damn it, you can't just, you know, fizzle out, walk into the sunset with a whimper. You've got to put up a fight here. Damage dealt. Look at that. Can we bring that back again? 7.2k for the Rubik. By far the most damage dealt. Lumpy posting some big numbers. And he's moving around with El Micho now as well.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Not going for phylactery as well, but going for that Dagon means that he will have even more immediate burst when he wants to kill someone. And also getting that spell lifesteal, not a bad deal on Rubik.
Yeah, knowing that BKBs are miles away, right? You've got this massive window for the Dagon to do a lot of work. And currently hunting for the PA. Arme. Rocket Flare just to his right. Smoke breaks. Lumpy knows there's someone up on his high ground. And the stun into the fog. He just connected it onto him. The Arcane Supremacy AoE increase. Gonna get the kill on the PA here. Oh, hang on with the wall. The drag back. Arme still alive. Jumps off behind, but he's dead nonetheless. But there's turnaround from Extreme Gaming with a vacuum of the wall. The punches out of XM. A triple kill for the Queen of Pain. All set up by XXS.
That is beautiful right there. The Darkseer impact coming in. Beautiful vacuum wall combination. Even with the stolen wall, doesn't really matter. A tough spot to fight into, and the Queen ulti just laying into everybody there. We can see the damage dealt by Queen. Just absolutely massive. The Rubik did purchase out the Dagon now, though, so he has that at least. We see a replay quickly for what happened. Look at the reaction.
Just imagine being Arme there. Like, you walk through fog. Like, on my screen, that Rubik's Impale didn't even hit him, but somehow lands. Then he gets Burrow struck, Lion stunned. The PA is like up in the air, down on the ground, getting stunned over and over again. In the Ancients, though, Radiant side, next Assassin being punched around by Moose and El Micho as Beast Coast bring 4 heroes here, fingering down XXS as well.
Big kills again as Beast Coast bite back. Gonna go towards mid after this as well, maybe thinking towards the tower, and Pyke gonna keep working on the top tower with his Clinks. Of course, not all spells get visually bigger from the Arcane Supremacy, so it's a little bit weird. Some spells do get bigger, like Remnants, for instance, all get visually bigger. But yeah, the Impale, it will connect awkwardly.
I mean, Impale's always been one of those spells, right? Like Earth Spike, Impale, where there's the like additional 50 range or whatever on the tail end. Like you ground cast it and you can get that extra bit of stun.
Yeah, especially for Lion, his cast range versus his actual range is very different.
And that Rubik just adds another layer to it. Moves zapped down by XM's Dagon, and Rubik kills Jinkyu with his. Control on the Darkseer there as DY runs forward onto the Clinks. Pyke standing back and fighting into DY, and the Vendetta from Lumpy gonna take the ET down.
Quick kill there. Nice steal of spells here going on, and mid tower finally got given up by Extreme. They realized they can't really fight into this. Desperately need the pipe over on Darkseer, but he elected to go for the mech first, so don't really have that magical damage mitigation against this Rubik yet.
And we're gonna need it. Lumpy is just dishing it out.
They need at least one pipe, maybe a double.
And what is it? Dagon 2 coming out in courier shortly. More damage.
Yes, Dagon already in hand, so just leveling that, not going for anything else. Dagon 5 and then Blink Dagger is the plan.
Okay, fair enough.
The fact that he has Vendetta as well, he's waiting for the cooldown to come off. 30 seconds, he could go for a Vendetta gank with Dagon on Rubik.
I mean, if they can go find that PA again, it would be a massive move to make. But Extreme Gaming, they've got other ideas here. Pinging into that top jungle where I think they've caught a glimpse of the Clinks farming away. Pyke is invis though as XM blinks and dusts him. XXS, they know he's in the trees here. Scream connects and the damage output. Pyke almost blown up immediately, but moves with a hook shot, buying him the time. Protection here. The Sonic Wave over at the Pyke's Clinks and punched down by DY. Lumpy also joining this, stealing out the Sonic Wave and turning it back onto them. Lumpy life stealing up, but it's not going to be enough. He's dead. Rubik down, DY found by the tower. A jump in from El Micho with his Blink Dagger, and the Earth Spike Impale Finger of Death combo kills the Queen of Pain.
This game, it's so crazy. Chasing still here. Blink Dagger coming off cooldown in 3 seconds for the Lion. He doesn't have much mana though. He has mana drain first. But because he has the mana drain deals damage talent, the Spike Carapace stops him from being able to blink in and stun.
Counted.
This facet griefed him.
Meanwhile, Arme's PA is like, good job, team. Yes, create the space. Die for me, peasants.
I will hit creeps. I like how this is a game where we're going to have 3 Dagons and a Finger of Death. Because Nyx is still working on his Dagon as well, mind you. A little bit behind the other Dagon timings, but to be fair, they cheated by being mid laners.
Yeah, it's not allowed. We also had, I think, Bloodstone was just picked up by the Sand King as well.
Yep, yes.
44 minutes faster than
God
patch
damn.
average.
He's crushing the average, Gareth. Who are these other noobs? Let's get them reported right now.
Oh my goodness gracious me.
That is the biggest stat I've seen today.
Clinks with a good
steal
timing.
up the Spike Carapace. Gotta be careful not to give away the good spell. Shinkyu. Heads up use of the Spike Carapace.
It's still not the best stat of the tournament, though. That still belongs to First Blood at 83 minutes, 47 seconds.
Ooh, Queen of Pain gets out safely here. Clockwork didn't really have the mana to put down the power cogs.
XM counting his lucky
Gank rotation
stars.
with the blink.
Yeah, they want XXS. Amisha starts, and they've got so much disable here. And infinite stuns.
Tons of stuns coming in, and they have the Iron Shell now stolen up by Rubik. Gonna shell up his Sand King first.
I do not have a read on this game. Like, I have no idea what's going on, Waga. I'm not gonna lie.
We are in crazy territory right now. This is just Beast Coast dominating the game because they have so much momentum on the Rubik. Meanwhile, Extreme Gaming are trying not to bleed too much as the Battle Fury Power Touch PA is still farming, working towards that BKB. But for now, they have to concede a lot of structural advantage here to Beast Coast.
How much does this game change when PA has BKB?
A little bit? Not that much, because the Blink chain stuns are insane still. The Lion blinking in, stunning, then the Sand King blink follow-up perhaps once he has his Blink Dagger. You might still not be able to use your BKB. It's great if you get it off, but if they see you first, you still die.
So then what's the defining factor here for Extreme Gaming? Like, what are they aiming for? If they're so far behind, momentum's in the Beast Coast camp?
Well, it's positioning, right? The PA has to get BKB and then play behind heroes so that she doesn't get spotted. Once she has BKB and Darkseer has Pipe, they group up, try and take fights, and if PA is allowed to right-click stuff, she could get a lot of kills, as there's no real armor items on anybody on the side of Dire. None of them are building physical survivability, so PA could deal a ton of damage this game.
And potentially
Jump
no
top
tools
again.
to break through her blur. There's a Finger of Death up top with a double stuns. Just deja vu, XXS, same place, same time. Same heroes killed him.
Yeah. Handshaking. Meet you same place, same time? Okay. Don't make it too obvious.
Extreme Gaming playing down bottom.
Radiant are scanning.
Trying to play around the Shinkyu Vendetta as he moves forward scouting.
Dagon number 3 is here. He's gonna go with it.
Straight onto moves. Double Dagon. Down he goes before they even land the dagger of the PA.
Mind Flare though.
He's hasted.
What can he do?
He's lifting up this Nyx Assassin. No
Oh,
carapace.
order.
And Shinkyu trying to dodge the stuns. Both of them landing into the ground though at multiple angles. Finds the kill on the Nyx.
Yeah, Haystern really good for chasing like that, and of course Extreme don't really want to take a big fight after using the Nyx ulti already. Can't keep fighting. Gotta be careful about the order of operations on the Mind Flare though. After the Dagon, it does so much more damage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Also nice to see there. We had the stats up. A 6k lead overall by Beast Coast and a 5k difference in itemization. So there's not a lot of wasted gold. Beast Coast are investing all their money into items they can use right now. Glimmer Cape on the Clockwork, Blink on the Sand King, a bit of vision here with a Rocket Flare onto the ET. Yeah, you just don't get to play Dota, do you? You get jumped, stunned, killed off quickly. Arme and XM trying to fight back into El Micho here and jumping away from the epicenter. Maybe. If they can get XXS into action, a move from Shinkyu, landing the stun on the Sand King. A big kill to take if they can find it, and they're looking for a bigger vacuum wall, dragging back Pike, but the Sonic Wave pushback. Oh, this Rubik Just carving them in twain with a Dagon and a sap down army. X-Success is on the
stolen as
route.
well.
Man, Lumpy.
Yeah, they need to get on the Rubik somehow and burst him, but he is he's got a straight direct line to the Dagon factory, as well as he already had 3 upgrades delivered. He's queuing up the Blink Dagger now. No, finish it. Get the Dagon 5. It could be the fastest timing for Dagon 5 ever.
It could be. And Lumpy had a massive smile on his face when they decided to put the Rubik mid, and I can see why now.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of watching Whisper play offlane Rubik. Used to do the same thing with core Rubik on the offlane, with Dagon Rush as well, upgrading it. And it's a ton of damage. It's very, very hard to play against.
Oh, an Orchid for the Queen of Pain. Some kind of control here to try and deal with the Rubik. I mean, like you've been saying, defensive items, not a thing for Beast Coast. Going all out aggression as they get a catch on the crop top. Gleipnir control, and down you go. XM gone, DY gonna follow. And Extreme Gaming bleeding out in game 2.
Clockwork looking for more as well, as he's just hovering here on the high ground, but PA not gonna get close enough this one. Gets jumped anyway.
Arme just getting chain stunned into oblivion, but he does get the Phantom Strike up to high ground thanks to Shinkyu's positioning, who is gonna sacrifice himself. The bodyguard.
Look at Rubik, he's coming.
Lumpy's coming for you. He's up on his high ground. Where are you, Arme? Hello there. Oh, he's in your face. He's in your face.
Oh my god, dude. What a kill.
Arme dead for 40 seconds.
That is the goofiest kill I've seen right there.
That's one of the goofiest games I've seen. They're stealing Tormentor now, and it's paying off dividends, though, for Beast Coast. Again, this is their tournament life on the line. They need a victory here, and they're getting closer and closer to it just to stay in the tournament.
Isn't this our first series was today as well, with one team losing really hard game 1, and then the second game you just have a complete spin around? It seems like teams are dominating each other, taking turns here, and who's going to win?
It's not momentum based anymore.
No, certainly not.
Outdraft
and
outdraft. DY smoked up, sees the Sand King. And they've got reveal here to spot Vitali, but XM whiffs the Sonic Wave, and now they don't want to follow through any further.
A costly miss there. Rubik is making his way over with the Surge. Wicked getting around on the map now. He's queuing up a Midas next, so Lumpy is really just buying whatever he feels like. Oh,
Mules on the next.
Has been spotted by Sentry. And Vendetta again stolen for like the 5th time this game. The Rubik Vendetta is coming.
Lumpy.
He's gonna step onto this Sentry though.
Lumpy.
He wants to go around. Oh my god, look how he's going.
Lumpy. He's coming for you. He's a shark in the water, but hang on a second. Have they got a net to trap him? Lumpy. Oh, he's got the protection of Moose. Clockwork comes in. Arme trying to jump on the Rubik. TP out. Lumpy attempting, but zapped down by XM. Hang on a second, Extreme Gaming. They found a way to fight back into this. The stuns on Arme, not enough damage physically to break down his PA. Finally, though, now with a Gleipnir control onto him and XM. A ton of damage to take Arme down a notch.
Arme did get a kill at least, so they got the Rubik and the kill off the Clockwork. Not terrible here for Extreme Gaming with how far behind they are. I think you're happy getting any kills here, especially as the PA needs to find a way back into this game, get some kills.
Yeah, a bit of a swing. Still a 10k lead for Beast Coast, but and money into Extreme's pockets. BKB for PA. You can never count Extreme out.
XM has done a good job stabilizing this game as well after how laning stage went. He's 9-3-4.
See, this is very reminiscent of Extreme Gaming, I want to say like 6 months ago or so, where it very often felt like they were purposefully losing laning stage to take games late. Hang on, Jinkyu. He's walked into them here, and they don't have vision. He starts out on the Clinks with a stun and a catch, but he's going to get turned on and killed.
He's just completely alone. I don't think that it was communicated that he didn't really have backup behind him there. The Queen did not want to fight once that BKB. But this is going to give an opening now for Beast Coast to just go into Roche Pit.
Yeah, like Extreme were kind of aiming for mid to late game in all their games a while back. They are very adept at taking things late and like taking late game team fights, but it just feels like this game Beast Coast have so much control that you can't split push, you can't go and like maneuver the map to cut waves and stuff like that. You are forced to just fight.
scatter blasting on every single auto attack right now. What is going on? You seeing these?
Oh yeah.
He's shooting scatter blasts.
It's like burning into the screen as well. Like the
just official, not actually doing scatter blast damage, but it would be cool if it did.
That's wild. What are they called? Tracer shots, right?
Ah, that's weird. Tracer arrows. So yeah, of course.
That's what it looks like. Depleted uranium clink arrows.
Yeah, he's got some special weaponry.
Yeah, he sure does.
He's got a real hero killer bow here.
He's got Aegis in hand as well.
The PA is working on Sanch and Yasha in this game.
Oh, Lumpy.
Queen gets out safely. Didn't even use the BKB.
Didn't have it. I think she just had it delivered now.
Oh yeah, she got it in the base, right?
But it was also Lumpy blinked over her. If he had just continued walking, he would have walked, like, bumped into her directly. Well, Nick's assassin. PA, BKB's up. Jinkyu can come back in and help this one out as well, but he's wandered off elsewhere as the Armate PA is just left alone to try and jump away. The Sand King back in with a Burrow Strike, though. Where did Jinkyu go? He comes back in now to zap down Lumpy at the very least, helping out XM get a double kill for Jinkyu. That's where he went, find some snipes, but he left the PA stranded.
Yeah, he did. But he realized he couldn't really stand his ground there. If he stacks up too much, the AoE stuns are gonna possibly wreck them. Just concerned about what's gonna happen there. And sometimes PA needs to be sold. It's your carry, yes, but you gotta try and stay alive yourself as well.
Find action elsewhere. A jump in from Vitali though, onto this XM Queen of Pain, blinks away from the Gleipnir just in time, and now this vacuum wall into the ET, Spirit Stomp, Sonic Wave, DY moves forward, Pike in trouble, and Vitali being pummeled, does get a two-man Burrow Strike now, but the second life of Klink's going to bring it back right in front of Extreme Gaming as they blink aggressively deep under tower, but Moose and Vitali kill off the Queen of Pain. Now Pike can stand and bat back into Jinkyu to take him down.
Pike strong with the respawn from the Aegis there, just fighting into them. And we have Lion, meanwhile, wrapping around here, thinking about setting up something on the triangle. PA, unsuspecting.
There's the stun. So much control. They know there's no BKB there for Arme either for quite some time.
Yeah, Lion just on point again with the rotation. Didn't have vision yet on the high ground there. That was just a good read.
Now they have tons of vision all around that top lane.
Bit of execution there on the top fight. The vacuum from the Darkseer pulled them away from the Nyx stun, so it missed because of it. Not really on the same page.
Tier 3 being chipped down here as Pike steps up to high ground. Queen of Pain respawn.
Even the Kling skeletons have the special bow.
Yeah. All the funny projectiles flying around. Oh, they brought the fire to this game, Beast Coast. Bring the fire to the Klink's arrows again. The searing arrows make a reappearance.
Yeah, they're back. This is the new visual for multi-shot being tested here. That's what's happening. Valve are just testing stuff under the hood.
What if Klinks and Medusa had a baby? Actually, don't think about that. Sounds awful. Oh, mate, still trying to get a foothold in this game. Back into jungle, looking for that next item. Greaves up now for the Darkseer.
Scanned out. In danger here. Rocket scouts him.
Hook shot right onto him. Moves, helping out Lumpy to start things off and drag the Darkseer back towards the cogs. And Misho with another finger of death.
Yeah, nice reaction by XSS. He tried to immediately get away by, instead of auto-attacking, he ran into one of the cogs and then ran past that cog since it's depleted. Actually faster than auto-attacking if you're a slow auto-attack hero like Darkseer. Of course, still dead. No real way to get out of that one, but just a nice little detail.
Jinkyu trying to hunt careers, it looks like. And in the meantime, though, you've lost DY's Elder Titan.
He dewarded, but paid for it with his life. Common.
The pinging.
Yeah, and PA, of course, not completely invisible with the blur anymore.
Jetpack right over the top, forcing the Phantom Strike. Thankfully for Arme, XM was there to save him, bail him out.
Saved by your mid laner, but yeah, 3, 8, and 2. Arme just not having a game at all.
Shinkyu sees the Clinks, and this gives an opportunity for XM to jump in. The BKB's up, the Sonic Wave's out, the Clinks is about to die. Oh, can they chase this one? XM says no. Back up. And lose Shinkyu. Arme just gets a Courier snipe, but I mean, Beast Coast were close to losing a couple of heroes there.
They were. That BKB was clutch timing by XM. Barely survives on the back of it. But Vitaly is starting to build up to a point where he's looking unkillable. We haven't talked much about the Sanking, but he is topping the net worth. He has the Bloodstone, Pipe, Face Boots, Blink, and now Shiva's about to be complete as well, coming out to him.
A bottled DD rune for the Clinks here.
Pass the bottle on, let him have that. Rubik doesn't need it anymore.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still feels like a bit of an awkward time, though, without Aegis to go high ground. You know, Beast Coast lineup very good at picking, getting fights, scouting people, blowing them up. But if your Clinks doesn't have Aegis, he is still pretty susceptible just to being destroyed on the doorstep of the base.
Even tier 2 looks like they want to defend it here. Extreme Gaming. Scouting with the ET Spirit.
Bring numbers
think
down.
Better of it. Beast Coast gonna back out. They want to play this pick-off game, the split push game where people want to farm and then they come in with all these ganks. So many stuns and disables.
They still have all their tier 1s. They've got everywhere on the map they want to TP to.
Yeah, they also have Tormented to take and apparently a little bit of Ancient stack here to utilize as well. So just gonna try and farm up while Extreme Gaming sort of hesitantly walking out here into a gank.
Oh, they need to find something. I mean, a Clockwork kill would be okay, but they're not even going to get that.
Quick Glimmer, Forge Staff, and he's safe.
Still holding the high ground under their vision, but yeah, Beast Coast very wisely relinquishing control of the Ancients. Go back to the top jungle.
Yeah, Beast Coast with a good read. They don't need to take that fight. All of Extreme invested so much to go for that fight, and they're falling behind more and more. 17,000 lead in building here. Rubik looking for something mid. He would like to steal some spell from Nyx Assassin. For now, holding Surge.
It feels like this Dagon build on Rubik just doesn't stop scaling.
Pike has made a call. He's pinging the base. He's saying, I'm going high ground here. This tower is low HP. He wants to go now.
Okay. He goes up. It looks like he's got it very, very quickly. And now, looking at the barracks, XXS, he's TP'd on the left side. I think Beast Coast know that he's over there.
Map is now opening up here with the tier 3 tower gone.
Hook shot in. Now onto Shinkyu with a ton of stuns. Even with the Greaves and the heals, they can't keep him alive. And the ET Stomp misses as well while they use the Darkseer, stun the once. Epicenter coming in as well as they try to get back up to high ground with an Ogre Seal Totem. Vitaly follows through with a Burrow Strike, but XXS is very tanky.
Tanky enough to survive through all that disable, but this leaves a bit of time here. Pike can go for the melee racks.
Yeah, Catapult, Skeletons, the real hero. Melee racks down. Even going for the ranged one here to try and finish it off. Scatter blasting Skeletons.
Yeah, it's this tar bomb effect, because it's not always when they attack, but when the tar bomb is there, then it happens. So I don't know if it's a visual on one of his cosmetics that's always bugged like this, but it looks pretty crazy.
It's funny stuff.
Roche is gonna spawn in 1.5 minutes here. Could be spawning any moment, so Extreme Gaming playing with urgency.
Aghanim Scepter Rubik. As if he's not being good enough. He's gonna get even better.
Yeah, why not? Just have 2 spells instead of 1.
Well, they fall back. Tormented time, you mentioned a couple of minutes ago. Lots of resources here on the map for Beast Coast to gather. And they got a lane of barracks. There's no rush in them needing to go high ground again.
They've been so forward that they haven't actually played to take the Tormentor that much here, but they get it. Lion has his shard now.
Roshan's coming up pretty shortly, though. I was a minute away from nighttime. About a minute away for Roshan. He's going to spawn.
Scouting. Smoke here. The Fade Bolts reveals that they're down here. Extreme Gaming holding high ground. Darkseer TPing to join.
I don't know, is this a wraparound from Beast Coast, or are they just pushing the wave and going high ground? Like, okay, Extreme, you're thinking about Roshan, we're just going to take control of the entire map.
Yeah, both teams are wrapping around each other here. They have swapped positions, Gareth.
Yeah, just ring around the rosy. but high ground is here for XM. The steal, Rubik. Oh, BKB out for Queen of Pain, jumping straight in onto the Rubik, but he has Blink. He jumps away. The Sonic Wave not going to do a whole lot as they hookshot back in onto this Queen of Pain. The vacuum, the heals, XXS trying to buy time, but this Rubik is just shredding them apart. Arme, he's going to make the jump back in, but can he do enough? With the BKB expiring, he's dying inside the cogs. He's burned alive, and a triple kill for Vitali. It comes through. The buyback from the Queen of Pain, trying to continue the fight as the Elder Titan is brought down to the Sanking's ultra kill.
Beautiful there. That triple stun by Sanking, well deserving of that ultra kill. Just quick reactions as well coming out of Rubik in that fight. He got jumped, but managed to somehow steal the blink and get himself out. I have no clue how he even survived that. Don't think Queen had her friends quite close enough and on the same page. Klink's now pushing high ground. 4 heroes dead. We don't see Extreme tapping out, but it feels all but over at this point.
Yeah, it feels like Beast Coast have got this one in the bag. Absolutely massive stuff for them.
Lumpy, what a game he has had. 13, 4, and 20 here on his Rubik.
I mean, they'll still be waiting for the other results. Tundra versus BB team still going on, but you get the victory here and you kind of just hope and watch the other game happening.
Chasing for the Queen, hook shot off the mark.
Just blinks away.
Push is gonna keep going though. Rubik has Sonic Wave ready and Mind Flare.
Vacuum's gonna fail. Now it's time for Beast Coast to strike. Vacuum down. Jinkyu nearly blown up completely. Has to run back to Fountain. XM has spent BKB and a Gleipnir on Arme's PA, causing issues. Extreme Gaming gonna lose all their buildings now.
Mega creep secured. All the racks are down. They could back on Beast Coast, but do they even want to? They could keep fighting if they want.
And Vitali, look at him channeling, thinking about making the jump with his epicenter. XM's BKB's down, so they know they can make the go here with the Fire Strike hook shot, killing off XM, who's dead for a minute and a half. And DY chased back to Fountain. Arme trying to hide, tuck away as well, as the tier 4s are being shredded here by Pike.
Nyx just got collateral damage. What a back!
Big stomp. Here we go. Arme trying to cleave into them. Lumpy sent skywards. His self-fuels into blink away, but the cleaves. Arme jumps into the back lines. Get the snipe on one. Lumpy very low as well, but Arme doesn't have enough in the tank. Dead with buyback available. But Beast Coast, no clinks, 4 alive. They got megas. There's no need to do anything more here.
Can back out. No need to keep pushing. They've already secured a massive advantage here, but with the Queen dead, they are hanging around. No clinks, so they can't really push buildings that easily. Rubik looking for some funny pickoffs. Gets it.
Immediate buyback from DY. And this has got to be such a painful experience as a support hero in this game.
Yeah, Jinkyu just died to collateral damage in the first jump there as well. They tried to burst the Queen, and she did die very fast, but behind her was a Nyx assassin who died to just spells kind of landing on her. Sanking going for the finish here, just hitting.
I mean, there's mega creeps chipping away at Throne. You're still 20 seconds away from your clinks respawning, but yeah, it's felt like Beast Coast have had this one in the bag for quite some time. I could maybe just poke away at the final buildings here as there's no glyph.
Yeah, they're gonna back up and say, okay, whatever, we take the Wisdom Rune and we'll probably go even Roche here. We'll see. We'll see what Pike respawns. Roche is available, of course, and Extreme Gaming in no position to contest anything at this point. He TPs to Roche, so Quince is gonna go and put the nail in the coffin here by getting the Aegis. And they're trying to get over there. Jinkyu desperately running as Nyx. Looks like Tormentor might be the consolation prize. Oh no, Jinkyu! It's just from bad to worse. He's dead for 80. Gareth, he's not gonna respawn before the Aegis push comes in.
Despair.
He doesn't have buyback.
Yep.
He had Magic Stick. He didn't use it. He just died. I think they already gave up, man. I feel mentally checked out here. Jinkyu not Magic Sticking as he dies to a Tormentor.
Who's purple? Oh, it's XXS. Oh, yep. Moose. Gorgeous hook shot. I guess they did have visions. They saw him. I thought it was blind, but they knew exactly what line to take. Coming through the Twin Gate, catching out the Darkseer. He does have buyback. But this is going to be the GG push now.
Darkseer will spend his buyback immediately.
Arme's been scouted. Silenced up. He's got BKB and he's got to use it. defensive
Fine,
BKB.
he doesn't need it. He doesn't need it, Gareth.
Oh.
Nope. It's fine.
Yeah. It's fine. It's okay.
It's okay. The smoke is coming.
We're all good.
Just get a 5-man vacuum into Stomp and Splitter.
And prep the crit.
Yes.
Yeah. Beastco's gonna make the first jump though. Oh mate. Can we get in there with a wall? The Sonic Wave. XM pushing them around. El Misho is sharded up, shiny and golden, while the rest of them are focusing throne. Lion is just dragging them around, kiting two of them, while on the far left side, the PA is taken out by the Clinks. Beast Coast with a Game 2 victory, all but secured now. And their chance at tournament survival still here for them. Just waiting for that Bet Boom Tundra series now.
Yeah, they did get lumpy at the very end there, so at least they get a little consolation kill towards the very end of the game. But what a dominant Game 2 by Beast Coast. They bring the game back. A little bit of smiles on the boys, but of course they know that they're in an uncertain spot here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're just joining us, yeah, Beast Coast, they were down at the bottom at 3-9, now I guess up to 4-10. BB Team, they dropped their first game against Tundra, so they're also at 4-9 with the game still going on against Tundra. So if BB Team win that current game going on, Beast Coast are out. If BB Team lose, then there's a tiebreaker. There's a draw between Beast Coast and BB Team as far as we're aware, down at the bottom of the table for elimination versus staying in.
Just as an update during this, BB Team are currently playing and they are ahead against Tundra by 11k gold right now. So they have a solid lead, but the game is not over yet. So this game is going to be important, of course, to spell out what the final results are going to be here.
And it's one of those funny situations where we're on a delay, they're on a delay. So when you hear us talking about the BB Team series still going on, there's a chance that real time it's already ended.
Yeah, that's true. Stay updated on Liquipedia, of course, and their check marks there for which team is where. But this does at least mean that PSG Quest previously they are secured to not be in elimination territory. That's already secured.
Honestly, just lumpy MVP this game. Such a beautiful switch out with that Rubik heading mid. The Clink's pick against the Darkseer felt really nice as well. Beast Coast just looking very good, especially having Vitali, his hands on some kind of blink initiation hero, whether it's Slardar, Sand King. It feels like he's so good at being the driving force for his team to go and make moves.
Yeah, I mean, just look at him in this fight. That was the dominating fight right there. He got an ultra kill, but time and time again, we saw him just frontline without having any risk of dying. Part of it probably that Ame wasn't having a good game, so the physical damage was just missing for the side of Extreme Gaming. But part of it was probably also that mid laner creating so much space. Lumpy just killing off people left, right, and center with this Rubik.
Yeah, and it's kind of one of those spots, right, where Extreme Gaming, they were already guaranteed their tournament survival, guaranteed upper bracket being 4th place in the group, and it was just down to Beast Coast, knowing how hungry they are, knowing how much they've got to play for here in that second game, really bringing the pain, and yeah, proving that they can still step up against some of these big squads like Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, for sure, and it's nice to see them fight back here. Extreme, of course, feeling pretty good in their own shoes, but yeah, we can have a look here at the stats of our MVP of the game. We talked about him throughout the entirety of the game. Lumpy, finishing the game with a cheese in hand, a snack for later. Didn't even need it during this game.
A snack for later, yeah. I mean, what do you have? Just Brown Boots Dagon Rush? He bought Arcanes or something to try and keep himself up and running, but just these items blasting people non-stop, stealing Vendetta 10 times in a row. Even just the fact that he's able to steal Sonic Wave, multiple team fights, I kept getting surprised how many Sonic Waves we have.
Yeah, he got so many big spells overall, so just a perfect game. He was also, of course, enabled a lot by his supports in this game, but they started out from laning stage, that Rubik looking hella strong against the Queen of Pain, who also isn't the strongest laner. Going back to long ago, we think of Queen as a lane dominator, but lately, in the last few years, that's not really what the hero is.
We do have Moose on the line here, joining us from the Beast Coast camp. As Moose, Game 2, congrats on that victory up against Extreme Gaming. It does still leave things in the balance. Do you know if you guys are still in? Do you know if the Bet Boom series has already concluded?
Yeah, I mean, we're out. They won.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, sad to see you guys go. We weren't quite sure what was going on. We're still a bit behind. So you guys, you put up a really good fight. It was great to see you play up against Extreme in that way. Did you have fun in that last game?
I mean, we had fun. We had fun heroes. We got to play our heroes and just play some Dota.
Yeah, I want to say congrats as well to the second game there. I want to give you the chance as well here to say anything, if you have anything you want to say to your fans who support you as well throughout this. You guys played a really good tournament still, even though this was an unfortunate end here. You guys have any word for your fans who are watching and supporting you?
Yeah, be thankful for the. I mean, I'm thankful for the support they give it to us. We tried our best, you know. We're gonna keep improving for further tournaments. This time it wasn't enough, but maybe next time it will.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch you guys play, and finally felt like the weight was lifted off your shoulders in the final game there. But good luck in your future games, and I hope to see so much more from you guys as well, as you bring a lot of spice into your matches. So thank you for letting us watch you.
Thank you.
Now, one more question, Moose. Thinking forward to TI, you know, how much of a learning experience is this? You know, at Riyadh playing against the big teams, are you guys also getting to scrim behind the scenes against different teams and players as well?
Yeah, I think it's pretty good for us that we have this experience as a team. It's our first tournament, international tournament as a group, and I think we're gonna learn a lot for this. The tournament already ended for us. So we're gonna look back and see what we learned, and I think it's gonna be we're gonna have pretty good insights on what we learned. So yeah, we're just gonna move forward.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us again. Sorry to see you guys out of the
Thank you.
tournament. It's great to see you guys play, and good luck in the future.
Okay, bye. Thank you for the interview.
Bye.
Thank you, Moose. Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of thing, right? We're behind. We're watching the streams to try and catch up, and he already knows. You know, they see the Bet Boom result, which sadly does drop them out of the tournament there, but still, you know, good performance from the SA boys.
Yeah, that one. I mean, they were very exciting to watch as well, and I think overall a team to look forward to in the future. This was still a big result for them coming out of the early stages of the tournament.
Absolutely, we can see some of these highlights as well. The MVP, Lumpy, spamming Dagon, stealing Vendetta, doing all sorts of naughty stuff. Even when he gets jumped by a PA, he's got the presence of mind just to, like, try and TP, knowing that he's dead, you know, at least have the 1% attempt.
Yeah, always going for it. And, you know, this game they played with fantastic tempo. Of course, you could say the Extreme Gaming, they were experimenting a bit. They were doing some heroes that they haven't been running otherwise throughout the tournament. So you could take away some of the pride from that. But I still think that Beast Coast played extremely strong in this game number 2 here. And sometimes it's unfortunate to see your team perform at their best at the very end when it sadly doesn't matter anymore. But I want to see so much more from them in the future. They did great for coming in from the play-ins as well as a team.
I mean, we've had similar stories like, you know, Azure Ray in the play-ins and things like that as well, right? You know, having a poor start and then having a bit of a shining light at the end, you know, like Moose said there, it's a learning experience, all about growth and kind of reflecting and looking back on this tournament in the future as well. As this does round out our regulation play in the group stage for the Riyadh Masters, we can take a look at the standings as things all wrap up here. And I believe, Waga, if I'm not mistaken, my math is pretty bad, but I don't think we have tiebreakers at all.
Yeah, let me also check that. I think we're completely fine from tiebreakers.
It feels like there's no tiebreakers along any lines of importance, so and like elimination or upper bracket. I don't know if there'll be tiebreakers in terms of, like, you know, Andy and Liquid are tied at 9 and 3 each, but I think that comes down to like Neustadtl score, and it's already resolved. But keep our ears open if there are any tiebreakers later on today. But as far as I'm aware, that's the group stage done.
I think so. I think we actually got out of it without tiebreakers, which is crazy because yesterday you and I were looking at Team Falcons, of course, and we were saying, or Team Falcons and the rest is like, what's going to happen here? Then we had the 7-5 score between all of them at the top, but it resolves in a way where I don't think any tiebreakers will happen.
I mean, lots of stuff going on. Absolutely wild group stage here at the Riyadh Masters, and it's been really nice to watch the progression of these teams, you know, go through the play-ins, get into the group stage, play against all the biggest squads. Do we still have play-in teams in the tournament? Yeah, and Entity, you mentioned, right, made it to playoffs.
Yeah, Entity made it to the playoffs, and do we have Aurora were from the play-in as well? So they're still in there. LGD also won a play-in team, so we have a few. but overall they didn't go to the upper bracket. The only ones who made it to the upper bracket out of the play-in teams is going to be Entity, who have done so in a very convincing manner. So they're kind of a dark horse to look forward to here in the rest of the tournament. Big upset performance by them. And Extreme Gaming, they do save us, or save the world from an EU domination here, as they claim one of the upper bracket slots.
Yeah, and I guess looking at that, LGD kind of scraping through the play-ins, scraping through the group stage, barely making it through to playoffs. But yeah, that wraps things up here for the B stream at the very least. Not sure if there's other games still going on consecutively, if Liquid Entity and Mouse vs. Quest are still going on. Make sure you go and tune in to the other 3 streams that are happening. But from myself and Waga, that's it. Group stage done. Our broadcast come to an end. It's been an absolute pleasure casting some beautiful Dota 2 here for the Riyadh Masters, and again, joined by Waga, the master himself.
It's been fun having you, Gareth, as well. It's been a lot of fun, and many fun moments to look back to later. So hope the rest of the tournament will be as exciting as the games that we have had. And thank you, viewers, for watching. We will say goodbye for now.
Yeah, see you all next time.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone, AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action.